accountable. $5 may not sound like a lot, but if you give $5 and then
Hello, everyone. Hello, Abby.
Oh, I didn't know we were starting off like that. Okay, hello.
My bad. I guess, yeah, I
Hello.
had a
Let me see
video
if I
queued
can
up.
get this light out of you guys' space because I'm in the living room because I'm babysitting. And the baby loves Miss Rachel. Everybody loves Miss Rachel.
Miss Rachel, oh, that on the TV?
Yes, she's on the TV.
I see.
So yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I started off, and normally we'd play the video first, but for whatever reason, I just forgot that it's down there and I can see it and everything.
That's quite all right. I want to shout out Big Dog Philly. I was on I like hung out in his actually Big Dog. I don't get notifications about their show. I just happened to go like look at lives and I saw it. And I really hate that about YouTube that it does that to us. Can
Is
you
that?
hear me? Can you let me
Yeah,
let me
I can hear you fine. So
Okay.
you're saying Big Dog Philly has a channel?
Yep. Big Dog Philly, can you put the baby is nonverbal, but he talks a lot, okay? So you're gonna hear that a lot in the background. I apologize in advance. But Big Dog Philly, can you put your channel in the chat so we can big you up, please? He was talking about the vaccines today. He was he was playing Jimmy Dore, which I'm okay with watching Jimmy Dore about the vaccine stuff, right? I'm actually okay with watching Jimmy Dore. But I watch him with a grain of salt about that thin, because Jimmy Dore cares about Jimmy Dore got vaccine injured. So you know how it's like you care about something when it happens to you type of thing.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's tons of evidence where he doesn't really care about things that don't affect him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I do watch him for information sometimes. So there's that.
Yeah, well, that kind of funny you mentioned that. It's kind of what I was just killing the time with looking into just before we went live, as this thing called germ terrain duality theory, that during that whole COVID business, I kind of came across this theory as having a lot of explanatory power and use value as far as having how do we respond to all these various illnesses. And the more that I keep it in mind and apply it to each new issue that I think about medically, the more I find it to be a missing piece that's kind of tragic, in that it's not one or the other. And that's part of the problem. A lot of the people these days think germ theory won out over terrain theory. If you even know about this history at all, people think terrain theory has been proven to be debunked. Germ theory wins. And that's how we have modern medicine. And it's like, sorry to tell you, a lot of the reasons why our modern medical interventions are failing is because of this fixation on germ theory as the victor and terrain theory as the loser. And if you split them, you get more higher understanding.
I hope he pulls up, because we were talking about that as well. Like, the medical industry did a great disservice to what you would call medical witch doctors. And it's like really people that knew. Hi, Lance. So happy you're here. I hope you pull up. But people that knew like the things in nature and how you can combine them to cure or help with certain diseases. In the medical industry, capitalism was like, oh, no. They aren't the experts. You cannot listen to them. You have to listen to us. And these are the same experts that use anti-racism in all of their books, all of their quote unquote knowledge. And it really did. It not only it did a disservice to us, of course, but it did a disservice to people in general, because there were things that could be taken care of naturally that they wanted to create a pill for. So,
well, and this is where it's when you have this like all or nothing kind of approach, where unless you can produce a cure, your knowledge means nothing. And so this, one of the things about this germ terrain duality business is that you learn to appreciate the importance of respecting and taking care of the terrain of your body. You know, that whole living healthy is a preventative kind of approach. Doesn't mean that you're going to be invincible to illness. It just means that it's a big factor. And then the whole thing about why do some people get severely ill and why do some people get mildly ill? Well, that is the vindication of the terrain side of the genetics being a massive factor, in more so often than the germ itself that's allegedly causing the disease. It is an interplay of the external and the internal environment. And when you reject that interplay, that dialectical kind of thinking, you get all kinds of bigoted kind of medicine.
and eugenics and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I got misdirected for a second. Okay. So I was hoping he was going to pull up so we could talk about that like in the beginning and then move on, but maybe he's lurking in the background. I don't know.
It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. We can always come back to it.
I'm not sure if Big Dog Philly is still there to hear you asking about his channel, but we'll have to check that out. I'm not so much. I'd rather see some of his show at least a little bit before I go around, shouting it out. But I guess I'll take your friend of Abby's as a friend of mine if you've seen it. And
Well, he's very pro-black, so that's that.
So we can come back to that. People want to talk more about. I think that it's kind of like in the news cycle again. The whole
Oh, Lance says he's gonna. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. I got excited. Lance says he's gonna pop up later.
sure, sounds good.
We've been kind of missing you, Lance.
Yeah, we were a little worried there because it was been such a while since you'd come back, that we'd said something or something had happened to you, but life happens.
Life happens. You never know. But when you're an internet family, you don't know what's going on with people until you see them again. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we've been thinking about you.
What I have noticed also, maybe now's a good time to say, please like, share, and subscribe. I've noticed it like since the last few weeks, we kind of stalled out at 297 as far as subscribers. So I think maybe I'll take some of the blame for that. I've been doing a lot of anti-China punching up, I think I would have to put it as, and that's not always well received. I was hoping my critiques.
And I'm definitely not anti-China.
I'm saying I hope that my critiques are well founded as opposed to being perceived as empty, kind of anti-communist, whatever, reactionary bullshit. Because you can't attack.
Definitely not anti-China.
I don't think people believe it, but you can actually attack China from the left. Thank you. Like
you can.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, especially nowadays, since like the shift in the 80s over the last 40 years and everything. But that's a conversation for now.
You could attack anyone from the left.
Well, of course. Right. But the thing is that they would criticize me for that. Like slam dunk, they'd say is, oh, there goes the ultra leftist acting like he's the farther to the right than anyone else. So of course he thinks he can always attack from the left. I'm saying that China is not as nearly as much on the left as it used to be. And that if when it's not fair to lump me in with certain other people criticizing China, because what they're doing is attacking China from the right. They're saying China's communism is bad for China and they have to abandon that and open up properly to Western kind of mentality. I'm saying no. China needs to maintain its communism or needs to triple down on it. And I think you need to recognize that at some point there's a potential incompatibility between technocracy and communism, because you're not actually achieving like the liberation of the working classes from this class stratification and whatnot by hyper focusing on the development of the means of production as opposed to the class relations surrounding the means of production. So they talk a good game. They've done a whole lot about improving the lives of their citizens. But what that is a nationalistic argument more so than it is a socialist one. Because their argument it falls apart beyond the borders of China. Because what they've done is arguably they have increased their quality of life for their citizens at the expense of the lives of the citizens of the nations surrounding them or otherwise. So that's a little bit then you can always throw up, but America does so much more to these other nations that it's unfair to criticize China. My point about that is that they've abandoned the revolutionary global struggle. They consider it not their responsibility to protect the dispossessed, the powerless. And there was more of that before in the Maoist era, and there is less of that now. There has been a kind of a switching of who is important as far as it used to be the Palestinians, the PLO, and then it was Israel and Morocco and whatnot. And that's this thing about this realism, treat it as if it's not an ideology. Treat it if it's not defaulting to a conservative realist ideology, because then they're treating like having principles and acting on and defending your principles is some kind of a purity fetish problem, when in reality this realist, I'm a realist, I'm pragmatic and whatever, I'm transactional and you're just idealist, head in the sky kind of thing. That is very much ideological, but it pretends like it's not, and that pisses me off. Sorry, you're muted there.
Because my mom was still up here, so I was I was doing my due diligence, you know.
That's all good. I had to do a little filibuster. So
I hadn't really watched this, so we don't really have to play it, but I thought it was interesting for a few reasons. And maybe I should play a little bit, and then we could talk about the few reasons on the other side, maybe.
sure.
Okay. So here we go. Did we say hey to everybody yet?
I think so. I
man,
waited
Barker.
I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. I have to move this so I can see.
Okay, I'm just reheating my coffee.
Or you can't even see it.
Going to be dedicated
There it is.
to
Gotta restart.
the energy that's pretty much encapsulated the entirety of this episode, which is like, I'm about ready to like blow the top off because there's so much energy being wasted.
Yep.
On needless battles that shouldn't be fighting, or that are fighting and creating because of the narrative warfare, because of the parties involved, and you're just trying your best to make whatever ideology seems legitimate, you know, clear and be understood by the people that watch you. Like, cool, everyone do that. You have the right to preach your message, and there's not, like I said, not one way to skin a cat. No, every black person gonna agree politically. But to act as though there are not dishonest people, lying people, people who are being paid, and other forces at play here is just ignorant to politics.
Like,
it's ignorant to history, it's ignorant to politics, and that's the reason why you can never do
nigga,
it.
it's ignorant to the common sense. It's the world.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You
You can recognize this shit when it's your boss, but like
When it comes to other people,
what the fuck?
damn, that media, bro.
Why would the media-
They
why would the
always
media
right.
lie?
They
What-
always right?
The hell? Fox?
ABC.
They wouldn't.
It's CNN.
They wouldn't do some shit to
Dude, like it's almost like insane how stupid you are.
No,
brainwash.
and it's intentional.
Maybe you're
But
brainwashed
that's
for
the
saying
thing.
the media's brainwashed.
That's the thing, is that it's hidden intentionally so, and they make it so hard in a country with a literacy crisis to like understand why this is going. So by the time you look around, you throwing your hats in the ring, you trying to pay attention to shit, and you have people that you think is cool leading you astray the second you blink. Let's talk about black liberals. Don't click off the video, please. I know that was mean. I know that was mean. But what I'm about to discuss in this segment is pretty much it encapsulates all these issues we're talking about.
Yep.
And why black people seem to not be able to get ahead in this country, why we can't get some political coalescing around what we about to do to fix these actual systemic problems. Like, the coalition from the civil rights movement has split apart. Everyone then went to their corners of the universe, and we are still just in this country living with the pieces. So what's the next chapter? These shit back. These is openly talking about we want to get rid of the 14th Amendment. We now have a choice. Choice is not the right, as much as Stephen A. Smith would like you to believe that, as much as Chicago Winred would like you to believe that, as much as who's that black woman who says she's running for mayor?
Fuck her.
About to get 2%?
About to get 1%.
About to get 0.2% if left.
We'll make sure you get zero, nigga.
yeah,
Fuck
So if you don't worry,
that
you gonna get
segment
your
will
shit.
come.
But
you know,
because we've been paying attention. But so what do we do then? Where do we go? You could do the Paul Vallis, the Mayor Rahm Emanuel. You could do that.
Yep.
We could do the Brandon Johnson, the CTU. There's all different political strains, but the problem is black people are split amongst all these different camps because of how much time we've been in this country, how political ideologies just work in this nation. It's been taken for granted and kind of assumed for the longest time that black people, just vote with anything with a D next to it, which, I mean, with the R's are right racist, so we're kind of forced with that. But specifically, people who are like on the establishment Democratic side now, people who are like pro-Israel, people who don't want to make too much of a fuss about taxing the rich, but maybe they'll agree on it a little bit. People who don't say the word genocide, like this middle, really corrupt and pro-Israel and taking money from the billionaire class side, but being nice about it, the centrists / the establishment, they've always run up good numbers with the black community because we're voting for niggas with a D next to their name. They're just not the Republicans.
Yeah.
I think we're both trying to comment while we're muted.
Okay.
You go
The
first.
reason I wanted to play this is because You see how young they are? And so I'm like, my loins are just like throbbing because I'm just so excited that people of this age are so politically in tune. But at the same time, they're like so close to the point.
We got to be careful not to expect too much of them. To be fair, I mean it is
exactly because they're young, right? But they're getting there. You know what I mean? It's like they, Lance, you heard that right. Not for them. I'm not one of them. But politically for them, you know, because they are so close. And for them to be so young and be that close already, I just can imagine the trajectory of where they will go. You know what I mean? But right now, it ain't it because it's still, you know, it's still like everybody is talking about November. So the mindset is vote blue harder, vote blue harder. That's still the mindset. And there's this guy.
So that's what he's criticizing, basically. I'm going to talk about liberals for a second, black liberals for a second.
Yeah, I'll go back to him. I'm sorry. I'll go back to that to hear what he has to say. This guy right here, his name is Jolly Good Ginger or something. And so he's a veteran, and he talks about how the only reason he went to the military was because he was poor, and that was the only way he saw as a way out of his condition.
Very common.
And then, very common. And then, and by the way, peace, fam. Hey, Rondo.
What's up?
So.
And I did not know that.
So, he's a veteran activist. He goes around. I mean, we could talk about that later about these people who have, you know, have the money and the means to do certain things that we can't do. But,
activist is a bit of a charitable word for some of them. So
yeah. So he does good work and stuff. But he was talking about, I couldn't find it before the show started. He made a video saying that the only way to stop this would be a revolution. Now, coming from this white man, I understand what you're trying to say, white man. I do. But do you not realize when you say when you say a revolution, basically what you're saying, because the other side is saying civil war, you're saying revolution. They're saying civil war. So who's going to be at most in jeopardy during this revolution when America's so still divided? Like, it's like we have to do more work on educating and making people understand that punching down versus punching up before we start calling for violence.
Well, this is the very tricky thing about advocating for revolution. Considering all the things that I've learned over the years, especially like concerning the electoral systems of countries around the world and how bourgeois democracy is not really a slander, it's more of a descriptor. That is pretty much the issue. So we cannot be naive and trying to advocate like a social democrat would, that there is some kind of hope, some kind of practical way to accomplish our goals by doing this reform instead of revolution. And so I will always be, based on my understanding of reality and history, be advocating, knowing consciously that that is a violent revolution, and it is not a revolution if it's not violent. Essentially, this was something I was watching last night. Ironically, that was talking about this, like the Marxist intellectuals having a conversation about this kind of thing, and some people kind of take a more hardline, kind of like Stalinist approach, where they're saying, like, we need to fight for our recognition, like to the death kind of thing, in order to be recognized properly. You're never going to be recognized until you're willing to take that step and literally put your life on the line, like collectively, not just one person. And then other people, like that's part of the I think valid criticism of the Western left in general, is that somewhere along the way we decided that we could accomplish revolution without having to sacrifice somebody's life, our life, whatever, without any kind of martyrdom whatsoever. And this is like
Right.
Revolutionary cosplaying, as opposed to like say what you mean and mean what you say. Commit whatever to the consequence of your actions, and the benefits of the potential consequences of your actions.
And like John Kemper said, hi John, nonviolence is violence. That's true. It's like that's being complicit, right? So the issue is, and these young men, I'm going to keep playing it because they understand, and you will hear it from them about like how the society is so uneducated. But anyway, it's like if people don't actually have an understanding of what they're fighting for, we're already defeated.
Well said. Exactly. Yeah.
So let's see what else he has to say. And
well, I would just say real quick is that the trolley problem, as far as you're mentioning about, because this is the thing I do about warning against accelerationism, because people tend to be advocating for this acceleration policy without really acknowledging that it's like people being thrown under the bus, that that's what they're advocating for. They're advocating for all kinds of millions of people to be left behind because it's necessary, because things have to get worse before they can get better. And so the problem with the revolution versus reform is the trolley problem. It's the lesser of two evils problem. What it is if you focus on the death that is going to occur because of the revolution that you advocate and put into motion, you have to contrast that with the amount of people that are going to die because you refuse to have a revolution, because there is death no matter what. And I think there is greater amounts of death through inaction, through allowing capitalism to just continue to grind the, whatever you call it, the reserve labor, all the unemployed people, all the disabled people, all the people that the fascists are going to target, and that the people who are able enough to continue to work through this system, they will survive and they will prepare for the revolution in the future, but they'll sacrifice those who cannot keep up. And so I cannot really, for my own survival, advocate for accelerationism. I'm not going to fucking make it. So, but that doesn't mean I don't recommend revolution, even if that, knowing full well that if that is what is taken up collectively, that I may be one of the ones who don't make it. I'm okay with that, knowing that that is what my kids need to actually thrive and not be slaves anymore. If I have to die, so be it, right? But that's all right. I meant to be brief.
But then they've tried to shift this now to like, this is all niggas gonna get, and this is the best that we should be doing. And even if people don't realize that that's what they're arguing, and it comes through in so many different ways that once you get a broader understanding of politics that I try to give to Black people, it really it makes you clear who the enemies and who your friends are and who people you should like coalition build with. Let's talk about, and I'm going to go on a tangent, but it connects, Hassan and Cuba.
Yeah.
Because So basically what ends up happening is Hassan, we talked about it when he went to Cuba with a bunch of other activists and content creators and everything, and they basically captured what was happening in Cuba, which is, since we've decided to do this the president in the NSPM-7, which was like their national security memo by like the FBI or whatever, has talked about how like we're going after people with anti-American sentiments, opposed to the traditional values, anti-capitalism, anti-racism, anti-fascism. They said we're gonna go after the anti-fascists. They're some of the biggest terror. The American government is saying the anti-fascists are the biggest terrorists. So the fascist American government decided that in this time of McCarthy, of the Red Scare, we're going right back to that era. We're going to start ratcheting up our rhetoric and our actions against socialist countries, or countries that don't fall directly within American dominance.
Yep.
That's pretty much the era that they've brought back. Straight 60s, 70s when they had COINTELPRO, all that shit, which is funny because Hassan, a streamer, got a subpoena from the federal government. That is what this era is by definition reminiscent of. And that's already point one as to why a lot of Black content creators that I saw, or content creators in general who are more liberal, have already missed. Because when you look at this from a global perspective, Hassan Piker, and let me pull up his article. Hassan Piker went
he's like an ally of Hassan Piker, or if he's sorry. Do you know if he's like pro Hassan Piker, if he's like one of his acolytes?
I'm not quite sure because I don't watch them all the time. They're definitely, like I already mentioned, that they are very definitely Democrats, but they're like so close on the cusp.
So these guys maybe like
to be young, the things that they say, even though they're still like with a Democrat mindset, it's like they have hope for them. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I just wanted to clarify.
I'll be back. Let me get him some milk. I'll be back.
No worries. Yeah. Rondo's saying, what is this little boy's name? He's a Democratic operative, right? I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen him before. I know Abby's played him at least once on our show here. I should check out this show too and develop my own kind of take on their whole podcast, not just on this individual. But yeah, I think with like what we were talking about, like I had mentioned earlier, it's a bit overly charitable to refer to some of these people as activists. And when he's referring to Hassan Piker being subpoenaed and Medea Benjamin, while it's a little bit easier to punch up on Hassan Piker, Medea Benjamin appears to be a little bit more principled, I guess you could say. But I also find she's problematic in that, from what I gather, she's like a rich girl's, like daddy's money allows her to be this activist that the rest of us can't. And that if you look into this, I think it's called the Answer Coalition, that there is some problematic relationships there with these other NGOs and activist groups that create this kind of network that is a little bit too like cross-pollinating or whatever, to the point where they're not really individual networks so much as like that's more of an appearance problem. But like this Rage Against the War Machine kind of thing, like Dia Benjamin and whatnot, they do all these performative, I went and I said the thing to the person who didn't vote the way that they were supposed to, and I made this really sensational viral video about it, and that's ultimately performative bullshit. It doesn't change fucking anything. So like
Rondo says, if this is the same guy, he is really smart. It's like three young Black guys on this podcast, but they are deep in the delusion of the Democratic Party. That is correct. But like I said, even though they're deep in the delusion, it's like somehow they are so close to getting it that I'm like rooting for them. You know what I mean? And Lance, so you know, the YouTube channel is called the JAAM podcast or something like that.
Yeah, I see the
JAAM podcast. And it just gives me insight into what younger Democrats are thinking. and what they're teaching other young people. And yeah, they're so close. They're just so close.
But that's the
yes,
lack,
Jacqueline, that's what it is.
the lack of trust between the older and the younger generations becomes problematic here, in that had there been strong connections between more radical comrades, I don't know if he would be considering himself one. I'm saying there's been a whole history of the betrayal of the Democratic Party. So there should be no young people coming up these days going, oh, maybe we can still trust the Democratic Party. It's this amnesia of not understanding how long the track record is of constant betrayal and the duopoly, bipartisan kind of cooperation.
But there has to be like somewhat of an understanding of how after civil rights, most Black parents in being traumatized, they chose to shield they thought, they were like, it's over now, and chose to shield their children away from what they went through because they never wanted their child to go through it.
As in the civil rights.
So there's a lot of
over now?
there's a lot of I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to explain it to you.
I'm just saying, to clarify what you're saying, it's over now. You mean the civil rights movement was a failure, so it's over? Kind of, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like I'm mainly talking about I can't talk about all Black people because I don't represent all Black people, okay? My family was middle class Black people. My aunts and uncles, all of them were middle class. Okay. But they all came up poor. But they never really talked to us about stuff like that because they didn't want us to have to experience the trauma they went through. I would argue they did us a disservice because you're going to figure out anyway.
Yes, that's
you know what I mean.
Like, that's actually the exact wrong way to handle that. This is the same
I know.
dealing with trying to educate my kids, and they're like, no, we have to protect them from information that would actually save them from having to go through what we're going through now. And they're going to go through it.
So now
it just tell them anything. They're going to walk right into it.
So it's happening all over again because a lot of Black people got caught off guard. Like, look at these kids. Listen to what they're saying. If after civil rights, Black people would have not taken the bait of, oh, we're equal now. We're equal now. Everything is cool, and forgot about the other poor Black people they left behind because they made it. So now you're doing the same shit.
Okay, so that's, instead of it being over because the civil rights, I mean, I would say, looking back on it, you would have to, if you don't realize it, the civil rights movement was a failure. But I think too many people believe that it was a success, and therefore we don't have to fight anymore because we gained some concessions. Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't a failure.
It was maybe a Pyrrhic victory, if you could put it. Is that clear?
It was a victory. It was in a timeline that should have continued. I would put it that way, I guess.
Well, when I say Pyrrhic victory, I mean like a victory that came with too high of a cost.
What's the word, Pyrrhic?
Pyrrhic, Pyrrric.
I don't know what that means. Can you tell me what that means? Pyrrric.
It's I guess it's not a very common term.
And yes, Lance, most of our history, I say this every time on this show, whatever you learn, because you know who made our history books, throw all that shit out of the window and let us piece the stuff together, because they're not telling us the truth. Lance says it's Pyrrhic.
Yes, I missed the H here. I'll share this little quick little Wikipedia blurb. Just for the context. So a Pyrrhic victory is a victory gained at such a cost to the victor that it is tantamount to defeat. The phrase references statement attributed to Pyrrhus of Epirus after his victory against the Romans in the Battle of Asculum in 279 BC. Plutarch reports that Pyrrhus exclaimed, "One more victory over the Romans and we are completely done for." And guess what, America? One more victory over Iran and you might be fucking done for.
That was funny, Michael.
Thank
So Jacqueline says, is sheltering children from life's harsh realities and not considering that the children will have to face these harsh realities when they become adults, but they won't have the tools to deal. I'm glad you just said that, Jacqueline, because a lot of American history, as it's taught or what have you, when they tried to claim CRT was being taught in schools, which is not. That is a law school course, but they were just grasping for straws to make people angry. But anyway, if a child can experience racism, like I experienced racism going to all white schools, if I could experience it, why can't the white kids be taught about it? Like, who are we really shielding?
Exactly.
Because you're not shielding me.
Or what is it that we're shielding? It seems more like we're
You're shielding whites. We're preserving the
power of white
status
supremacy.
quo.
Yeah. What's up, Eggs? Good to see you.
Hi, Eggs. I mean to really. One of the reasons I wanted to start on this is I had a path to take. Okay, I started with these guys because their view is like, we got to get these politicians out of here and bring in new ones. You're bringing in new ones to the same system. Okay, so we got past that, right? Jolly Good Ginger is saying, no, that's not going to work. We need a revolution. Okay. Let me back up for a second. I think this young man had mentioned how uneducated most people in the United States are about history, and that is a huge problem that needs to be solved first. So he did get that right. Okay. Then I go to Jolly Good Ginger, who's trying to call for a revolution. And I'm like, a revolution with who? Who's supposed to be fighting with you? Because who do you think the other side is going to target?
Well, this is where...
Not you.
I haven't seen this. Forget what his name is, the redhead white guy calling for revolution or whatever. But he's maybe a little bit on the pudgy side like me. And people have a problem.
Yeah. You're not pudgy at all.
I got a little bit of a beer gut, but I'm saying people have this problem with people who aren't like militarily trained advocating for this kind of a violent revolutionary path. And it's like, how do you get off trying to talk about doing something you could never pull off yourself?
Okay, so right, because most people aren't, like you said, aren't military trained, but there are a lot of militias in this country. So then I'm forgetting where I was going with this, because I was trying to go from Jolly Good Ginger to something else, and I lost it.
Well, I have a question for Megs D, so maybe I'll answer that. In the meantime, maybe it'll come back to you.
Yeah, maybe.
He said, I said something earlier that China destroyed the living standards of their neighbors. So it's not maybe so much like an active, intentional destruction of their living standards. But I think if we look at the example of the Palestinians or the Congolese, their inaction, their neutrality has benefited them personally, nationally, their own people, at the expense of the living standards of those that they are not helping through active support of the resistance. Because what they're trying to do is uphold this international law. Can we have kind of come back to the table and just finally come to an agreement? And they keep treating America as if they're going to at some point be forced to do that when every indication demonstrates that that's actually a very weak response to America's vicious imperialism, to keep appealing to this false solution of the dead letter of the United Nations and everything like that.
Mm.
And then if you want to talk more closely with their direct neighbors, we have to get into the situations with like the war against Vietnam, with their complicity with the Cambodian Khmer Rouge, that kind of thing.
Mm.
Maybe the betrayal of the Nepalese Maoists, that kind of thing.
I know where I was going with this.
Or the Indian Maoists, in favor of getting close up with the Modi Hinduta fascists. Is that enough, to answer your question?
Are you keeping? Well, I know where I was going with this. Okay, so I wanted to go from there to. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me make sure does he respond or. Well, he can come up and talk to you.
Compose his response.
Yeah, I don't want to move on until I don't want people head on a swivel, back and forth, So let me give him a second. If he wants to respond. Oh man, Barker, we don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about anything and everything.
Yeah,
anything and everything. Oh, Rondo says a revolution is going around in circles. It just makes people dizzy, which is what I was saying about what we were talking about. Yeah, it just like there has to be a plan, and this is why I wanted to say this. There's this very controversial trial that's happening. This black dude went into a grocery store in South Carolina. Their rule is if you have a backpack, you have to leave it at the door. Oh wait, he responded. So before I do that, I'm sorry. Let's stay on this before I do that. I'm on mute. I have to cough.
Oh, it's okay. So he says, yeah, he knows about those. I thought you meant the capitalist states neighboring China, like Korea and Japan. So yeah, declare South Korea or Japan. Yeah, and in the cases of like South Korea and Japan and Taiwan, you can't. It's wrong to be laying the blame at China for those. That's kind of more of a self-inflicted wound that those societies have brought down on themselves by feeling that the only appropriate thing for them to do is to bend over harder for the Americans. Touch your nose to the floor, kiss the toes of the Lord, and slobber over them, and maybe that will earn you reprieve from their more vicious proclivities. But what that does is guarantee your lack of sovereignty, lack of autonomy or self-determinism. That's fatal as far as success of a nation. What's up, Sean? Cord Lord. Welcome. Maybe it would be. Are you back there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had a little moment. My eyes are watering. So, I don't know this. So this is the South Carolina versus I think his name is Rick Troy. I think he's Chinese. I mean, his son. They have a rule that when you come in, you have to leave your book pack at the door. So the boy left his book pack at the door. Okay, cool. He went around, and then I guess he decided not to get anything. Well, they accused him of stealing the water, and he showed that he was like, I don't have anything. And they came around the counter, and he started running. I guess he was scared. they're running after him. Ed D's heard the story, yeah.
I hadn't heard of this.
He ran like 130 yards, so that's like the size of a football field. Now, the boy did have a gun on him. And to me, everybody in America can have a gun on them. Like, I don't understand why they try to make that seem like that is the reason why you could be killed because you have a gun on you. Everybody has a gun on them. That is America. But they're running after him. They shoot him in his back. And he dies. There was no water on him. He didn't steal anything. He was just scared. So the trial just happened. It was very traumatic. I watched it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched I watched some of it and I watched the closing remarks. And the jury found this man not guilty.
Of course they did.
And I truly, truly believe they are really trying to make the world is a stage, and I think they are trying to make black people get in these streets. And I'm telling y'all, black people do not go out there. This is what they want. All these people calling for civil war, revolution, like all these trials that are going on where, no, stay home. Make sure your family is fed. Their mental health is okay. This is not our fight. This is white America fighting for what white America they're going to have. Let the liberals and the MAGAs have it.
As far as arming ourselves, I think as much as that is your prerogative and an important, your right to self-defense, I think that we need to focus on like collective organization of that kind of action is every bit as much more important than your individual protection. Like you're not really carrying a gun to protect yourself when it's like when they got like drones and everything and all this surveillance state, it's not going to cut it. You really need to have that organization of self-defense, of collective self-defense. That's a much more effective strategy than to just arm yourself and every man for themselves. That's not going to work.
The crazy part is, it's like it's just like when the Black Panthers arm themselves, and then they're like, they got to change the gun laws. They don't want black people to have guns. Anytime, why can't black people have guns? Who said we couldn't have guns? I thought that was our constitutional right.
Well, your constitution is in a pretty serious crisis.
Very serious. They don't even care. They don't even care about it anymore. This administration said, "Fuck the Constitution."
That's my toilet paper now. Yeah.
Speaking of that, let me see. I don't know if we want to talk about any of this anymore or move on, because there's some crazy stuff going on around here. We kind of mentioned it to each other, so I don't know if you want to talk about it now, or if anybody has anything they want to say about this. Let me see. Oh, the pigs have more guns. The Mulford Act, yes, Old Man Barker. That was the act that tried to restrict black people in LA from having guns because the Black Panthers came out defending themselves against the police. Yep.
Yeah, thanks for that. I didn't know what that was called.
Yep, the Mulford Act. Oh, everybody's heated because the comments are going too fast for me. I don't know if you could help because my
Oh, that's all right.
my
So apparently that
I can't catch them fast enough.
apparently that prohibited open carry in California. John says, I gave up on the Constitution when I was 15. Never included me. Exactly. And so that's kind of a good point. It's more the white people these days that are like, oh my God, my Constitution, it's in jeopardy. We have to save it like it's still alive. Kind of like how people in Canada are
But
like,
that's not even really true. Because now, like, Trump is shitting all over the Constitution. They're like, yeah, we need this. So which one is it?
I
Sorry, I
think
didn't mean
Trump.
to cut you off.
That's okay. I think Trump kind of revealed that there were contradictions that were approaching, like a moment of reckoning that and when people want to bury their heads in the sand on stuff like that, you do need to adjust the Constitution. You need to determine whether it's a living document or not. And I think that it has to be a living document, because otherwise it becomes this artifact of whatever 19th century, 18th century, whoever old white men that wrote it back in the day, whatever. They act like it is a timeless document that has to be, that can never be updated because it was perfect, you know. And so it's time to rewrite our constitutions. But you can't do that unless you're actually going to include all the voices in society. So this is an opportunity when white supremacists try to rewrite the Constitution and re-entrench the problem. That's where the problem, as bad as a civil war is, what are the valid reasons to have that kind of a conflict? I don't think they're like this avoidable at this point.
Mm. All right, so do you want to switch
Yeah, we can switch
or
to a
have
new
we
topic here. Or have you
can
guys
you check
want
all the
to
comments,
it?
because I can't check them for some reason.
Yeah, Rondo said it was the whole of California, and the Panthers did that action in Sacramento.
Oh, I said it late. Thank you.
Accord Lord says, isn't that when they also banned weapons in federal buildings? I'm not sure. And they don't even follow the Constitution as written. No, this is where legal positivism itself is also dead. The idea that the law is what matters and morality not so much. You know, we have to just ignore morality while we try to apply the law so that we can apply it as effectively as possible. But then they apply it in an arbitrary way that doesn't actually respect legal precedents, or tries to make poison pills out of legal precedents. And so the whole thing just kind of is exposed as a sham, as a farce. So yeah, a vast amount of U.S. federal code is unconstitutional. They shouldn't really be able to write new laws that contradict the Constitution, and yet they seem to be doing that. I haven't really looked super closely to make that case, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did that I would find myself vindicated on that.
Hey, Mousy, popping in from work.
What's up, Mouse? But all of the people there are unserious. I don't see them being able to call a constitutional convention because these people are trifling, right? So this is the thing about national unity, and you don't have unity. You don't have a nation. The house divided always falls, kind of thing. So, what's up, Macy? She says they rewrote it in the rich man's favor. Nilo, sit back and enjoy the spiral end of democracy. Yeah. And that's what reminds me what I was going to reply to Rondo when he was saying revolution is a circle. Well, the way to be overcoming that's more of like the anti-communist description of revolution. And their version of history is what I'd said before, is anacyclosis, where they just think that all of history is just a circle of going from democracy to like whatever, ochlocracy to anarchy to monarchy to republic, whatever, to democracy and back all around again. But the Marxist interpretation of history is more of a linear thing. We are not just going in circles. There is always progress happening, no matter if you like it or not. And that's the contradictions that we're living through are what's driving all of this change. And so instead of just a straight line being that's the oversimplification of the Marxist point of view, and the circle being the wrong point of view of the reactionaries, it's the spiral that helps us understand the movement of history. It is going in circles, but it's not just going in a static circle. There is forward momentum here.
He says, I said a revolution is going around in a circle. Is that not a true statement?
I say a more true statement is a revolution is going around in a spiral. And maybe a counter revolution will be a spiral downwards, and a positive revolution would be a circle upwards, you know.
Sean said, how about a helix?
Well, that would be interesting. I would have to play around with that.
Oh, he's so big. Oh my God.
As an idea. But the thing with the helix is like there's bridges between the left and the right in a way. So maybe that is an effective, maybe that was even more accurate than my spiral statement. Who knows? Thanks for that.
Somebody said my kid used to speak French too.
What's that? Did I miss?
Somebody said my kid used to speak French too.
Oh yeah, is he speaking French? Oh that's a shock. My grandchildren spoke French when they were that small too.
What's interesting is I don't have on that much, but he did sign to me. He signed to me more milk, and I was so proud. I was like, oh my God, I taught him something.
Good job, boy. I forget his name.
He's so big that people expect more out of him, but he's not even two. He's just big.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. He's huge. I could barely pick him up.
It's funny. Rondo's saying, I'm thinking he's over there arguing theory. He's arguing dictionary definitions. It's pretty funny how often arguing theory can dissolve into not much more than arguing over definitions.
I don't know. You're really gonna have to. I could try with the comments, but for some reason, I'm having a hard time. I don't know.
I don't know what's that about. That's strange. But at least it's a little harder to see smaller. But we got the comments on stage, so maybe you can see them there.
When I can, I will. So should we talk about? Let's see if I X out of this and share this, because this is getting very dangerous to the point where I don't even think we. Okay, this is section. Let me see if it's showing. Section 224 of HR 8800 in the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. Okay. It's been titled the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. The provisions transitions the bilateral defense. Now, I should stop real quick and say, this is a huge document. It's like 3,000 pages long or something like that. This is like section 2024 of this huge document that is going through Congress right now. The provision, is that big enough?
I think so.
Okay. The provision transitions the bilateral defense relationship from traditional military aid toward structural industrial integration and incorporates elements of the previously proposed U.S.-Israel Future of Warfare Act. So here are the core mandates and mechanisms. Executive agent designation. The Secretary of Defense must appoint a single dedicated official or executive agent to synchronize and manage all defense technology cooperation between the two nations. Are we two nations? I kind of feel like we're one nation. It just feels like we're one nation. It's been feeling like that for a while. But anyway, industrial alignment. The agent is tasked with coordinating bilateral defense research, development, testing, evaluation, procurement, integration and manufacturing, cooperation. They are trying to merge the data centers to be so. Um, a lot of Israelis are going to control our data centers.
Well, I'm wondering what
Look
is
out for that.
right. So there seems to be, my intuition is that there's some kind of a legal workaround that they have in mind here, as far as maybe it's getting a little bit tedious for them to be seeking like congressional approval for these aid packages, and they don't have to maybe do that if they can write it into law that this money is not aid, and that it's, is that maybe the right way to interpret this? I feel like this is illegal.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, do they maybe, with the genocide charges, with the ICJ, with the dead letter of the UN and everything, are they trying to avoid some kind of complicity with genocide in a way by they're not giving the aid package in a certain legal sense, so they're doing it their action in a different legal definition. So they've created some kind of a loophole by doing this somehow.
They're trying to merge our two militaries together.
That's, to me, that's like a symbolic. You can say that all you like, but that's really all you're doing is using extremely strong language to talk about your alliance. Because at the end of the day, you're not merging your militaries unless you're merging your nations, and unless they're. I don't think that's what they're saying here. That they are technically, but maybe that's the next step, where they're going to try and
What
bring in.
What do you think they're saying?
Officially.
What do you think they're saying?
I'm not really. This is where everything that comes out of this administration is like gaslight and bullshit. So I don't really think that they're saying anything substantial. What they're saying is
if you're
traumatize and fearmonger people, or they're trying to psychological warfare every time.
If your Secretary of Defense is appointing a single dedicated official or executive agent, which is almost like someone being like the executor of over your estate or something like that, to synchronize and manage all defense technology cooperation between the two nations. What do you think they're saying?
Not exactly sure. I'm just thinking that seems more like a figurehead kind of symbolic. Like, I guess they're creating a new position within the government or within the military, the Secretary of Defense, because I don't think plausibly it really is possible to coordinate the massive defense cooperation of two entire militaries by putting it in charge of a single person. It is kind of
well, have you read any of this yet before you?
No, that's where I'm
okay, so let me just finish.
Right.
Okay, commercial frameworks. It explicitly lays the legislative groundwork for joint cooperative ventures, weapons co-production, and defense licensing agreements between U.S. and Israel firms. They're partnering together where we cannot uncouple them.
But they've already been, this is what I'm saying, they've been so integrated for like 80 years or whatever. Like since the Nakba, they've been like defending Israel to the bitter end, wherever they're never going to be like uncoupled, is kind of like what that's their
I understand
strategy, so
I understand.
like,
but you do but you think this is just a this doesn't matter at all because they've already been coupled, or do you think this is solidifying something that we can't unravel for years to come? That's what I'm asking you.
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter, and you're probably right that they are solidifying it in a way that makes it much more difficult to kind of separate. But like, I'm just thinking. Hey, what's up, Michael Pan? Go ahead and bring them on up.
Sure, but we got to finish this first, Michael.
Right. My final comment is, I was saying maybe it does really matter in the sense that they're in bed together now in the most formal kind of way. So as far as Israel getting genocide in Gaza. Now they've given us all the ammunition we need to bury them both together in the same grave.
I like that actually. I like that actually, but like, how can we bury a superpower? But okay, let me finish reading. Target technology areas. The legislative text directs cooperation toward advanced and emerging systems, explicitly prioritizing autonomous and counter drone warfare, counter unmanned aerial, maritime, and ground systems, sub-Saharan defense, anti-tunneling and underground threat detection technologies, advanced computing and digital systems, artificial intelligence deployment, quantum technologies, and cyber warfare systems, operational integration, systems engineering, focus on network integration and data fusion to streamline communication between military and hardware. And so this is what I was trying to say about the data centers will not just be controlled. The data centers in America will not just be American controlled.
Property is where I think
It will be a combined, like, between Israel and America. Israel will have all of our information.
This is the irony would be the private property of American capitalism is the distinction is being blurred because the distinction is problematic potentially for them. Is Israel and America have to bigger over whose property the data centers are. They can't really use them in the most effective way to combat their enemies, whatever. So I don't know. That's a good point.
Surrounding debate, supporters argue, and you know who the supporters are, that the provision strengthens supply chain resilience, accelerates innovation in electronic warfare, and optimizes defense systems like missile defense. Critics, including foreign policy think tanks like the Quincy Institute and some progressive lawmakers, caution that deep integration embeds foreign tech directly into U.S. procurement channels, potentially bypassing standard, transparent congressional oversight mechanisms like foreign military financing.
Right. So that's where Rondo makes a good point and legitimize the phrase, we can't talk about that because national security. So as far as all the arguments that we're making that your support for Israel completely empties your the substance of your national security claims, if they manage to merge the national security concerns of Israel and America into one big blob, then they effectively legally can claim that it's not foreign. It is national security, whatever is the reason why protecting Israel, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? They square that circle.
So I put a link in the chat so you can go look at HR 8800 yourself. If you want, you know, to dig a little deeper or what have you into it. Because this is insane. Insane in the membrane. Jacqueline asked me how old is the lad. The lad will turn 2 in November. And the lad is so big that people expect him to, they expect more out of him than he can give because he's really just a baby.
So how's it going, Michael Pan?
He's huge.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so hey,
Hi, Michael.
Hey, how you doing? How are both of you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
By the way, I got your text. I understand your frustration with the court's ruling. They gave the Asian perpetrator how they acquitted him of murder charges against.
Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier.
Yeah, sorry to miss that. I was late. I just came from my exercise. Yeah,
it's okay, sweetheart.
You know, to be honest, I'm not surprised at all because Asian Americans in this country have a close proximity to whiteness. So to them, it's like their, you know, get out of free jail card, or like almost like being treated with white privilege. And Asian people have not changed. But Asian people have shown their their anti-black racism was real then, and it's real now to this day. So it's really a perpetuous cycle that most Asian Americans are perpetuating against foundational black Americans, and that Asian store owner had no right to really unalive the foundational black American customer. The only he could have done was like leave that foundational black American customer alone, call the cops. And it's
Over
so
water, over water.
over
But
what? Yeah,
I didn't even, I didn't even, I wanted to finish what we were talking about though.
yeah.
'Cause
It's so
I think that is very serious. Like we are in the precipice of. Well, I feel like the country was already taken over because a lot of people don't know.
hmm
So the rumor has it, okay, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, that Christopher Columbus was a converted Jewish person, and he sailed after the Jews were kicked out of Spain.
right.
And so when you look at the history of America,
hmm
that those people are all up in it. Like the control is crazy,
Right.
and I didn't know as much about, like, the more I start digging and learning, the more disgusted I get. Oh,
Yes.
it's raining out here.
Well, me too, Abby. I also get disgusted. I also get very disgusted with America's past because America's past is holding us back when it comes to achieving true public good in this country. Unfortunately, because different players, same system or the same game. And what's really holding like our country back, especially America, from achieving universal healthcare is anti-black racism coming from most white Americans, if not all of them. And when most white Americans hold anti-black racism, they're definitely hurting their own people by delaying universal healthcare. At the same time, most white Americans have received government assistance or programs such as Head Start. I'm sorry, such as Home Instead, right? That allows them to
You're
build
talking about the Homestead Act. That's what you're
Homestead Act,
talking
right,
about.
right. Homestead Act that allows them to build intergenerational wealth and pass it on to their great kids and great grandkids, and also given opportunities to build with the GI Bill and several government programs.
Several programs. So,
Eh, Go ahead.
oh, Michael, were you about to say something? Oh, I thought I
No,
heard him.
go ahead.
Oh, um, I've just been like trying to, you know how, like, some white people say that they are trying to, like, deconstruct everything they learn
Mm-hmm.
in about black people and, like, reconstruct it. Well, I've been
Right.
trying to do that about history, and man, but it's so much because you can't just do American history when you're in America, because America's been a superpower for so many years. You have to do foreign policy history. You have to. So when pan mulattism was, like, talking to you or whatever, I started looking into Taiwan, and I was like, oh shit, I need to. There's so much more I need to learn, and hopefully we can have that discussion one day. But
Right. But yeah, but also I'll say this too. I will add that deconstructing history, right? I don't think most white Americans want to deconstruct their past or learn from it or unlearn the behaviors, from sooner generations.
I
In
wouldn't
past-
even just leave that to white Americans. I don't think a lot of boomers, black or otherwise, want to deconstruct themselves.
right, right. But I'll say this. It's true that Yeah, sir, it's
Don't
intergenerational,
come over
right?
here like you didn't do anything. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Between the boomers, millennials, Gen Z, that's true, right? But also race definitely plays a role because there are some, although millennials as a whole, right, are getting more progressive, they're still practicing anti-black racism because they learned from their parents' generation, who happen to be baby boomers.
Well, yeah, that's. I was gonna say when we were talking about the Gen Z and how we have some. What was it this that you said? Your loins were or something or other, but the same thing is what I've had for millennials.
Hmm.
We're gonna be the ones who kill capitalism because for the first time in generation, the majority of millennials support socialism, thing with the Gen Z. But if you look at what millennial, I think as a generation, we've kind of squandered that opportunity we had to do more damage to from what I can tell. And we all have this like subjective, but
Hey, can I
my
interrupt you for
observation is kind
one
of
second? One
go
second, Michael.
ahead. Yeah,
I gotta change your diaper. I'll be back, okay?
yeah, okay. I'm
Okay.
saying my observation of millennials is that we dropped the ball. We've failed to fulfill that promise that we were going to be more revolutionary than our parents.
Right. And yes, because it has to do with the fact that the baby boomers, they're still in power into this very day after what, 70 years of getting elected to office. No, I'm sorry, not 70 years. No, I take it back. No, like 50 years. Sorry, 50 years. Getting elected to office. And not a single baby boomer has decided to take revolutionary actions, against take revolutionary actions that are needed to make this country, to make America great again, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair to some of the boomers in our chat, I wouldn't say not a single one is a little
Yeah, but I
too
was just saying
because some
like
of these
individuals. I'm
boomers,
saying like
like
individual baby boomers and
shout out to
collective.
Shonda Masta, rest in peace. There are some of these boomers and Oz
Yes.
the Boomer that are we cannot fault them because they were revolutionary, as revolutionary as they could be, and it was really they're the exceptions to the rule. So you
Right.
can put it that way, but you can't say that every single last one of them
Oh
is.
no, I didn't say that. I'll be clear. I'm saying you have individual baby boomers and collective. So what I'm saying is that the collective of baby boomers did not align themselves with the minority of baby boomers who want to see this country do great things, right? For example, have universal health care, free public education, vocational training, paid parental leave, paid time off, right? Strong unionships, because majority of baby boomers, I say majority, I'm talking about the collectives
Yeah, yeah.
who align themselves with the wealthiest elites. Dismantle government programs overnight over time, and the problems became radical over time too, right? And before 1970s, I'm sorry, before 1980s, baby boomers were okay with the government providing decent education, health care, energy assistance, as some form of head start to low income people, right? And then after the 70s, after the 70s, baby boomers started to become more greedy over time, with Reaganomics, because Reaganomics basically said government is the problem, not the solution to the problem. What's really going to make America greater, according to Reagan, was trickle down economics, cutting government programs, cutting taxes,
Yeah.
to stimulate the economy so that the capital flows to the top and the top will create jobs, right? And those are really just theories. I mean, those are just myths, right? Never happened in reality.
Well, that was the rescuing of capitalism. That was to reassert that the way to make America great again, even though it was not like a
Right.
term that was in existence in Reagan's time. That is basically the kind of ethos of it, like the spirit
Mhm.
of it. And so you have to keep in mind the whole context of the Cold War and everything. I think
Oh
with
yeah, I'm aware. Trust me, I'm aware.
like
I'm aware of the Cold War. Believe
like
me,
they,
I am.
they as much as I'm 100% agreeing with you, like
Mhm.
they kind of betrayed their own kids and future generations by tuning out, whatever is that. I can't remember the exact saying. But there was this kind of like the hippie 60s and 70s led to this turn off, tune out, and check out kind of thing. And that was fatal. It was devastating. And there was a kind of, you got to factor it, you can't dismiss how the CIA was kind of pushing people into that kind of
Right.
so-called
Oh,
revolutionary approach. But
yes.
then this is the damage is done, where they, like, the Cold War got to such an apocalyptic, insane kind of place where the only rational thing to do was to disengage with this kind of, because no matter what side you're on, when
Right.
it comes to that much nuclear mutual self-destruction, ideology doesn't exactly matter anymore. It doesn't matter what would be the better system if you can't really achieve it, because these psychotic, disgusting people just refuse to let you have the victory, you know? So the Cold War had to end in a de-escalation. Somebody had to stop playing chicken. And as much as people want to fault like the Soviets or whatever for being the ones who collapsed, I think they saved the world by not pushing into this. The only conclusion of that kind of brinksmanship would be that spark that led to the thousands of nukes flying at each other.
Right.
And so, but then I'm getting a bit long-winded. I'll let you back in a moment. But with millennials and boomers in particular, it's really important to recognize that they are like our parents. And as much as they betrayed like the long-term success, whatever, in the short term, what they did was they accepted the prosperity that came with kind of surrendering the class struggle, and their complicity kind of has led to us having that more middle class life instead of like that trudging through the poor of the consequence of resistance, you know.
Yeah. That's very true. Yes, because the baby boomers were the ones who set the policies and the trajectory for this country moving forward, and of course they raised millennials, right? But the problem I have with baby boomers, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not saying all baby boomers are like that. I'm saying majority, because majorities don't align with the minority of baby boomers. The problem with the majority of baby boomers is that their main goal is greed. Dismantle the systems that benefited their parents, that benefited their ancestors in the past, and benefited them as well, right? Also, the baby boomers were okay with automation going back to the 1980s, when Reagan was president, outsourcing factory jobs, deregulating the economy, stripping unions of their rights and bargaining power, right? And these are just all of these things happen over time, not overnight, right? And then and what baby boomers didn't predict, which I think they should have, in my honest opinion, was when you do too much automation or you utilize AI in the last 40, 50 years, eventually a lot of jobs are going to become obsolete. People are going to become destitute. And yes, revolutions are going to happen. And I know baby boomers don't like this uncomfortable truths I'm talking about. And yeah, baby boomers, of course, definitely, of course, perpetuated classism, right? Even they came from working class families, became rich. And what I think notice too, baby boomers, they forget that who helped them become successful, wealthy, is not because they work hard or put themselves up by the bootstraps. It's because they had a lot of connections, right? Their parents connected them to rich families, or they knew someone who was rich.
They benefited from the gains of the communists and socialists before them that established all these rights, like the 8-hour work week and all the like holiday pay and this kind of stuff.
Right.
And that's why it's so atrocious that they pulled up the ladder for us, you know, and that when they came, like they're sitting there being part of the people voting for the people who are dismantling the welfare state, you know, that's kind of atrocious of them, because like
Very atrocious. Yes, very
greed.
atrocious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So much.
and that's why, like, if you see me talking to baby boomers, when you see me talking to baby boomers, I don't have a lot of patience with them. I say most of them, if not a minority, right? Because the way baby boomers think, I learned is that if you want them to really embrace new changes, sometimes you gotta yell at their faces, raise their blood pressure. Because by raising the blood pressure, that's the only way they're gonna be open. or to be awakened. If they're not awakened, you gently talk to them. It is like teaching a dog new tricks, right? But that dog doesn't want to do tricks because the dog had been what's that term what I'm trying to say? Have been accustomed to learning old tricks,
Well,
right?
it's
Like a
kind of an
robot.
argument that validates abuse. So from a psychiatric kind of perspective, it's a bit it's not necessarily going to be. I'm not sure if it's like, I don't think we can condone it or consider it to be the actual correct. Like, it's sort of saying that you can't always convince people with the carrot. Sometimes you need the stick. You kind of you the it's just it's like the people got to hit rock bottom theory
Mhm.
as far as
Right.
how
And
get
once
people
they
to
hit
change.
right.
You have to make them hit rock, and that's kind of been debunked. I mean, like, there's disagreements, and this is
Mhm.
where we're kind of shifting the pendulum, shifting back to believing that hasn't been debunked. And I think that's part of the crisis in psychiatry. Like, there's this return to using abuse to cure like drug addicts and whatnot, and that has been proven really not to be the way to go about it. And so if you kind of, it may be apples and oranges, but if you think
Mhm.
about how do you people, because you're trying to accomplish change in a societal sense, you're still dealing with people's psychology. And so when you're trying to change their psychology, when we adapt this, it might be a maladaptive psychology that we adapt to believe that what's our problem has been is that we've tried to use too much honey. Now it's time to give people some vinegar.
Right. Right. But sometimes I'll say this, sometimes psychological chaos is needed to wake up baby boomers. What I learned is that when you talk to them gently, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Because they're going to continue to reinforce the status quo, right? And you're right, yeah, they got to hit rock bottom. Once they hit rock bottom, I don't
They
care. For
don't
me,
though.
it's
This is
like,
where I'm. That's
yeah, for
what I'm.
me,
They don't
yeah,
want.
But it's not just baby boomers though, right?
yeah, the silent
Like
generation is still
like it's
before
not
them,
just baby boomers.
and you have
There
some
it's
millennials.
like the TPUSA
Hmm.
kids too.
Right.
So that's what I know you weren't here before, but how I was talking about
Hmm.
how, like, before you want to talk about a revolution, or who's supposed to be in this goddamn revolution, because if you're so divided, the revolution ain't gonna look like nothing but a goddamn civil war.
Right.
And
And so
as far as
that's what,
who's going to be in the revolution when we're talking about boomers, I think maybe you're making the mistake of, like, Abby's kind of convinced me of this too.
mhm.
Boomers are the ones that are the dying out generation, and
Yeah,
to expect
they
them
may
to
be
really
dying.
participate
Right.
is, so we
They
maybe
may be dying
spend your
out,
energy elsewhere.
but they still hold power.
Right.
And
So
and they still taught ideologies to their children,
hmm
who taught ideologies to their children's children. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because there is no way we could just blame this on boomers. It's
right,
far
but I'm just
worse.
saying, like,
It's far worse now.
right, but I'm just saying that the baby boomers are the main culprits because they're the ones who implemented policies in the past that allowed it to get worse and worse over time. And yes, the problems became radical over time. If
But
not,
who's supporting them?
right. But what I'm saying is
There
that
is a
right,
legacy.
yeah,
They're in that moment where they have to pass down their
yes.
wealth and their ideologies,
So I'll tell
and
you,
that's the important thing to
right.
recognize. Like, yeah,
I could tell you who's supporting the baby boomers in office. Definitely, Gen Xers, right? More Gen Xers. Some millennials, not all of them. Silent generations, right?
silent generation, I think, is gone now.
It's
They're
gone, but there's some who are still alive, who still want to keep the status quo. Never underestimate these silent generations who are still living longer and vote heavily. That's true that they're dying out. Yes, they're dying out in life.
Well,
But
that's a
what I'm
good
saying is
question. I'm
that
wondering what percent of the entire global population is the silent
Mhm.
generation, because that's got to be like 1%. Let me see
Yeah,
here.
probably. But I know baby boomers much higher. Even baby boomers are dying out too, but they're still voting in higher numbers, and they still hold collective power, right? And the only way I believe the way that the system needs to change or it needs to break down is you gotta oust the baby boomers out of office. You gotta let the system crumble for good to be rebuilt. Because when you try to reform a system, with the same players, or you put new players in a broken system, the system's never going to change.
We we are definitely missing
Mm-hmm.
the education part because baby boomers taught their children.
Mm-hmm.
Those children taught their children. There are young people running around with the same ideology
Uh-huh.
as their baby boomer grandparents, great grandparents, great parents.
Right.
So there, I don't think we are looking at the big picture here. The big picture is like
Speaking of big picture, it's not big enough.
education.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, it's a waste of time educating them because this stuff they already knew a long time ago. Decided to uphold it, and for me, I don't have a lot of patience with baby boomers. Some Gen Xers, solid generations. I don't, because at the same time, it's really up to them. They want to embrace the change or not. You know what I mean? My thing is this: if people are on cold with what we're saying, great. If they're not, let them smoke drugs, let them face the horse real economic pain until they hit real rock bottom. Once they hit real rock bottom, I don't talk to them anymore because I spend a lot of time educating them, right, informing them, right, and not to mention about the country's racist past, right, and they don't, and I just say, you know what, screw them. Let them be uneducated, and let them, face the horse reality, because I'm
This
not
is what
there
I'm
to
saying
save them
here.
anymore.
I hear an anti kind of socialistic, like a anti solidarity kind of core to that mentality. So what I'm
Right.
saying, let's take a look at this graph real quick.
Mhm.
Generation Alpha total population. This is of I think the entire world total 8.2 billion. So 24% Gen Alpha, 22%, almost 23% Gen Z, 21.2% Millennials, 16.7 Gen X, 12.8 Baby Boomer, and 2% Silent Generation. So from a tactical perspective, as much as the Baby Boomers are the ones currently with the power, if we have a long-term recognition that everything is in motion and in constant change, if you really want to strategize, this is 60% of the population. If we can establish a very strong alliance between Gen Alpha, Gen Z, and Millennials, they won't really be able to touch us, because uh, the labor theory of value demonstrates that wealth is created by labor, not by those who hold all of the current wealth. So they can invest in whatnot, but we are the ones that produce the wealth. And so if
Right.
we maintain decades long discipline, and we achieve the right collective strategy, we are kind of unstoppable. And that's where it's so important for them to poison the minds of our children, and to prevent us from having the right to say, I'm going to be the one who tells my kids like what to think, because that's my right, and you don't have the right to take away my right to tell my kids what to think, because that would by default give you more of a right to tell my kids what to think than I have. And that's how we change it going forward permanently. The
So you
slow
think that's? Do you think
win.
that's why they're trying to privatize education?
They need to destroy the minds of our children before we build them.
Yeah.
So that's
Are we cooked? Are we cooked? I'm just.
no. We are cooked if we believe we are cooked, in a way. That's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the worst part of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm just saying that, most, like I said, most baby boomers, they still have the mindset. So I would say that definitely, for sure, definitely, yes, young people definitely need to be aligned, and definitely need to form chapters and groups, but have some baby boomers, not all baby boomers, because when you have too many baby boomers running things, yeah, movements get fractured, which I learned. And I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not, this is not me trying to disrespect baby boomers. I'm just saying, collectively speaking, they're not in code with young people, and not only they're not in code with young people, but they're definitely not on code of minority baby boomers who want to see a country do really well
Do you remember,
socially.
Michael? You remember when the Constitution was supposed to be rewritten every 19 years,
Yes.
so the younger people would have a say so in
Mhm.
how their world would be shaped?
Right, supposed to, but it never happens.
Never happened.
Yeah, because of the old white boomers, silent generation, some Gen Xers, and yes, some millennials, Gen Zers still want to uphold the status quo and not willing to fight very hard for the U.S. Constitution um to be reestablished. I'm sorry, to go through a lot of change, to go through a lot of changes in statutes.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
we want to avoid having like a frozen picture
Mhm.
of like what the problem is. So as much as it's correct to identify the boomers as being extremely responsible, it becomes a kind of um, like as like we can hang the albatross of responsibility on their neck, and then now we don't have any need to kind of like no matter, it's like this defeatist kind of mentality, and in the way that if they've screwed everything up so bad, then it's their fault that we can't actually do anything to fix it. Therefore, we
Right.
have to try, and that is very much this. It's like a liberal rejection of revolution by another way, you know.
Hmm. Like if you go back for example, when Bill Clinton was president, he was the first baby boomer in American history. He pretty much maintained some Republican policies, such as deregulation, free trade, and outsourcing of good American factory jobs to developing countries. Oh, and also the free strikes law.
Some. He was the he was
Yeah,
the most Republican president.
yeah,
Some.
but I'm just saying, like the Republicans painted Bill Clinton as too liberal. I'm sorry, painted Bill Clinton as a liberal Democrat.
That's their job.
Right. But what I'm saying is that yeah, Bill Clinton, like I said, Bill Clinton maintained like some Republican policies because he was a moderate, Democrat. I call Bill Clinton a moderate Republican Democratic president because he mixed Republican and Democratic values together to get things done.
Well, I think that's since Reagan, or not Reagan, since Clinton. That might be when they started this. The Democratic Party will be better served appealing to the right than to the left, as they traditionally have done, because then they can prove that like they can get things done too, whatever. And then that's like the ratchet effect of has been like ever since then is just only proven that strategy is designed to pull everyone further to the right, um,
Right.
and that they're not real leftists, never were.
Yeah, fake. I call it, like I said, I call the Democrats fake progressives or fake leftists. Like they're left on paper, reality not left at all. Especially like when they pander to foundational Black American voters and working class voters.
Have a good night, Jack. Thanks for tuning in as always. Much love. Go ahead,
So
Mike.
I would like to push back on that about Bill Clinton
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
because the benign neglect originated in 1970.
Right.
So with Carter,
Yes, Jimmy
With
Carter. Yeah,
Richard
Richard
Nixon.
Nixon.
oh okay,
It was a memo suggesting that the U.S. government could benefit from a do-nothing approach to race relations to reduce polarization. That began in 1970, way before Bill Clinton. So everyone after every president after civil rights had to be okay with the benign neglect memorandum
Hmm.
in order to be president.
Right. And speaking of Nixon, it's interesting. From Nixon to Reagan to Trump, we have the problem of the madman theory, whatever
Right.
approach to foreign policy and stuff. And that's where you look into how that kind of is possible. You find the Goldwater rule is sort of underlying that issue, where it goes back to, I forget what's his name. The Goldwater was a dude who was running, I think, for the Republicans and the Democrats in the 60s. They made him look like crazy for advocating for a hardline stance against the Soviet Union with the nuclear weapons and everything. And so they successfully painted him as a crazy man, to the point where the psychiatric community felt the need to adopt this rule where no one was allowed to publicly, from the profession, was allowed to comment publicly about the mental health of the person running for office, because there was this thing on some radio program where these psychiatrists had been invited to weigh in on their comments, and hundreds of them had, without seeing the man personally, had made all kinds of comments about his mental health and diagnoses that you're not allowed to do unless you actually see them as a patient. And so they established this Goldwater rule, which ironically enough is the problem with, now we see we've got insane men like Trump and Reagan, wherever, and Nixon, like, they take power and they behave like a psychotic person who should have should never be allowed into a car or whatever, take the keys away, and let alone in charge of a fucking country. And so, but you can't do that now. You're not allowed to, like, the problem is, it's false to say that we can't really make a real investigation into somebody without having seen them personally, especially with the way that Trump is, like, in the fucking media every goddamn day. We have tons of information to make a diagnosis from afar, but the psychiatric community decided to tie their own hands together and to cut their tongue out. Sorry for that, but I think that's something
that was good. That needed to be said.
Yeah. That's something the psychiatric community needs to get their head out of their asses and fix.
Yeah. And the problem of the psychiatric community is that it's upholding the status quo. It's not willing to move beyond its comfort zone. And what I learned is that when people get too comfortable with the system, eventually they become victims down the road or become vulnerable.
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. I kind of missed that.
Oh yeah, no, but I was saying that when people become like too comfortable with the status quo, right? Eventually they're going to become vulnerable later.
Yeah, complacency is a bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's one thing I like. I'm not a Trump supporter. I am glad that Donald Trump is waking up people. You know what I mean? Because this has never happened, in the past. Because Donald Trump is very it's very straightforward, and he's open about it, which is a good thing.
I wouldn't need to put it that way. You don't need to, like, give him personal thanks. That kind of muddies the waters, and it kind of makes it come across as like, that to me is like, knowing how fascist Trump is, that's sort of like saying, oh, fascism has its uses, so you can say that without even needing to wade into that problematic whatever stance. You can just say, I'm glad that people are waking up. You don't need to go having any kind of credit given to Trump for that, where it just makes you kind of,
I mean,
it's questionable. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, right. But I'm just saying, like, I myself, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not giving him a lot of credit, but what I'm saying is that he definitely was needed as a president, because most people before
I don't
Trump,
think so at all. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
that's like an implicit subconscious support of him. Sorry.
Well, I appreciate the fact that America is showing this ugly side that they were hiding for so goddamn long. But I understand what Michael was saying, because the honest to God truth is, it's been here all along.
Yep.
It's been here all along, and nobody said anything. And the only reason that people are saying, "Oh, well, he's waking America up," is because he's messing over his own constituents.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason. If he was doing right by them in the system, they wouldn't give a goddamn. So he's not really waking up nothing. Because if you look historically at the vote, a racist white person will vote Democrat when they're under pressure, just to like get
Mhm.
just to bring the system back into like a balance. And
Yeah.
once that balance is there, they're going right back to what they believe in.
That's what I was thinking. Like the whole idea that they've awakened, it's like this like frozen,
Yeah, that's a lie.
like non-dialectical kind of way of thinking, where people wake up and they go to sleep, and like things change and then they change again. So I think they made they kind of prematurely judged that people even woke up to begin with. This whole, if you look at MAGA and the libertarians and everything, but maybe this is my bias, I would say you'll know when they've woken up when they adopt class consciousness and become socialists. And until that happens, they're still asleep.
Boom. That's it.
Right, and of course, also the need, also specific lineage policies for foundational Black Americans, in addition to fighting for class solidarity. Yeah, and especially like those voters who supported Bill Clinton, Barack, Osama, Bin Laden, Obama, um, Hillary Clinton, Joe
Wait,
Biden,
why do you say
Barack. Why I said Barack,
why do you say
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden, Obama? Why
You
do
know,
you say
I'm using that a Republican talking point. You remember how Republicans painted Obama in
that?
2008? Oh, he's a
Okay.
source of Bin Laden. You remember that he was like the cousin, right?
Oh, okay.
I missed that.
I had to catch you right there. Hold on. What you mean?
Yeah, because Obama, like I said, Obama, according
Can
to
y'all hear
Republicans,
me chewing?
yeah, we can hear chewing, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. But because Obama was just too soft, you know what I mean? And Obama did not have any guts to fight back.
Obama was not too soft. I really despise someone
Like,
trying to characterize him as not having any fucking guts when he dropped more bombs than whoever the fuck I forget. Whatever. The man was he's just as much of a genocidal maniac as any other of these presidents. Or whatever. Like, definitely killed more people than Trump has so far.
right. And when I say
no
like
way that you get away with characterizing this man as having no fucking guts. Okay?
right, what I'm saying, Obama didn't have
Ruling
guts
class
to
has
fight
all
against
kinds of guts.
Republican Congress.
They're willing to like try and fucking dominate billions of people. At the very least, we should not be trying to call them cowards or whatever. They have enough courage to try and enslave the whole fucking world.
Right.
And whatever blowback will happen if we actually fucking hold them accountable for that shit. So yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
And when I say Obama didn't, let me be clear, Mike. When I say Obama didn't have guts to fight at home. In other words, he didn't want to fight against a Republican Congress.
Because
he
he's
made
not
too many.
the duopoly is false, right?
Right,
They're not
right,
trying to fight. They're
But what
trying
I'm saying
to
is that
make an illusion.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Republicans did not want to work with Obama, even though he wanted to work with them 90% of the time, which was crazy.
They are working.
No, he didn't.
Right? They cannot like actively appear to be working with each other in front of the public. Their working together is behind closed doors.
Right, but Mike, I'll give you an example like Mitch McConnell.
It was all a show. It's performance theater.
You know what Mitch McConnell said, Michael, in 2009 or 2009? He said, "I'm going to make sure Obama is a one-term president. We're not going to work with him. We're going to delay progress. We're going to stall, talks."
I think you're mistaking
I'm not mistaken anyway. I'm not.
Like the shadows on the wall for reality, to put it in that fucking overused Plato metaphor or whatever. You're kind of mistaking the play for real life,
Right, but what I'm saying
he's explaining to you that behind closed doors they're all friends. Obama is no different. Where
They're
has
all
he
the
been all this time?
right? They're all the same Epstein class. Like I feel like
Mhm.
no matter what we say to you, you're just gonna you're not gonna acknowledge or grow, or whatever. You're trying to kind of disingenuously pull us back into this forever circle of an argument, then that's the point or whatever, to not actually like the channel. I guess this is just a discussion Tuesday show or whatever, but we're trying to
Right.
have progressive whatever discussions that get somewhere instead of just regressive, whatever circular, waste our time or whatever. That's what the CIA tries. That's one of their tactics, right? So they come into our spaces like this and they just waste our time so that we don't actually accomplish anything. And if we let that happen, we lose.
Yeah, that's not Mike. That's not my intent. What I'm
Good.
saying is that if you go back to Obama's 8 years, 8 years as president, right? The history, because history does inform where we go and move forward, right? But what I'm saying is that Obama didn't have guts to fight at home. Sure, Obama had guts to fight abroad, but didn't have guts to fight at home. In other words, he barely, I'm going to say barely, with Obamacare, he barely helped people to save on healthcare costs, barely. And when he did reduce the healthcare costs, he only reduced the percentage of the cost from rising, didn't reduce the prices on health insurance, medical goods. So now he allowed prices to continue, but it rose slowly, but surely.
So Michael Penn, if you understand this,
hmm
why speak in a way that like you're defending Obama?
I'm not defending Obama. I know I'm not.
Oh,
What I'm saying,
it
What's the
felt
point
like
of me talking about
it
Obama at
had.
all right now? He's got no
Well, we could talk
particular.
about Obama. I
No, I'm
mean,
just
we talked
saying.
about Clinton. We could talk about Nixon. We could talk about them. I'm just saying
hmm
the way he described him seemed like he was in defense of Obama, like he really did something for us.
or I was just saying like barely, Obama barely, at the tip of the iceberg.
No, he did not. Obama went overseas and
Oh yeah,
because he knew that we wouldn't see this, he went over there and said,
Mhm.
"Oh, if you ask anybody, they would call me a Republican." He said that overseas. It never hit the media in the United States until years after his presidency was over.
Mhm.
So he was a fake and a fucking phony.
Yep.
And what did Rondo say? Can you pull that up
Which one here? I had this stuff
about
for a while.
Obama's grandmother?
And then he
It's
said
a
About
Obama's
third.
grandmother, First Lady, Vice President of the Bank of Hawaii.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
and
Mhm.
Obama went to camp with I forget. It was like 3 people who are in the Congress right now. Like
Mhm.
they all went to camp together. That's not a coincidence. He was groomed to be who he is. He if you look at how the presidents are related, I forget which one. It's like one out of all of them that wasn't related to any of them, but they all come from the British monarchy.
Mhm.
Well, that's
I
the
could be
irony.
lying.
He's related to the Queen of England and all that. And then people who want to advocate for support for that, like treat him like the new emperor and everything, they're not really supporting what America was supposed to be, which was a revolution against the British Empire, ironically enough. But what's up, Cookies? Haven't said hello to you.
Yeah, we don't have connection issues, Cookie. Anybody else? I don't think so.
No connections. No connection issues. I
I
mean,
think everybody's fine.
yeah. I think because I think because this is like this is beginning of a weekday, second day.
It's always fun or impossible to figure out what's the cause of the glitch.
Right.
Probably some kind of whatever, what do you call it? Gamma ray or antiparticle or whatever. Antimatter particle.
Maybe it's because he's such a conspiracy theorist.
Mhm.
They found his ass. I'm just playing. I'm almost finished eating. I'm gonna go
Eating.
back on mute.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just
you
don't
just
really have anything more to say about this Obama stuff or whatever. I guess the reason why we maybe are on it was because like we're looking in a long kind of lens view, is because you're saying like we need to have a Trump presidency from the accelerationist kind of argument, where that's what will finally, I guess, push people to wake up.
Mhm.
Well, I have a half agreement with him on that. Okay, because liberals are so far up their ass that I think Trump helped to wake some liberals up to be like, oh, it's not kumbaya, my lord.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? So I think because they think that they are so progressive, but they are in their white liberal bubble that it's like, oh, if I just let me donate some cans and they're not in the trenches,
I just
and they don't really realize
Right.
how extensive the rabbit hole of anti-blackness and anti-poverty goes in this country. And I think maybe Trump woke some of them up.
Yeah, some.
Not all of them.
But it'll be. I'll be glad. I'll be happy if he woke up more liberals. You know what I mean? Especially the white progressives, because they've been too comfortable for so many years and decades, and they forget who elected them to office. Yeah, something got to give and take.
So just to kind of bring it back to the like
Mhm.
rock bottom kind of metaphor, I guess it's maybe a good. Before we can even ask the question, we maybe need to ask the question about the psychiatric community, as to whether or not it is liberal or like conservative. Because a lot of the conservative critique of psychiatry in general is that it's like taken over by the liberals, and then they're trying to push this like insane version of psychology onto people that like leads to treating a man like treating it like a man who claims himself to be a woman as if like that's normal. And so then they have this really illiberal pushback against the advances of psychology. And then from the socialist perspective, we maybe don't have to be trying to have a defense of the liberal psychiatric institution. I
Mhm.
think we can accept that critique, and we can say, yes, there is a liberalization of the psychiatric profession that is not good for it, that has not produced the therapeutic advances that they were claimed were going to happen. At the same time, you can't validate the even worse approach to psychiatry, that psychiatry had a more eugenic, conservative origin. And that's kind of what gets lost in the modern discussion of psychiatry. It gets treated like it was always liberal. But if you want to make a return, a rejection of liberal psychology, and make a return to this like conservative psychology, you're just kind of going to end up with fascist psychology. That's my point. So we need to, as socialists, we need like they've never really allowed us as professionals, as experts, our opinions to be considered valid. So when
Mhm.
we say the problem with psychiatry is you're foreclosing, to use a Lacanian psychology term, they foreclosed any need to address the capitalist influence on like the class dynamic of psychiatry. And as long as they're going to do that, then they don't really intend to help any patients. They intend to maintain the status quo and to protect power.
Yep. No doubt about it.
So
Because
should
even
I? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead, Abby.
No, I was going to change the subject. So if
Okay,
we
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
let's change the subject. Yeah.
Okay. I thought this was very oh, let me share this. I think it's very interesting that, and I should have pulled these up. Maybe I have these. I should have set my ass up before I started talking. I could Google it. It's easily Googleable. Googleable. Let me see. U.S. nation. Oh, that's the now bill. May 26. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. Okay. So I just want to warn everybody. We might be screwed. Okay. So you know how in the summer they'll put 15% ethanol in the gas to bring down emissions because most people are traveling for the summer and yada yada. And ethanol fucks a car up, but they do it in the summer for the greater good, I guess. All right, so here we go. Let me see if I can make this bigger. The U.S. House of Representatives passed H.R. 1346, the Nationwide Consumer and Fuel Retailer Choice Act. What? He don't like that shit either. Okay. Allowing permanent year-round nationwide sales of E15 fuel with 15% ethanol. The bipartisan bill now awaits action in the Senate, where it faces an uncertain path due to a 60-vote threshold and concerns from certain lawmakers and refiners. So I'm not saying this to alarm you. I'm saying this to say we are not winning any run, because the fact that they think that we need to pass this is alarming, especially when I think it was like Exxon and another major gas company, I can't remember their name, came out and said that barrels are going to get to $150 a barrel by the summer. It's not looking good. So this 15% ethanol will mess up your vehicle. It will make your vehicle not last as long as it could last. So that's a major concern. And then also this one, let me see. I'll make that bigger. Anybody want to speak on that before I show this?
Yeah, sir. Speak it quickly. Yeah,
Okay.
what Donald Trump is doing in Iran, it's not going to help us in the long term, because if he said that was true, then we will not be witnessing gas prices continue to escalate.
So I don't know if I don't know if they're being like facetious in the comments. Sean and Lance. I think they're being facetious. I'm so goofy. Sometimes I don't get the joke, but I think they're joking. But here we go. The Russian government has imposed a temporary ban on the export of aviation kerosene. That's from June 1st, 2026. That was like 2 days ago, right? The Russian government has imposed a temporary ban on the export of jet fuel from the country, including aviation kerosene, purchased at stock auctions. Ooh, goodness. The The restriction will be in effect until November 30th, 2026, inclusive. At the same time, fuel reserves on board aircraft previously issued export shipments, as well as supplies under intergovernmental agreements, have been removed from restrictions. So, wait a minute. Let me read that again. At the same time, fuel reserves on board aircraft previously issued export shipments, as well as supplies under intergovernmental agreement. Okay, I'm confused about that statement.
Okay, so basically, the fuel that's already on board aircrafts, the fuel reserves, they're exempt from the restrictions.
Oh,
The
I
previously
see.
issued export shipments and
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It specified that I would have been my brain would have been spinning, Michael. So thank you. It
But
is
that's like
specified.
like a good point, because people want to say, "Oh yeah, they're
Like it
restricting all
happened.
their
Yeah.
fuel." It's like, no, these caveats actually are fairly substantial, you know.
Yeah. So that means don't panic tomorrow, right?
Like governments all around the world are doing this. I'm pretty sure, except like China's the main example of they've got enough, like way more reserves than everyone else, that they are maybe not quite at this point yet, but everyone else is.
I'm really showing all this to say that we need to be vigilant and careful, because it might be a long 2026. We're not sure, but
Oh,
hey.
definitely. Yeah. Hey, what's up? It's gonna be a long 2027, definitely too.
2027, definitely. Yeah, 2026 we might be able to skate through, but 2027 is probably gonna be brutal. So you might want to start planting stuff. Let the baby know. The baby said, "Get your shit together."
Right. And to be honest, I think this Iran war is it's going to, like I said, it's going to definitely for sure going to be as long as the Iraq war. And I don't believe anything when President Trump said this is going to be a very brief war. No, it's going to last at least a decade. And
This is a good. I'm glad you just said that, because Lance makes a really good point. I'm gonna read it. Every year until 2030 is gonna be a tad harsh. And he's not lying.
Who knows
I
if it's
forget
gonna get
why.
better by then?
I forget why 2030 is like the landmark year. I can't remember. So if anybody wants to throw that in there,
There's a bunch
or
of,
if anybody knows,
like the UN with their sustainable development goals and stuff. There's a lot of these countries and whatnot. They are like, they've made their plans specifically like goals to be met by 2030, and I think there are specific reasons for that as far as other thresholds that are going to be met, like the thing with the chips or whatever, the computer chips, like they can only miniaturize so much to, like, I forget what it's called, but there's a limit that they're approaching where they're gonna kind of hit a wall as far as innovation. And there's also like a freshwater crisis, I think, that culminates around then. The water wars are really going to kick off at that point, I think, and the climate change, the window of opportunity.
oh yeah, the what?
So there's like several convergences at once.
Right. Can you fix it? I can't work on the chat, so can you do that for me? Indy's here. Hi, Indy.
Oh yeah.
So when you're talking about the water wars, and I was mentioning this on Political Matrix, like the West is in a huge drought, and the only fresh water we really have in the United States is the Great Lakes. So they're trying to figure out how to get some of that water from the Great Lakes to the West, or relocate people from the West to the Great Lakes, because it's the aquifers. The corporations have been pillaging the aquifers for years now, right?
Yeah, lack of preparation.
Yeah.
And what makes it even more complicated is because the Great Lakes, half of it is in the United States and half of it is in Canada.
Right. And so
And there are like 16 states that have a legal agreement to control the Great Lakes. Like they have absolute control over the Great Lakes over the rest of the country. And then they have an agreement with Canada. So that is going to get really interesting as more and more of these data centers start creeping up. The data centers. The data centers that are also, as we discussed earlier, are going to be converging with Israel and United States under that new law. I forget what it's called. HR. Y'all remember? Let me see. HR. Geez. The 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. Oh, HR 8800. Sorry. And I put it in the link. I'll put it in the link again if you guys want to go back and read it for yourselves.
now, by the way, the 88 as a number is known as a Nazi dog whistle. This is that's that Heil, Mr.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah. That HH.
You were all just, I guess maybe it just happens to be a coincidence. They just, I guess
it
was
might
like
be a coincidence
because they passed so many bills that that's the number they're on today. But I don't know if that's how it works.
That's hilarious. Yeah, sorry, I just went on a rampage there, but I think I'm done.
No, that sounds good.
Y'all want to bring up something else?
I was just gonna
I think I have other stuff too, but go ahead.
As far as your comments about there are like inevitable like massive demographic shifts, like population migrations that are going to need to happen in the near future, and a lot of people don't seem to be ready for that. But this kind of makes the whole strategy of Trump creating tension with Canada and making imperialist kind of suggestions that they should take us over and invade us, and Greenland too. When you think about the freshwater, there's just going to be a imperialist need for survival that makes the previously unthinkable thinkable, you know.
I need to relax for a second. I'm just getting too excited. It's just so many. It's just so much.
Yeah, this is where thinking about this stuff gets your heart rate going. If you think about it.
Oh, I don't know what this is. Let me look.
Are you gonna call up a video to play?
I gotta look. Sorry.
That's okay.
I was a little, I had to move my computer room into the kitchen to make sure I wash the baby.
Yeah, if you want to get something.
To feed my mom, so it took me a second. This is the same thing about House approving year-round sale of higher ethanol gas. That's really going to mess up your cars.
Yeah. What I'm just saying is, if once you find a video or something, I got to go feed Bella, so I'll just give you a moment to find maybe a topic change or something to carry on this one.
Go ahead. You just say, Bella.
Seems like Michael Pan's taking
Bella.
Anyone else wants to join us?
Hi, Bella.
Hey, I'll be back, but I gotta get something quick to eat. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's just gonna be me? Oh no.
That's where I'll
be back. Abby, I'll be back. I'm just gonna get something quick to eat.
Yeah, no worries.
And that was all my stuff.
That's where I'll
The
hang in
only
with you
thing I
for a
really
minute.
had, it's okay. I know I already said hey Bella, and I don't want
Now you
to.
got her up.
Once I say hey Bella, it's over with.
I'll be right back.
All right. So Texas Future Builders launches with wait. Texas Future Builders launches with Governor Abbott and Larry Fink. And I thought it was going to be a video here. Let me see if this is a video. Is this a video? Yes.
I want to thank
There we go.
Larry Fink and BlackRock for what
Ooh. What happened? Let me see if I can do it again. You okay, Stinker? Oh, you mad because the TV. You got to get down. Hold on. You got to get down.
Larry Fink and BlackRock for what they're
Why does he keep doing that? No, get down. There you go. Let me see if it. Every time I hit play, it stops.
I want to thank Larry Fink and BlackRock for what they're doing. It's a tremendous investment. It's also an acknowledgement about how important the workforce and training the workforce is to our country and to our state. Electricians alone, I hear we need something like 10,000 of them in the state of Texas as we speak right now, even more in the future.
What I heard from the governor is music to my ears. We are one of the largest infrastructure investors in Texas. We hear in every project, we don't have enough workers. And it was very clear to us that we needed to think about not just investing in projects, we now needed to find ways to investing in people and their own personal growth. And what's so exciting about Future Builders, we're investing in young people. We're just thinking about where should they go? Should they even go to a 4-year university or not? What is the pros and cons on it? And as the governor was talking about in welders and the shortage in electricians, I hear that in every state. Our job is making sure that we are building prosperity and dignity for more Americans and more people in the world. And by broadening economic success for more Americans, we're going to build greater dignity and hope for more people in this country.
Oh, shucks. You messed up my whole mic and everything. The whole purpose of that really was for me to of course that's from blackrock.com, so that's probably why. If we really watch the video in its entirety, they're saying to us, and I wish I had the video, so I'm not lying to you. What they're saying to us is private investors aren't going to be able to do this alone. That they are going to need help from the public sector. And when they started naming the names, they said pensions, savings accounts, 401ks. So how that works is what is in my shoe? Your 401k is not, it really doesn't belong to you. It's like in a subsidiary account or something. And so they can invest the money however they choose. You just say how you'd like to invest, like mild, aggressive, right? Okay, this is, hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Let's see if I can fix these, because the comments is, there we go. Before I even start, let me just, what the fuck does that even mean, going to build hope? If you don't get out of my face with that. All right. And then that's how seed starts. Oh, wait, what's he saying? Seed starts with your, yeah. Yes. So basically, your 401k is not your own. It is managed by bankers, subsidiaries. They choose what you invest in. The only thing you choose is how aggressively you invest. So they usually tell you when you're younger, you do an aggressive investment. Um, in the middle age, you do moderate, and then when you're older, you do mild. None of that matters when that was a dang. You back on?
I just had to heat up her. I already cooked her ground beef yesterday. Just had to,
Oh, I thought you walked her. I'm sorry.
I had to feed her. I should have fed her a little earlier. Just kind of.
Oh, you said feed. I thought you said walk. My bad.
Oh no, that'll happen in an hour and 20 minutes or so now.
Oh, okay. So, so all you have control over is the intensity of your investment. You don't have control over your investment. The subsidiary does. And the subsidiary is in cahoots with BlackRock and all these other people. So when they say that they can't do it from private funding alone, that means socialism for them, capitalism for you.
Right.
They are tapping into your 401ks and your pensions to help subsidize these data centers that they are also about to merge with Israel.
Never trust.
We are fucking fucked.
Never trust the people who are telling you, trying to convince you that trusting them to invest your money is a better idea than trusting yourself to invest your own money. That's just this argument that you're too stupid to know how to make money, and I'm smarter. Trust me.
You remember when I was talking to you earlier? Like we only talked for a little while, and I mentioned I wanted to bring this up, and I said Eddie Murphy said James Brown told him the realest shit he ever heard, but he didn't believe it at the time. James Brown told him, when they pay you, bury your money. Don't put it in the bank.
Because the bank says you can trust me with the money more than you can trust yourself. You know.
Yeah, because the bank is gonna borrow against your money.
Because the bank is never robbed.
The bank is gonna gamble with your money.
Yeah.
And when they lose their gamble, they're gonna look at the government and say, well, you paid some taxes. Go on and bail me out. So wait, I got to bail you out for the money I already gave you?
Yeah.
Man, come on with it.
Here's my wrist here. Go ahead. Okay. More money.
Yeah, that was crazy. Let me see. I can't. Can you go to the comments again? I keep having to do something with my go back and forth with the computer. So if you could do it, that would be great. I could do it, but it's gonna.
I'm not sure which W word I think is the wealth word. I missed it. Well, it depends on the fund. If you are in, most funds are a conglomerate of different stocks and or bonds. If you invest
wait, hold on. Go ahead.
If you invest individually, not in a fund, they can't move it. Like Walmart only allows BlackRock funds for their 401k match.
Sean seems to be pretty. We've talked to him before about this.
He's, I think,
and he seems to be pretty like financially literate.
Yeah, compared to most.
Compared to most from our conversations throughout, our podcast time. So I would go with what he says.
Some personal experience with participation on the market, that's a good conversation we could maybe have as far as tactics, and the left only wants to do performative struggle and not the necessary evils, I guess, that are needed to achieve real. It's not even revolution at this point. I think that's like looking too far ahead. What we need is to do the building work to be making any kind of revolutionary challenge possible. So
I remember him saying that both of his parents were like government workers or something, like one
what
a
I'm getting
bus
at,
and something, I don't know, but they invested to the point where they retired as millionaires. I feel like I remember that.
I'm not sure, but what I was trying to get at is like as far as the advice that we give to our fellow working class members, do we constantly kind of defeat ourselves with this kind of like master slave dialectic kind of thing? I'll have to get into that one day so you guys understand what I mean, but this is like the root of what I'm saying is we sort of say that we have no choice but to find someone to sell our labor with, and there's a kind of defeatist, deterministic mentality with, and so, but are we doing, are we maybe not doing a good idea by saying anyone can become a capitalist or whatever, take the risk and try to invest in the market, even if you're a worker, and learn how to kind of fight fire with fire and kind of be a venture communist would be my term for it, you know? But does that kind of corrupt us by doing all the things that capitalists do? Do you not just become a capitalist and then what you call yourself kind of doesn't matter?
Mm. So his father was a bus driver. His mom was a cashier for 40 years. So, dad was a bus driver. Well, I could just put it there.
I don't know what.
So I'd be concerned about the 401k is probably doing really well right now because that's all that they care about is the market. But I already know that you know to watch it, so I'm not worried about you guys. But be careful because they're trying to pillage 401ks for the data center. Look up that video with Larry Fink and Greg Abbott and watch it. He says it out loud that they're going to go into pensions and 401ks and savings accounts.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that. The financial situation is very precarious. You know, I don't really, a lot of people fall into the you got to buy the gold kind of mindset. I guess if you have enough capital, maybe not a bad idea in a sense. If you know what you're doing, that's the whole thing. Because if you just want to buy it passively and not pay attention to the markets, one day you're going to go decide I want to do something with that, you know, that I want to make that asset more liquid. You're going to find it missed the opportunity because you just decided you didn't need to know what was happening every day, you know. But I'm trying to think in the bigger kind of long-term sense. Like, I think if you want a moneyless society, then you need to take active steps to try to accomplish that rather than make up excuses for why you need to do the things that actively reinforce the system as it is. So when we're trying to talk about like financial literacy as knowing how to buy metals as a safe haven or crypto or like how to invest your fiat currency, whatever, how much fiat currency you need to actually have, all this kind of stuff, whatever. That's sort of logic that operates within that money system that we've identified as deeply flawed and needing to be moved past. So then true financial literacy in a socialist sense means coming up with a viable system alternative to whatever advice that the money experts give us is to perpetuate the money problem.
No.
I'm not there yet though, because to be that kind of an economist is to be like a fucking genius. So
I'm just a ghetto child trying to make it.
Mm.
That's a song, by the way, Michael.
That's ironic, actually, you say that, because I saw Mr. Caleb Maupin on Truthwire yesterday, and I was like, oh, fuck this guy. But I decided to watch it anyways. Whatever, 'cause we were just talking about him last week, or on the Political Matrix or whatever. But you were there with me, or whatever, right? And so he had said something about this spirit of the ghetto is like affecting the people in America. And we might want to look up what he was talking about, because my memory's not really serving me well enough to paraphrase what he was saying properly. But as far as like the problems with the left, not really being revolutionary in America, but Western Marxism is, everyone's favorite kicking boy for all the best reasons and all that stuff. And it's like, I've never really heard of this spirit of the ghetto and whatnot. And so I just, someone like him knows a whole lot and is maybe like,
Is there a fear? Is there a fear of the ghetto?
Spirit of the ghetto.
I guess for some people there is, but
this is the thing about like the academics. They have all of their book smarts, and they got all these terms that none of the rest of us lay people understand. And then, but they're, so then when we hear them talk about it, it kind of sounds like, oh, that's the perfect fit, whatever. But it's this same thing that they themselves criticize about the Western intelligentsia. It's not really connected, like not able to serve any useful role to the proletariat, because they're more concerned about, I guess, intellectual masturbation as opposed to something useful for the working class, some kind of theory that they like, workable theory they can put into action, kind of thing. So when you have these grand critiques like, oh, the American people are infected with the spirit of the ghetto, and that's why they're so full of learned helplessness or whatever the fuck. I'm not exactly sure if that's what he's saying, but that's what I'm saying. Let me look it up here, and we can maybe understand what this is coming from,
So while you looking it up, Rondo says, I wondered if everyone individually sets up an individual single member LLC, couldn't those entities join into a legal partnership, a union, if you will? Well, I don't know the answer to that, but I know like you can set up a B corporation where everyone who works in the corporation owns stock in it. Like they're the only ones that own stock in the corporation. We have a grocery store like that here. I try to go to that grocery store as much as possible. All the workers are owners in the grocery store. So I'm not sure about that. I don't have the knowledge.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to just look for this thing here. I found an article on Marxist.org called "The Ghettoization of the U.S. Left: Living in the Material World of the 1980s." You can look at that if you want. But maybe actually we could go.
And Sean said he'll be right back. Rondo, so maybe he would have more. I don't know.
It's all good. Everyone's probably a little bit hungry, and so now is a good time for us to not be super concerned about like having perfect content right now. Only got 4 people hanging out with us or whatever. But what I was thinking, maybe actually I should go look for that soundbite and clarify using Caleb's words what he was saying, so that, because we could probably do that pretty easily. I'm just gonna a minute. So
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. So while you're at that, let me see. Let me see something that I can play in the meantime. Not that. So
No. There you go.
I just have this like clip of Steve Bannon talking about should Christians impose limits on wealth creation from like 11 years ago. It's part of my little research project that I'm on. So I could just kind of put that on to pass some time while I look for the soundbite that I'm looking at. As far as my little project or whatever, I'm finding problems with people like Caleb Maupin is that they are getting far too close to people like Steve Bannon than you would even be willing, like able to believe kind of thing. It's not so much direct contact like Steve Bannon and Caleb Maupin, but like the people that are adjacent to people like Steve Bannon, Maupin's being willing to kind of sit down with and break bread at the table. Actually, maybe I have an even better thing. Speaking of Caleb Maupin, where is it? He's sitting down at the table with Alexander Dugin himself back in 2018. And I find this kind of, as far as he says some great things, but if you want to believe that he's a Marxist, I've heard him say that he's like a post-communist, he's given up on it. So then if he tries to trick you into believing through the way that he's talking that he's still kind of a Marxist, there's a speaking out of both sides of your mouth. He's also found Christ again after all these years and whatnot, and it has nothing to do with his association with like the Russian people like Dugin who have this Orthodox Christianity, Caleb's been a bad boy. Does he need another spanking? That would be inside joke as far as I don't want to be talking about all his past and everything, but he's been involved with like a lot of these people with some sexual scandals, maybe some kind of misogynist sort of stuff or whatever, but this is where you get saying stuff like this, then eventually someone starts to come after you with some kind of lawsuit or whatever for speaking your opinion on them. So I could care less in that way, whatever. You would just expose me as being onto something if you really want to come after me like that. So let me share something here. Because you can talk shit about somebody, but it's better to just kind of let them hang themselves or give them enough rope to hang themselves with their own tongue. So I didn't really get a chance to even watch this or listen to this. So I'm just putting this on so that I can go find his comment about the spirit of the ghetto, which we're only on in a weird tangent because you happen to say something about this ghetto as a song.
Today we have a kind of
this man is a Russian fascist. Okay, Eurasianism. Don't let the wolf in the sheep's clothing. Don't let him fool you.
Can you make it louder?
Yeah. Let me see.
That is
not really.
Globalization, populism, and their relations. Because and somehow all the problems we're dealing with in the modern world are about this issue. What is globalization? How it affects the culture? Who are the enemies or friends of globalization? And from solution of this main problem, everything else, for example, the fight of the people and countries to secure the sovereignty and to affirm sovereignty, multipolarity, unipolarity, the position of Russia, or conservatism or alternative left in Europe. Everything is mixed, and everything is gravitated around this core problem. What is globalization? What are the main processes of modern world? And first of all, I would like to begin. Welcome to Moscow. Welcome to our election, of presidential election. Thank you all our heart to participate and to observe and follow this issue and represent your countries, your people here to be judges of the legitimacy and democracy of Russia. You know that we're now under attack of the other countries of the West, under attack of globalist circles, and that is time to concentrate on philosophical aspects, because something is wrong in mutual relations between Russia and the East, but not only in that way. Something is wrong with the West. Something is wrong with modernity. Something is wrong with processes, the main processes of modern world, modern economy, modern politics, modern geopolitics. And you are invited to think about that, to speak about that, to exchange your views. We presume that you are the friends of Russia. That is why you have come here. So that is that make us happy. And thank you very much once more. Now, first of all, there is the main contradiction of globalization. Main contradiction, philosophical contradiction, that global individuals on the world scale, the most important idea of globalization is to destroy civilization and cultures and to reduce this society to the atomic individual, purely individual level.
I found what I was looking for. Sorry to leave you guys with listening to, quite frankly,
I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to find I wanted to talk about the spirit of the ghetto thing because it's kind of in line of the criticism of the left, what doesn't really want to do real revolution, but it wants to talk about it all day long and shit, whatever. And so if there's any truth to that, that's something that needs to be addressed. But there's also people with impure motives, shall we say, whatever, who want to use such an argument not to help us advance socialist progression or achievement of communism in the West. They want some kind of more fascist project from a non-American perspective, because there is such a thing. Go figure. I was just saying, sorry to leave you with that boring old man who is like, who are so dangerous and whatnot. At the end of the day, they're really not actually that much worth listening to, but for whatever reason, they're amplified and treated as so much more serious than they should be, you know.
Hey guys, I'm back. Just finished my dinner. Sorry to take a long.
No worries. Welcome back.
Yeah. So my quick question. So how do you see the left, socialism / communism taking over Canada?
The left, socialism, communism, Canada. This is where I haven't really personally had much success with getting anyone to be willing to do something like this. So I'm a bit pessimistic as far as can we really kind of accomplish that, but that would be kind of un-Marxist of me to kind of come to that ultimate conclusion. So I guess I'd have to kind of put a bit of thought into it, not to just be answering without putting enough thought into it to give you a real answer. But as far as our voting, we got like 5 main parties. If you even want to say like there's more than 5 parties, but those are the only ones in any kind of contending, whatever. They're unlike the American system. The duopoly is not exactly the right way to describe our problem, even though that is at the core. We do have a duopoly between the conservatives and the liberals. But we also have the NDP and the Green Party, and the NDP has had enough influence as to have like real like third body problem kind of changes on, like, it's not a true duopoly because the NDP at least was a substantial enough, and the Bloc Québécois. So that's the 5 parties, right? The nationalist Quebec party, that's really like a problem for the rest of Canada in the sense that they block any kind of sort of legislation that doesn't sufficiently satisfy the French interests, that couldn't care less about the rest of Canada in a sense. But they care enough about the rest of Canada in that they're on the same ship with us too, and they go down with us if they decide to not give a total fuck about anyone.
Right.
So they're kind of, as much as they're a problem, to admit we're being educated in the French immersion program of the Canadian education system. I have more sympathy for the French because historically it's gone unacknowledged, even though it's like that the French have been kind of treated like second-class citizens by the English, and because they kind of lost the colonial struggle between them for dominance of this land, so they had to take a second seat to the English, and they're kind of butthurt about that for centuries now. As much as you want to have some sympathy for that, the English should not say that because in the imperialist kind of mentality that the English are right to be chauvinistic towards the French or whatever. But the socialist class conscious stuff about all this is to say, don't pretend like you care more about French being discriminated against compared to the natives, who are by far, and blacks in Asians in what any other kind of Arabs in Canada. The amount of discrimination and racism and whatnot that they're facing must be addressed. It must be treated as far more of a problem than this issue, intercolonial squabbling between the English and the French. The English and the French have hated each other since before they ever came over to North America, and so they're just exporting their blood feud in a way, so that it has nothing to do with the rest of us until so that problem with Bloc Québécois. Then we have the Green Party. Try to act like you can have a successful, just like the Green Party's everywhere. Okay, you're gonna really pretend like there's a point in even having a difference between the Green Party and the Socialist parties because you think you're going to accomplish your green environmentalism goals by supporting, by having pro-capitalist platforms. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are like,
oh, you okay? You okay, Abby?
That's okay. I think it was just your camera. Baby's okay. Like, but to get to the NDP, they are like this. They're the new Democratic Party. So imagine the problem of Democrats who claim to be new wine in new bottles when they're just old wine in new bottles.
Right.
And then they used to have like a socialist kind of, but this is where you have to have the more hardline, like more Marxist-Leninist interpretation. You recognize that they are not, even when you say that they had a socialist history at some point, that's kind of the social democrat kind of interpretation of them considering themselves socialists. But the Marxist-Leninists, the supporters of the Soviet Union during the Cold War, would look at the NDP, their claims of socialism, and they would categorize them as social democrats, probably more objectively correctly. But that's my bias of agreeing with the validity of a lot of this Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism stuff that most people don't even know about. So they couldn't even fact check me on it.
Right.
But so we have to recognize that the NDP are liberals at whatever, like liberals at worst and social democrats at worst. You know, there is no real difference. There's
Right, because it's on paper. Because on paper they say it, but reality they don't embrace those principles.
so they act as like this energy vampire for the working class, like revolutionary struggle. They pour it into NDP as like some kind of viable means of achieving our interests, you know, and that's been for decades now. The Canadian people are not going to achieve anything until they recognize these liars for what they are. The Liberal Party's been just as bad, you know, everyone's been talking about fuck Trudeau for good reason and fuck Carney and everything. Liberals have betrayed, like, liberalism is empty, right? Because they refuse to drop capitalism, which is why they're still fucking liberals and not socialists, right? And so, but
I realize Black Life has been here.
To the real root of the problem is this fucking legal distinction of the King of England is our head of state. And so our democratic enterprise of electing our people, whatever, is basically some kind of show that we're allowed to have, whatever. Like, they let us, it's like letting the kids believe that they have freedom of choice, when ultimately you have decision over them, legal authority over them, regardless of what they think, you know. So that's where what happens with, they don't really talk about like the subtleties that really matter, whatever. When we elect somebody as our president, prime minister, whatever, it's not actually us directly electing him. What's happening is we provide a candidate for the king to approve, and then he decides if that person is allowed to be our prime minister. And then they gaslight us and like, that's not officially how it works, or like that's just some kind of symbolic whatever. But that is how the fucking British monarchy maintains its power materially today, and it has this devastating impact on our politics and the psychology of our kids as they're growing up, because they control our education system and whatnot. And it's very fucking weird to see how many people have this kind of brainwashed understanding of the British monarchy as a positive force for good in the world. And that's kind of that liberal fucking toxic bullshit. So we have to abolish the monarchy as any kind of influence on our system to establish our independence and our sovereignty. And whether or not we want a democracy or a republic or whatever you want to call it, like that is our way forward, the only way forward for Canadians as a nation state.
Right.
I don't think we can get the more radical kind of abolish the state kind of far left politics until we at least do this unfortunately fucking whatever, like I'm struggling for the right word, but like this banal kind of shit that a lot of other countries figured out hundreds of years ago kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, we have to do this boring fucking Republican shit before we can get to the real communist work. That's what I mean, you know?
I see, yeah. Oh, Black Life. What question you wanted to ask?
I want to ask
Michael.
How you doing? First of all, I don't want to just come in the block hot.
Sorry, yeah, you were here, and I just kept going.
That means she coming in the block hot.
Michael P. I am beyond angry. I want to burn some shit down. Kind of mad. You heard about the verdict about the South Carolina kids?
Yes, I heard. Yes,
I talked to him about it.
Yeah, Abby told me about it in the text. Yeah, very insulting.
Let me tell you, that's the same thing that happened to Trayvon Martin. The same thing happens to this young girl, Latasha, from California. Yeah, I'm like, bruh, this one was more blatant because they did not have to pursue, just like George Zimmerman. Just like George Zimmerman. How you gonna cry self-defense? How you gonna ask for some effing help?
Right.
When you're pursuing.
And even the police told the perpetrator, do not pursue the intruder.
I can't swap. That's asking me to accept Wait, that's
Michael Pan and I have been talking about that since like we've been texting each other
it's been
for a while.
it's like asking me to accept that is like asking me to believe Trump has the smartest, brightest people in his administration. I can't
Right.
fucking take it, man. I swear, I feel like I'm going insane because this
Mhm.
makes no sense. This is
Yeah.
almost look. It's equivalent to them trying to pay the January 6th rioters $1 billion. That's how much sense that make. Like,
Right. That's a God in
what
America
is going
speaking.
on?
Attorney
Right.
General blocked that,
I know, but what is going
but
on
it,
where that could even be a thing?
you know
But that
what's
hadn't
going
even been
on. They
blocked.
are trying to antagonize us, and that's why I
Man,
said
I
black
just
people
think
stay
this
at
is
home.
bizarro
Stay home.
world.
Can
Right. Stay
can I
home.
just
Just
say
agree with Abby.
We
can I
living
just
in
say
bizarro world.
Hmm.
Old Man Barker has never come on,
Well, he's been
and he's
on.
here right now, so I just
We'll give him
wanted to
time
like
to. Yeah.
He was on.
no, I just wanted to
Yeah,
welcome him because he's
welcome
never
back.
come on Tuesdays.
No,
No,
I
I
thought
shaved and cut my hair since then.
Oh, you've been
That's all.
he had some technical difficulties last time he came on. So it
Oh,
looks like
so
your
technically you've never been on.
connection,
Okay.
your connection is
Oh
better.
yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Michael Pan and Black Life.
That's all I really want to get
No
out.
worries.
I wanted
Well,
to express
just
that.
stay here, baby. Stay here.
No, I don't want to be on because I need my time. My
Okay.
mental is very weak right now.
Black Light. I totally understand. I totally understand where you're
But
coming
yeah,
from. It's very
Old
frustrating.
Man Barker, we're gonna get to you. Let Black Life get this out with Michael
Yeah.
Pan, and then we're gonna get to you. Okay.
Yeah.
I
All
really
right.
didn't want to go all into it, Michael Pan. I mean, I
Hmm.
would like to talk to you more later. I just right
Sure.
now I'm too stressed right now, man. I'm like I don't nothing makes sense to me right now. It's just like
Hmm.
life is happening to me and I'm just like passive in it. I can't do nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's
I know what you
frustrating
mean.
me. I don't have a voice right now. I feel like I don't have a voice right now.
Yeah, Black Light. You can always reach me in the private chat. I listed my contact info.
All right. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Y'all have a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for
And
joining us.
Thanks for joining Black Life. And yes, I totally understand where you're
and,
coming from.
and I also want to say that
Wait.
you know she works with children a lot. Okay, and she when there's deaths in schools and stuff, she has to go to the schools, and I'm just gonna mute you real quick, Old Man Barker, just for a second. So she has to go to schools when there's like a death at the school with children to help the children cope with it and stuff. And the other day she I think it was like 2 days ago, I think. She said, and I saw it on WAFB, that's Baton Rouge news. This girl went on Facebook Marketplace to, oh my Barker left. No, come back.
He'll probably be back. And they just
Yeah, he'll probably be back. But this girl went on Facebook Marketplace to buy a vape pen and got murdered.
what the fuck?
And she knew the girl, and I think she knew some of the students that murdered her.
Oh, here we go.
So when she speaks like that out of like she really mean it. Like her heart is really hurt, you know. But let me go ahead, Old Man Barker. Hello.
Oh hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm starting to worry because we're having a referendum to put a new international border around our whole province.
I wasn't sure what you were talking about there. You want to explain?
Yeah, that's what I kept talking about before.
What do they mean?
Every time it comes up, I get all jumpy and it's getting kind of scary.
What is so you're in Alberta?
Yes.
So what is the change that's happening with this? Like, is that them trying to like this separatism?
Yes, we're going to have a referendum in like October.
Okay, so but last time I was hearing about the separatists, they did not really have enough support to be really taken seriously. They were like 10% or less were in support. So has there been
Perhaps,
change in
but it's
recent?
growing rapidly, and they're loud and everywhere, and there's outside forces from mostly the United States on the whole separation bandwagon.
So this is we should keep it a bit domestic, but I just want to say this is like offensive to me because they refuse to allow the Western Sahara to have this referendum for their national self-determination, and then internationally they're doubling down on the Morocco autonomy plan, which is a neo-colonial kind of thing. And so for them to pretend like they have the right to block someone else from having a referendum, and then they're going to turn around and domestically say that they have the right to have this referendum for Alberta to have this kind of self-determinism that is actually a national security threat to the nation state of Canada as it is.
That's true, because this place is just going to get looted, and it's falling apart already because by design, all public services are underfunded. The ones that haven't been privatized already are just being looted right now. We run up huge deficits, and there's almost no chance of anyone else gaining the government, because we had 4 years out of like our whole existence of a still center-right government, and that whole time everyone around here ran around with their hair on fire screaming about the communists, and oh boy. So they just fired up their 1980s propaganda and ran around telling it again. And it was still fresh in enough of these old bastards' minds that it actually works.
Right. So one of the differences is Alberta, that's not really an impact for me in Ontario, is you guys got is it fair to categorize them like a Tea Party style, like the White Rose Party in Alberta?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Danielle Smith used to be head of the Wild Rose, and then they swallowed up the Progressive Conservative Party.
Yeah, they joined forces as far as not splitting the vote on the right. And then after they had control for like whatever 40 years, you're saying, then finally there was this NDP government in charge of the oil fields in Canada, and they fucking screwed the pooch, and they did the thing that's going to do the ratchet effect of you give the left power, and right, that the right is the only one who should be in power.
That's right. It's happening, and the school falls apart, and like certain days in this town I'm in, we don't even have a doctor at the hospital. In the emergency department.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, in this province that they just take this loot the place, and the separation is only gonna make it worse. It's gonna turn us into lords and serfs. But these idiots don't even realize that because they've been brainwashed since before I was born.
Well, it reminds me of
I feel like you guys need to just do a Canada show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because I don't know enough about Canada, and we have a lot of Canadians in the comments, and I just feel like y'all should just get together, and I'll admin for you. I'm not gonna say shit because that's not my place. But y'all can do
Abby,
a Canada show.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I can do that, but I can't live stream on my channel. Is just a bunch of kid videos and cat videos.
Oh, that's all good. I've been meaning to have to invite Snow Himbo on from the Pro Pilled channel, and the other guys if they want to join us too. But I wanted to talk to him. He is also in Alberta, so he would be good to talk to. We need to figure out
what Himbo's here.
Who's that? No, Himbo wasn't here tonight. Where I'm just saying I want to have him on Noteworthy maybe on Thursday.
Yeah, no, I mean he's in Alberta.
Yeah, he lives in Alberta, from what I gather.
Oh,
I think he's in like the psychiatry field of work, if I'm not mistaken. So, which is another thing I wanted to talk to him about too. We could talk about that more in like a universal sense or the particular sense of psychiatry in Canada. But to keep it on Alberta, though, put a pin in that. We will do a show on Canada. I just wanted to make sure what I was saying about this with Abby. I wanted to have this interview with Dulcie first. We've been meaning to talk about this.
Oh,
FBA.
cool.
Yeah,
in Africa stuff.
I had to reset my computer. So now I gotta like restart everything. Cause I didn't like do a spreadsheet of information. I just did tabs. So now I gotta figure out what I got again and put it in the right order. So it's gonna happen.
And Dulcie's not
Yeah,
from,
yes, Sean. Dulcie
not-
from Tucson's channel. Yes,
she's not necessarily from. She has her own channel.
she
but
has
she's
her own
from that
channel.
orbit. Yeah.
Which I will show you guys real quick. Let me see. It's called Doshi Effect. Here it is.
Yeah, and then because we haven't had anyone on for an interview for a little while on Thursday, there's lots of people worth having on.
That boy really can sing these songs.
The last guest we had was Indy from INN, and that was pretty cool. I would be happy to maybe talk to some other people from INN too, like what's his name?
Oh, Sean said his first video is about her. Really? You have a channel?
Oh wow!
That. Well, put your channel up, Sean. As much as we big up people's channel, why are you telling us your channel? You're tripping.
I'm just saying, I want to talk to Reese and Colin too. That was what I was trying to remember the names. All in good time.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to say all that while you were talking about Canada and the borders and such. I gotta go make the girls some food. I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, thank you for that. Good to see you.
Yeah,
See you
thanks, guys.
And please come back for a Canada show. I'm sure he'll get in contact with you. If it can't be on Thursday, it could be whatever time, you know.
Oh yeah.
Y'all will figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, sounds
I'll
good.
be there to admin for you.
All right. Well,
bye now.
Au revoir.
Take care
They
of
don't
those
maybe have
girls.
enough French out there, but what's that?
I was telling them to take care of those girls.
What I want to specifically, we should talk about with Canadians about the Canada show would be like I want to talk about the right way forward for far leftists. Where do we want to be trying to form a new communist party? Do we want to be rehabilitating the old Communist Party of Canada? Do we want a party that is not explicitly communist or socialist in name? These are the things we need to sort out. If not a party, what's the strategy? But that's kind of the end of that topic. Do we have any other?
It's the beauty of the fact that I had to restart my computer and lost all the information that I prepped for those who I got my spreadsheets back.
Yeah, that's
remember we were talking about like working on making demands.
It's always a pain in the ass to have to, you know,
I
start
know.
from scratch. I'm sure you can do it though.
I think that was much of what I had. You have some other stuff?
Let me see. Oh, actually, I had gotten to that. I had brought up that Spirit of the Ghetto thing, and then we went on that whatever.
Tangent.
But I can might as well bring it back to that so as to not kind of bring somebody up, talk some shit about them, and then not really even kind of make your point about it, right? So let me just get that.
I'll be right back, baby.
Sure. Oh, am I still sharing my screen? Okay, here. So Yeah, okay, good. There's 8 of you back here. Good. So hopefully whoever it was that I was talking about this before is back so that this makes sense to you. Otherwise, let's see if you can figure out what's going on.
And, they're just so special that they could never fit into Europe and they have to have their own.
This is the spirit of the ghetto that I had been brought up, but I'm not really familiar with enough. So we're going to maybe figure out what he's talking about and assess it. So
state because they're just so special and they're persecuted because they're just magically better than everybody else. It's a supremacist ideology that has developed over the years of being segregated,
Zionism,
over years of pogroms and the Holocaust. It's like they come by it honestly, okay? I'm not saying that they haven't endured horrendous suffering to come by it, but at the same time, it is a supremacist ideology. I mean, the Talmud says that only Jews are human and that non-Jews are not human. We don't have souls if we're not Jewish. I mean, it is a supremacist belief system. And beyond just straight up Zionism, which is the belief of Jewish nationalism in the Jewish state, there's something else that even Lenin called out. It's called the spirit of the ghetto. And it's this notion that Jews are so special and that the masses of people in Western European countries are the enemy. And that, unfortunately, underlies a lot of American leftism. And, a lot of American leftist politics is the spirit of the ghetto. It's anti-populism.
Okay. So maybe we need to go back over that a little bit. But he's saying, from what I can understand, from the Jewish experience.
I guess the ghetto means different things to different people, I guess.
But I'm trying to maybe I got this wrong. Somebody can let me know.
Hey, welcome back, Miss Macy.
What's up? So I think from the Jewish experience, the spirit of the ghetto would be that Jewish people are so special and the rest of the Western masses are the enemy based on their experience of persecution and their pogroms and whatnot, and their internal community kind of upbringing that sort of with this religious doctrine that teaches them to be special and the rest as goy and whatnot. So I wouldn't try to defend, I'm not a Judeophile or whatever the word is. I'm not a lover of Jews as much as just like I'm not a hater of Jews. I think that just like any other group, we have to be careful about unfair discrimination and valid criticisms from our perspective and our right to free speech. As far as I don't share those beliefs and I'm critical of them for these reasons.
I honestly prefer to call them Jewish.
But is it invalid for you to transpose this spirit of the ghetto onto the American non-Jewish people? Because what people are talking about was a problem with the left is that there's this Judeophile problem as far as the reaction to the Holocaust, you might say, would be we've decided that we have to all go out of our way to show to everyone that we love Jews to prove our leftism or whatever, progressivism, and then but this is ultimately fatal because the Zionists are exploiting that and whatnot.
So you know how we talk about words matter.
Mm-hmm.
I really think we should refer to them as Jewish people, not the Jews, because technically they are converts, Jew converts. That's why they are not the Jews. You can't be Jews. You can't be the original Jews and be from Eastern Europe. It's not possible.
So there's issues here with exogenous and endogenous terms. So there's the terms that a group uses to refer to themselves, and then there's the term that the outsiders apply to the group. So I think it's the endogenous is the internal group, and the exogenous is the external label. So when you say something like we should refer to them as Jewish, that could be potentially kind of bigoted in that when you're kind of
is it bigoted or is it telling the truth?
Themselves as they intend to be referred to.
Is it bigoted or is it telling the truth?
Well, this is where you take it from, you apply it
No, you have
from
to
this
answer
particular
the
to
question.
another particular and
No, answer
compare
the
it.
question. Is
What's that?
is it being bigoted for saying a truthful statement? Is that really being bigoted?
Is it a truthful
Because
statement?
if I said a statement like, "Oh, all Jews are something derogatory," then that's a bigoted statement. But if I say they are Jewish, they are converts into Judaism, is that really being bigoted, or am I like looking at history and telling a true statement?
I think there's a kind of prejudice issue there where because they're converts, they're not. It's like a no true Scotsman issue. Like the converts have to be maintained as separate than the group that they've converted to. They've joined that group. They try to unify with that group and dissolve the distinction through their conversion. It's supposed to mean something, and to them it's a sacred thing. To us, it's a profane kind of thing.
Okay, so if you really tried to convert to that group, why would you take Jews from Ethiopia and sterilize them if you're trying to join with that group?
That's where
is that really joining, or is that you trying to remove them and take over that term as if it was and change history for history always history always tries to be rewritten for the purposes of people who are trying to dominate.
Yeah.
So am I really being bigoted, or am I trying to hold true to actual historical facts?
This is where you're kind of like, because what the Zionists, I would say it's right to sort of defend the more leftist Jewish community that says that Zionists are not real Jews. What they're doing is trying to kind of hijack the religion.
But Eastern European aren't original Jews either.
But not every Eastern European is like a foaming at the mouth Zionist. Eastern European Jews.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, am I being bigoted for stating a fact that Eastern Europeans that converted to Judaism aren't the original Jews, and the original Jews nobody even talks about them. So am I being bigoted for pointing out the fact that we've really erased the indigenous Jews out of existence, and now we're just calling all these Eastern Europeans the Jews? That's not being bigoted. That's just me looking into history and trying to make sense of it.
This is where I think, in order to kind of test this further, you have to move to another particular for a comparison. So speaking of indigenous, if we say that with like a mixed blood native, if they decide to identify with
the Jews,
if they decide to identify with their indigenous heritage, but then from the outside, the person who is non-indigenous says to that half-blood that they are not truly indigenous, no matter how much they say that they are, because they have, been, introduced into that culture. They maybe are not the most original, but this is where original, it's like like the truly natural origin is kind of impossible to put your finger on.
But Michael, you never really answered any of the things that I asked.
I kind of have, but you've not really wanted. You didn't like my answer. I think I'm saying yes, it is. Like when they say that they're Jewish, and then you want to go around saying, "Are you, or are you Jewish?" Whatever. You're kind of taking away their self-identity, because as if you have more of a right to label them than they have a right to label themselves. And this does not just apply to Jewish people, but if we want to kind of cherry
So
picked
where
them.
so where are the where are the Jews then?
What's that?
What?
I mean, the underlying like the elephant in the room on this
No,
conversation.
I'm
The reason
asking
why people need to
where
have
are
this
the
particular mentality
where are the
about Jewish
Jews?
people is this classic anti-Semitism, which is not even the right word for it. It's more like anti-Jewish.
They're not even Semite.
Right?
They're not even
Exactly.
Semites. You cannot
There
be a
is
Semite from Eastern Europe.
someone.
From Europe, you are not a Semite.
But my point is, it's a
So
Nazi
to
dog
say
whistle
this
problem.
Anti-Semitism is ridiculous.
The problem is we have a Nazi dog whistle problem with this particular
No, we
situation with the
don't.
Jews.
No, we don't.
So that,
no, we don't.
because
we
yes,
have a
we do.
truth problem.
Yes, because
We have a truth
you're kind of
problem.
arguing with the talking points of someone like a Rathbone, who
We
is
have a
saying I have the
truth
right
problem.
to talk all kinds of shit about them as because they themselves are
I didn't
quite
talk
bigoted.
shit. Did I talk
So
shit
two
about
rights don't make a wrong kind of thing. You know?
Michael, tell me what shit I talked about him. Tell me right now, what shit did I talk about him? You got to give me specifics on what shit did I talk about them, because I did not. So you gotta tell me what I said.
I'm trying to explain that you're kind of
No.
You're
Answer
trying
the
to
question.
no.
What shit did I talk about them?
I don't want to answer the question. I want to move on. How about that?
No, that's
no, exactly, right? Because I've already said I think, and I explained why I think your view on that is bigoted, and you just don't want to hear it. So I would rather move on than go in a circle on it.
Michael,
because I don't think it's right to do
that's
that.
That's not how you debate a conversation. You don't just
You don't debate a conversation when you say to somebody, answer the question, whatever, you're putting them on the spot like that. It's a loaded question. It's an invalid approach kind of thing.
Okay. All right.
We're not even really getting to the point of criticizing what Maupin is saying here, because you're trying to feed into his anti-Semitism that he's picked up from his Nazi buddies. Okay. The reason why I share that shit with him sitting next to Dugan, it brings to mind that saying, if there's 9 people sitting at a table, or 10 people sitting at a table, and 9 of them are Nazis, there are 10 Nazis sitting at a table. But now we want to make it more important to talk about how valid it is to kind of conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Judaism and all this stuff, right? Because what I'm trying to criticize, the American people are infected by the spirit of the ghetto. We're all a bunch of Jew lovers, and if we would just stop loving these Jews so much, or whatever, we would be able to identify that they are really the primary contradiction, and we need, like, that's the problem there, because it's not the Jews or whatever that is the problem with society; it's capitalists. And then you talk to the right wing, and they're like, "What's the fucking difference?" Because they don't need to hear correct arguments. They need to hear what makes them feel right. So let me carry this on this whatever. Let's rewind it a little bit, and then we'll see if you can agree with, like, does the American people have an anti-populist spirit of the ghetto problem?
I can't even really move forward until we get through this. But okay, go ahead.
Fortunately, underlies a lot of American leftism. And, a lot of American leftist politics is the spirit of the ghetto. It's anti-populism. The idea that average Americans deep down are all a bunch of bloodthirsty, anti-Semitic racists, and that instead of trying to mobilize the American people to fight in their economic interests, we just want to tear them down and punish them. And that's why, like, the American flag is triggering. That's why, the left, it has this kind of hostile character, because a lot of the left is captured by entities that maybe they don't support Israel. They still maintain what Lenin called the spirit of the ghetto, which is this hostile, this anti-populist supremacist mindset that sets them apart from the American people. And, the Party for Socialism and Liberation and Jewish Voices for Peace, when it really gets down to it, they all just think that, that the American people are the enemy. Now, DSA is a little bit smart.
So when I hear that, and I hear you saying, like, gotta just let the white people fight it out, whatever. Like America is like cooked at this point. There's maybe a similarity there. He would be saying is that you have like a supremacist mindset that Americans are a bunch of barbarians. You can't work with them because they're just a bunch of racist pieces of shit. So he's trying to say that you have the spirit of the ghetto because of your whatever anti-white supremacy mindset. Or am I wrong on that? Whatever. Am I kind of trying to mischaracterize both of you?
I mean, honestly, if I get shut down and not be able to discuss the first part, I don't know how you want me to move on to the second part.
What am I shutting you down on? What did you want me to say? You want me to go back to it? No, because I can't, because now you said that it's already too, but you want to have resentment over it. Like, do you want to talk about it again or not? Like,
resentment.
You're saying I didn't let you say your piece because I thought we got to a point where we weren't really.
No, we did not get to a
anything.
point.
Like, what happened? Okay, let's go back over that if you need to. Like,
you said I was being bigoted because I was speaking truthful information.
What's your truthful information about the Jewish thing? Can you go over that again? Maybe I didn't understand you.
Where are the Jews?
All around the world.
No, where are the original Jews? The ones who the Europeans that took over Israel, that they made sure they couldn't have babies anymore. Where are they? They were pushed into Egypt.
And they were on this exile in Persia and everything, and with the Babylonian exile or whatever.
I'm not even talking about.
You said you want to talk about the original Jews, where they come from.
I'm not talking about Bible stuff. I'm talking about how they made sure Jews in Egypt, black Jews, they made them infertile on purpose to cut off their bloodline. You could Google this. I'm not lying.
Okay, well, why don't we get to that after? Are we done with this Caleb thing? Did we maybe? I think that's like the point that he's making.
My point is they are
Lenin,
not Jews.
right?
They are Jewish. They are converts to Judaism. Does that make them less Jews? That's for another debate. But they are not. They are converts.
So that
and
might
they try to make it seem like that being a Jew is a race or a nationality or something. It's nothing but a religion. But they have convinced everyone that they are a race, they're a nationality, they're the chosen people. Like, and I'm supposed to just accept this. And if I don't, you're saying I'm a bigot?
This is where
that's crazy to me.
No, okay. That's maybe like all right. So with the thing about are they like converts and whatnot, you're kind of like if someone converted centuries ago and then generations of them, are they newly converted or are they accepted at some point as part of the tribe?
But you still can't call yourself a race. That's not a race.
So when we're talking about
that's like saying I'm Christian. That makes me a race.
And so with where you might not be bigoted with a particular of Judaism, the way that they uphold their own beliefs or whatever is that it's different than conversion to like Christianity or Islam in a sense, like how accepting they are of what kind of like what you have to do to be qualified for conversion and whatnot. Because Judaism is kind of like passed down through the mother, and if a man converts to Judaism, it's not really the same as if a woman does in a sense, because her children will be considered. There's this kind of racial sort of like from the beginning. I feel like there is this racial component when you look at the word Jewish or like Jewish compared to Christianity, and like a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim, you look at like the how those words were chosen to represent the group. It does matter because Jew is referring to Judea. It is the only of the three Abraham religions that is specifically attaching the religion to a geographical place in
What
as opposed,
geographical place?
and what makes a Christian is their acceptance of Jesus Christ as whatever Son of God, Lord and Savior kind of thing. And what makes a Muslim is surrendering to the will of Allah as the one and only God. And so that specifically matters when we're talking about conversion.
What?
What's that?
Wait, what's the geographical place?
Judea.
Judaism. Okay,
Judea,
and where is that?
right?
Where is that geographical place?
In the Levant, where Israel is now. It's one of the provinces, right? There is like, what is it?
So where the Rothschilds decided
Samaria and Galilee and Judea, right? There are different like provinces in Palestine, right? So that's what kind of gets like that. We don't want to give Zionists any ammunition, whatever. So we kind of skip over that part.
Let me ask you this: Why did they like consider making Israel in Uganda?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
It's a couple of different countries they considered. So if it mattered that much, it's not that they were trying to give them their land back, which is a farce and a lie. They wanted to give them a piece of land.
So another thing that
they tried to send them to Africa.
Right. I don't at all believe that because they had any kind of potential connection at all with the land thousands of years ago that justifies them to have any kind of claim to it now. All right. So, but I think that what also gets
they actually kind of don't not, because
what gets treated as like a third rail is when you talk about the migration from the Levant of ancient populations, and then it becomes so impossible to understand how the Jews in Eastern Europe are in fact Jews. Like they're not all converts. Some of them traveled to Europe from the homeland based on whatever time that they were in. You know?
I know you're not very religious, but if you're saying if they had like what was the word access, not access, but like something to the land, whatever, thousands of years ago. It wouldn't even be them. If you are a religious person and you read the Bible, that would not be them. They are on a different bloodline. They are the bloodline of Japhet.
It's like the one drop kind of rule. It's like because their skin color isn't matching their ancestors, they're not having that genetic.
No.
Right?
If you want to go to the Bible, then the Bible will tell you they are not of the bloodline. They are the bloodline of Esau, not of Jacob.
These are debated though.
Not of Shem.
I'm not enough of a Bible scholar or whatever, but there are people who say that this bloodline doesn't.
They are Ashkenazis.
But then how did the Ashkenazis even get there in the first place? This is where we get to this thing about the Khazar theory.
White supremacy.
No, but there's a misconception that the Ashkenazi Jews got to eat. This is where I'm saying like people have a disagreement about what happened in history, and then they take that as like, oh, I didn't think who you are, who I thought you were, or whatever. Saying a lot of people misconceive whatever that the Jews ended up in Eastern Europe by this Khazarian Empire, whatever. But from my research, it's more likely that when Rome conquered the Levant, a lot of Jews ended up kind of assimilating into the Roman Empire, not fully, whatever, but then kind of they went and like they moved into Italy and everything, and then up through Italy from West Europe, wherever they eventually colonized into like Eastern Europe from that route. And then modern anti-Semitic kind of propaganda is trying to characterize the Ashkenazi as something that they're not. And then to get that fucking academic genetic research or whatever like correct is impossible because of all this fucking racial hatred as far as preventing us from understanding the science about it. So
I'm going to give you an apology right now because I know I'm hyped, and because this subject really bothers me, because the entire, it seems like the entire world is confused by basic information that all you have to do is read and look up. And I just don't understand why we are beholden to these people that aren't the people.
right, and if you really want to understand that, you got to do like the Marxist historical materialism, because you have to look at how the special relationship that Jews had with the kings and like the priest classes had, not just the Jewish were, but the priest classes had with the monarchs and the emperors and whatnot. You know, they had a certain kind of economic role that predates our like understanding of capitalism and whatnot. But if you want to talk about like a middle class, before there was a middle class, there was these people who legitimized the power of the king or whatever through like divine right and whatnot. And so you need the religious authority to validate the political authority, and you need the political authority to validate the religious authority. Okay, and
So
that's
I mean, I grew up in religion. Okay, see Rondo's comment. Okay, the Scofield Bible gave an interpretation of the other Bible. I don't even believe in the King James Bible either, because who the fuck's King James? Like, but if we go back to that, it says Jacob, like, he went through, you know, like hell and high water with God or whatever, and then when he came through it victorious, God renamed him as Israel. So Israel is a people. It's the children of Jacob. It's not a land. It's a people. But the Scofield Bible made it into a land. And then if you even go further from the Scofield Bible, the rapture was also made up. People they really believe in the rapture, but that's something that's made up too. Like they just, so all of this shit could be, all of this stuff could be made up. You know what I mean?
Is God man-made, or is God a revelation? That's kind of that's the root of that, I think, line of questioning.
I seem very animated, huh?
No, it's all right. These are charged subjects. That's why it's hard to talk about them. I don't necessarily disagree with you. You know, I'm just trying to explain the importance. The reason I think you need to maintain the possibility that there's some bigotry there is the question of exogenous and endogenous terms. Okay, so what one culture decides to refer to themselves, do we have the right to identify our own identity, or is it someone else's right to tell us who we are?
But I do have the right to tell the truth.
I mean, to some point, when you go batshit crazy and you start saying, because I am, like, it's that Jewish supremacy is another thing they get into on this video I just pulled down. But
I just have the right to tell the
that's
truth.
the thing too. I mean, I guess, to be fair, the Zionists are a perfect example of Jewish supremacists, or at least in name or whatever. Because what I'm saying, to keep that in mind, like the Jewish community, a lot of them say that they're excommunicated. They're not real Jews, no matter what they say, because they've lost the right to self-determinism. Because that's what happens with insane people, right? Once you're a danger to yourself and others, you no longer get to be treated with the same equality as the rest of us.
Well, when you consider, okay, so if I say something like someone's not a real Jew I could say someone's not a real Christian too, because there are like evangelical Christians that like are extremely hateful people.
And welcome to the schism. And like
And
you really
so,
get into it, it's all
I
arbitrary.
can
at the end of the
say
day.
that too, right? But would you call me a bigot for saying that?
This is
You
where
wouldn't
like,
call me a bigot
freedom of
for saying that,
religion.
but you call me a bigot for saying that about Jewish people.
No, you could also be a bigot about that, like the way that you can be Islamophobic or whatever, and whatever hater of Christians and whatnot. It's possible.
No, okay. So like if
it depends
well,
on the
I was
context.
using one example to prove a point.
Right. So maybe bigot
And I
was
just
a harsh
wanted to answer.
maybe unfair is a bit more to what I'm trying to
A
say.
bigot was a harsh word, especially for me.
My bad. So,
it's okay. It triggered me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, what?
I mean, that's a hard thing. It's like a devil's advocate thing for me because I'm anti-religious. So for me, I'm really just not pro-Jewish, pro-Islam, pro-Christianity. I think all of these are false beliefs. And if you really want to do the right thing as far as progress for society, like progress for inner growth as a spiritual person, you need to acknowledge them as false understandings of God and move on. But we can't really, to me, that to people that comes across as bigoted. So I think freedom of religion kind of reveals itself to be more problematic than people realize, because this is like freedom of people to have, in a way, it's been proven we're allowing people with bigoted beliefs. Like the bigots are a lot of Christians and frankly, Muslims and Jews can be bigots the way that they treat their religion as supremacism in a way. So freedom of religion is supposed to kind of be a way to counter that problem of bigotry and say we all have the right to believe our faiths equally, and whatever one that wins out at the end, whatever will democratically prevail, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But when you do that, whatever, it's like it doesn't really work in practice in a way, because freedom of religion allows these imperialists with their religions to try and like stifle others, and then you can't really say that they don't have the right to that kind of freedom of religious belief. Whatever, if their religious belief has imperialistic kind of tendencies to it, is that not part of their religious belief, or is that political beliefs being smuggled into under the guise of religious belief? And this is where I think it's important to be anti-religious at the end of the day, because I think that always happens. There is it is a mistake to accept the religious people at their word when they claim that they have some special power to separate political beliefs from religious beliefs, just like people try to separate the economy from the political.
I just want to. I think it's a This was a good example of how you can get in a heated discussion and like tamper yourself back down, both of us, and I think that was good.
This is a good, yeah.
Yay!
This is a good comment though to kind of demonstrate the problem I'm talking about though, because when this is the bias.
Read the comment.
Yeah, his comment is atheism is a type of religion into itself and also has a tendency to fall into bigoted notions of self-importance. This is where I would push back on that and say atheists would say that's a religious bias who tries to use that exogenous kind of application, saying that atheists are religious people, when our internal expression of our beliefs is a rejection of religion and codification of beliefs in a religious system. But we're not allowed to self-identify in that way because the religious people say that all is religion, no matter how hard you try, in a way. So that's where who is right and who is wrong, where we have the right to debate it, which we have to have the right to have our separate opinions, whether we agree with them or not.
This is a fun fact. It's 2026, about 15 years ago, I think. I was a part of a legal argument that went to Supreme Court about taking "In God we trust" off of our money, and when I wrote down my argument and stuff, the lawyer advised me, and he's like, I need to, we have to talk about this because atheism in itself can be a religion.
It can
So,
be, I suppose.
yeah,
I'll
it
have to
can.
grant that. It can be if they want to kind of take it in the wrong direction. That's the same thing as like
So,
anarchism.
freedom
And
from religion is also can also be considered a religion.
but it's just like how if you believe that anarchism is just chaos or whatever, are you a true anarchist, or is a true anarchist one who simply means no hierarchy? So as far as this comment, atheism and agnosticism both believe that the self is a higher power. In my reading, that's monism, is the belief that the self is God and God is everyone and everything. And atheism and agnosticism are rejections of monism, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Atheism is just this understanding that God is a nostrum, is a fallacy.
What is humanism? Is humanism considered a religion?
Humanism?
I used to go to a humanist church, and it was not about religion at all. It was really about like philosophy and like how humans interact with each other, and how we basically that's what it was. Is that a religion?
Humanism? I would say no. That's secularism, and that one of the things that the religious objective is to expose secularism as like false, whatever, would be to demonstrate that it ends up being like a religion. And so, that was something else I was gonna say. I'm not sure. As far as Marxism, this problem is, as happens with Marxism too. Everyone treats Marxists like we're just in a new religion too. And I think people who would maybe like a Marxist who would make the turn in their belief system in believing that there's nothing wrong with that we maybe one of the problems with Marxism is it doesn't understand itself to be a religion. And if we would just make that change, that reform in the theory, we would solve the problem. Whatever. No, okay. Marxism is not a religion. You're misunderstanding it. If that's what you want to do, and either I'm right about that or I'm wrong about that. That's like a hard yes or no. Yeah, science can be treated like a religion too, right? And that's there's some kind of specific fallacy at play there, probably.
I guess the takeaway is don't become a cultist. No matter what you believe or what you do, keep your brain to yourself. Think logically, and don't let people tell you what to believe and what to think without doing some type of research or some type of discipline to make sure what they're saying is true or reality or not. Think for yourself. I guess that's the takeaway, I guess.
Yeah. Rondo's, what about all the communists down in South America that are wildly Catholic? I'm gonna have to be critical of them. I would say if you chase two rabbits at once, you'll lose them both. And so they've been historically like the Catholic Church has been anti-communist, and you're trying to square a circle. That's the same thing as trying to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It don't fucking work. So one thing has to go. And I think the one that has to go is Catholicism. Okay. And the same thing can be said about, they try to make this is where with China and Russia and Iran, I think that they have a real problem of incompatibility with the difference in opinion on what a revolution is. And that's going to end up becoming a contradiction that becomes irreconcilable, whatever, and must be dealt with. And hopefully it's not at this particular moment. That would be disastrous, but it's the kind of thing that is compromising in a long-term kind of like almost like a black swan event kind of way. So I think that the right stance for communists would be to take the position that what we want is the change of people becoming like the vanguard strategy, whatever, like fall into line with the communists instead of expecting the communists to fall into line with you, because we've always for centuries been trying to prove your way is correct with whether it's Catholicism or Islam or Judaism. They've had their time for thousands of years, and we've seen all the it's like, I guess it's a Nietzschean kind of whatever. We know that Christianity is false because we have been too close to it, not too far away. So we do not need to get any closer. I think that applies to all three of them. But it's hard to say that kind of stuff without being misunderstood as someone who just wants the annihilation of these people. I want the free conversion of these people to dialectical materialist kind of understanding of reality, as opposed to this spiritualist consciousness that is a rejection of the class consciousness. That's what it ends up doing, right? They recategorize our understanding of history based on this idealist stuff instead of embracing that materialism, more rational, whatever, effective way. I guess you could say a supremacist, whatever mindset. But I'm saying it's objectively proven to be the more correct categories, whatever series of things, whatever, that's the one that you choose, that sequence of things, wherever you don't choose the less correct and then treat them as if they're the same. That's a postmodernist kind of thing.
I want to thank Sean for his acknowledgement. But things could get heated, but you could choose differently, Like, right. Even because I know we both got mad. I feel like we both got mad.
Right. Well, we were maybe not understanding where we were coming from, but
then or
where we were wrong about something.
Like we both got mad, and then we had to be like, wait, let me calm myself down, because this is not helpful.
Well, anytime you think you're completely right about everything all the time, you're pretty much proven to be wrong,
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away.
Thanks. Welcome back. I'm gonna have to step away actually to take the dog for a walk. So if you want to step in while I step out, that's good.
Bella,
how you doing, Bella?
I love it. Hey, Bella. Hey, sweetheart.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right.
So Abby, how you doing so far?
Well, I was thinking I was getting off because Black Life isn't doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
That she's not doing so well. Like she I don't even know how how therapists they have therapists.
Yes.
And it's like then that therapist has therapists, because they each have to process everything that all the emotions other people are giving them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think she's trying to process all the hurt and emotions, and these are children that children are giving her, and I think it hurts. I mean, of course it hurts,
right?
But I don't know the extent of the hurt, because I've never been in that kind of position before. So I don't know how much I don't know. I'm not built for this.
Right. Oh, that's why that's why I could never ever work in the education system. I mean, dealing with kids, especially.
I mean, she worked in education, like special ed teacher, stuff like,
Yeah.
and that was okay. Like,
Mhm.
it you know, things bothered her, but now in this position, it's completely different because every time she's in contact with a child, it's a it's a crisis type of contact
Right.
all day, every day.
Oh man.
That's a
I,
lot.
I used to work with special needs population for brief yeah for I mean for brief period, only like what 90 days, because I was on probation and I was let go. Yeah, and I definitely understand her frustration because I never received adequate training and support from staff members and management. And not to mention, you have not to mention I had to work with people with multiple disabilities, and it was very difficult.
Mm.
And yeah, there were times I got frustrated. Did I have to deal with parents? Not very often, but yes, from time to time. Like I had to write a log about my students' progress, complete individualized service plans with participants,
Oh,
and
IEPs or 504 or something like that.
similar, but this is more adults. This was geared towards adults.
Oh,
It was
towards adults. I don't know what
who were
those are
like
called.
18 and up. Like the ones I work with, about
Okay.
30. Can't remember the
Right.
age of the population I work. I think they're about anywhere between early, I want to say like late 20s to maybe like early 50s.
Mm.
Yes. And I thought that I could teach them one skill, right? Without knowing that I had to like I had to teach them how to teach them to teach them to build up their existing skills. It was very difficult, you know what I mean? And I found out because most of them have not received proper support at home.
Mm.
Like I thought that I could teach them how to do math, count money, but then I didn't realize that I had to teach them how to button up their clothes, potty
Oh.
train them. And I'm thinking to myself, like these are basics. Like, okay, fine, they don't want to go to college, or they can't. Okay, great. Can we at least focus on their basic skills so they can be functioning adults?
Mm.
And yeah, I remember, oh my gosh, I had complaints written against me. One time I told my student, and I got frustrated with him because I tried to get him to focus on tell me what time, how to teach him how to read the clock, right? And he would stare at me, and I didn't realize, he had also like coexisting disorders, right? And when I got him to focus and kind of like almost lose my cool, so when I told him to stand up, walk around, right, or have him going for timeout,
Mm.
he kicked the wall very hard and made a huge dent.
Mm.
Yeah,
Because
and
he never got taught
yeah,
how
he was
to
probably
handle his emotions. Mm.
right, because they wanted, because I understand the program I was working with, or the company I was working with, they someone the management from the company wanted me to like teach them how to like count, how to count numbers, do basic math, because they really thought that he was like already like making progress to enter the workforce, right?
Mm.
And I found out that that all this stuff, they dump all this like challenging stuff, they really dumped on us. So I was like,
Mm.
why in the group home they didn't teach him this? To me, it's like there's some stuff that we can do as program providers, and some stuff we can't do. Like some of the stuff the participants could have done was really from home or group support. And even group support is even worse. There's like no support, no training. Yeah.
Mm.
And so I'm just like, what are we teaching the participants? How are we teaching them to become self-sufficient when some of them refuse to perform base how to do math, tell time, or even how to like perform ADLs. You know what I mean? I mean, otherwise I was just writing ISP plans every day.
What's ISP? What is that? An
Individual like
acronym?
service plans is similar to IEP.
Individual. Okay, individual service
Yeah,
plans. Yeah, similar to ISP.
yeah,
What
and these
ISP?
are like state administered and mandated.
Mm.
Yeah, and so yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, and I remember I called out sick. I think once or twice because the stress just added so much on me, and I definitely needed a vacation break because when the institute is not going to train you how to work adequately with people with cold disorders, and yeah, it's very difficult to really like. It was really difficult for me to like perform my job. Yeah, so I'll say this to people: if you're going to work with people with intellectual disabilities, make sure you work with populations that don't have core disorders, core um, disabilities. Because when you're working with people who have both autism and learning disabilities, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult to work to help them to guide them to work on their skills. So yeah, never like I said, always like I said. I'm not saying you got to be picky if you're working with people with disabilities, but make sure you take a very hard look and picture it in your mind because you don't want to make the same mistakes I made
Sorry
with
about that.
individual we work with the ID populations.
Oh, you don't even realize that I dropped off.
Oh yeah, what happened? You okay?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I tried to get back as fast as possible. Because I was like, oh
Yeah.
my God, I love Michael by himself.
Oh no worries. But yeah,
Um,
I told myself I will never work with ID populations with cold disabilities unless I receive adequate training and support. If I don't receive adequate training and support, then it's not worth my time.
so did y'all medicate them a lot or
No, we were not allowed
no?
to
But did they receive a lot of medication?
yes, yes, they received medication through the nurse. And the nurse would come over.
So I have so driving Miss Macy says this.
Mm-hmm.
If they were on Ritalin and Adderall, they might as well forget their future. Um, I mean that hit close to home to me because
Mm-hmm.
I met someone who was on Adderall at a young age. This poor girl. That's speed.
Yeah.
Like you're giving speed to a child. Like what the fuck are you thinking?
Unfortunately, we don't have, unfortunately, for people with disabilities, there's like no cure. You know what I mean? How to prevent it from exacerbating because we're very good at treating the symptoms. I notice.
Mm.
Like we don't treat people with disabilities the same way as we treat people with heart disease, cancer.
We don't really treat them right either.
Right, but I'm just saying like there's been like more awareness for people with cancer, heart disease. Like there's like medications for that, but there's no medications for people with disabilities or rigorous research. The way how our system is set up in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And we do a lot of treating, and when we keep treating, we're not treating the underlying cause. We're treating the symptoms of the cause.
Mm. So I have a few things
Mm-hmm.
real quick. It says I think
What's
it's the
that?
Rocky. Can you see it?
The
The Rocky
Rocky Horror.
Horror Picture Show. That's what it says, right? I think that's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I wanted to point this out. So, my So, was that Prozac, Sean? Because like I've been prescribed like I've had mental health things, and I'm like, I gotta go see somebody, and they'll give me something, and they'll just be like, oh, it takes a certain amount of time for it to start kicking in,
Right.
and then and they'll give you a cheaper version. Oh, this start right away, and I was too young to actually look it up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But one of my good friends, I think they tried to prescribe him Prozac or something.
Right.
And he said it only costs 44 cents for the prescription. And he said when he looked it up, it was like the side effects were crazy. Like it would cause depression,
Mm-hmm.
all kind. And he was just like, he threw that shit away. He said, I figured something else out.
Right.
So yeah, I would encourage um, even if you feel like you're on the brink where you need the medication just to get by, don't start taking it without having a buddy, a sober buddy that knows what you're taking and knows that your plan is not to stay on this. It is to just use it as long as you need to. I don't
Right.
know. I don't know how to describe it because I wouldn't even want to tell people to get on it, but if you have to, make
Mm-hmm.
sure you have alerted um, someone that's close to you that this is happening and let them monitor you and help you wean you off of it when your mental is where it needs to be, and you journal
Right.
journal your mental state on where it needs to be, so then when you wean yourself out of it, go back and look at your journals so
Mm-hmm.
you know this is me, this is who I am, this is like, and then like make your, how do I get back to this, or
Right.
how do I maintain this? I don't have the answers. I don't fucking know shit. I'm just
I would
just
say
saying.
that I would say for those they I would say for those they probably need to talk to a mental health counselor, social worker, or someone in the counseling profession. That's my advice. Because we're not doctors, you know what I mean? If we're not trained for this, we're not trained to
Right?
diagnose.
I mean, we have the internet nowadays.
Right.
You could literally
Look it up.
look it up, and there are probably natural remedies that you could try first
Mm-hmm.
before you do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't have severe mental issues, I don't think you need their medication.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you can handle it on your own with help from your friends
Right.
and medicinal things, change your diet, exercise, stuff like that. Like do everything first. And if none of that is working, then maybe. But that's not your first solution. That's the last resort.
Right.
Oh, you can hear Miss Rachel? Is it too loud?
Mm-hmm.
My baby loves Miss Rachel.
Well, your baby's 2 years old, right?
I don't have a baby. That's not my baby.
I mean,
I'm a babysitter.
babysitter. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's
No,
your
he's not.
niece.
He's not two. He looks like he is about
Mm-hmm.
2.5.
2.5.
But he's actually 1.5.
Okay.
He's just a big ass fucking baby. He's huge.
Huge.
Mhm. And look, Rondo, not trying to change the subject, whatever. So I try, because Miss Rachel is she her own type of thing. She her own type of thing. I get it, whatever. I try to put on Gracie's Corner because Gracie's Corner got a little beat. And I'm just like, baby, you need a little, you black. I need you to have a little beat to you or something. He don't want nothing to do with it. He's like, where's Miss Rachel? So okay. I love me some Gracie's Corner. I try to switch it up on him. But if I'm on a podcast or whatever, it gotta be her because he's gonna, get agitated. And then there's Tabitha.
Tabitha. Yeah, I heard of her before.
I think it's called Tab Time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting too. I think he just lifted his head. I had to put him in his playpen because he was doing too much.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I thought he was gonna fall off the couch a couple of times. He was like running back and forth as much as he wanted to, but then he got too rambunctious. So I had to put him in his little let me show you. See his little playpen? There he is.
Yep, I see the playpen. It's very nice.
Full of toys.
Yeah. So how long you have to babysit the baby?
No. I just try to help my friend out.
Oh, your friend. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I have him a lot.
Yeah.
They've seen him a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I've had him since he was like 6 months old, I think. Yeah, about maybe 4 or 5 months, something like that. So that's my road dog right there.
Road dog. Very nice.
Yeah, look, Sean said Auntie Abby do. I'm trying to figure out, because he's nonverbal, so I'm trying to figure out what he should call me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, maybe he should call me Tabby, like T Abby, like Tabby. I thought that might be cute. T Abby or Tabby, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Maybe Tabby do.
Mm-hmm.
I got a while to think about it. So anyway, let me get to the next subject. What's the next subject? What do you think? I think that was everything I had. Driving Miss Macy said it was a meteor. I don't know. This is June, so Juneteenth is coming. Yay! Oh, I think Michael and I were talking about making Lebanon the subject on Thursday because I think we've lost sight of Lebanon in this Iran. That light is probably in this whole Iran U.S. thing. I think Lebanon is getting lost in the conversation, and maybe we should highlight that a little. I think that would be interesting. But let me ask you. I don't know if I should ask you this, Michael. So you know that guy, the giraffe guy, um, who's at the protest with his mic and he makes songs and stuff, and he basically makes jokes and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? You don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, you're on mute. Oh, so it's just me. Okay. Well, if it's just me, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Let me see. Let's see what I want to talk about today. You know my oh, I can do this because my computer is shut down. So just give me a second, y'all. Okay. Just give me a second. I am going to take a I'm going to take a TikTok tutorial class since everybody tells me to get off Facebook. And good God, I just let me play this one. I'm going back to I was supposed to play this earlier, so I apologize. When I was showing the guys JAAM podcast, the really young brothers who keep talking about the Democratic Party, but they are somehow so close to the point, but not quite there yet. So here we go. And I hope, let me pull this back. There we go. Every time I do it, it does this. I guess because Rondo kept telling me stop playing Facebook. See how it keeps doing this? I can't do it. I can't do it. Damn it. Damn it. I'll play some more jam for you then. JAAM. They still think they should vote though, which is kind of crazy. While I'm doing that, what do you guys think? I can't even focus on that. Let me just go back to this. What do you guys think about this WWE performance? I know, Chris. I have criticisms of the good doctor too. I know. Don't we all? What do you think about this WWE performance in front of the White House lawn? Like, this is the tackiest shit I have ever seen. And it looks like gladiator type shit. And I was watching, maybe I can find that. I was watching. Let's see if I can pull that up. I was watching Joe Rogan and some the UFC fighter or something. Hey, Black Life. Just so you know, everybody is very concerned about you. And they hope you are doing well. You want to lock this door right here? Thank you. Thank you. So it was like Joe Rogan and some UFC or maybe WWE fighter, something like that. My face all in the camera. And it was just kind of weird because their biggest concern about the fight was the heat. Like you can't have people in those conditions in the heat in July, and I'm like, wait, that's your biggest concern? Your concern isn't turning the White House into a goddamn idiocracy movie? No one cares about that. No one cares that you're making it look like Rome with the gladiators, like a big ass distraction. Nobody gives a fuck about that. All we care about is these dudes are gonna be in the heat. Are you kidding me? I just couldn't believe it. Let me see if I can find it. Huh? You can't take no more? You need a hug? You want a hug? All right, Mike, I'll be right back.
Okay. What's up? Are you still there, Michael Pan?
Still here, yep.
Good, good. How's it going? I don't know what I missed. But...
Yeah. How was your hey Mike, how was your walking with your dog?
Nice and peaceful. It's always good to take a little break from the screens and get some fresh air.
That's great.
Had really good weather here in Windsor the last couple of days before it gets too hot for the summer.
Yeah. What is summer like in Windsor? Is it like very dry or it's very tropical?
Well, it can be pretty humid and pretty dry. I'd say it doesn't get too dry because we have the lake effect from Erie, I think it is. So it gets pretty hot here. It's the hottest place in all of Canada. It's the most southern tip of Canada.
Right.
But the lake does kind of give us a little bit of reprieve sometimes. So. It's a bit flat here though, so if we had more mountains or something that might help us with our weather. I don't know. I'm not enough of a meteorologist to really know that stuff. So.
Right.
But we have flooding problems. That's one thing.
Oh wow.
Our city, I think, has been doing a pretty good job though. I'm seeing them do a lot of overhauling of the sewers under the streets and whatnot in preparation for the flooding that's only going to get worse under the climate change that people are very conflicted on.
Right.
So I'm not sure where you are.
Oh, me? I'm in yes, I am actually in America. I'm actually near Washington D.C.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually had a couple years ago, 2012. I remember my house shook, and I thought it was a crane that was picking my house, but then it was the effects of the climate change. I think we had I can't remember. I think it was like the storm.
Okay. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like an earthquake. It was
No,
something.
it was a little earthquake. I felt it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one thing about this place is I've never really experienced an earthquake. We have
Mhm.
like an extremely solid bedrock. I think it's called the Canadian Shield in
Right.
Ontario. So
Mhm.
we don't really get tremors. It would be if we did get earthquakes here, it would be a sign that something seriously fucked up has happened to the
Right.
planet or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a problem when climate change when people ignore climate change, they're gonna feel the effects.
Right. This is the thing though, as far as it's complicated enough where
Mhm.
it's almost like a faith issue where you have to take their word for it
Right.
that it's real. Like people say, just believe your eyes and whatnot. It's like it sort of depends on where you are.
Mhm.
Some people have really climates that are not being as severely affected. You go live off in Saudi Arabia, I feel you might
I
have
don't
a hard
like
time
it.
denying the climate change.
Right.
But in Windsor here, like we have had such nice weather, cold and hot and everything. It
Mhm.
does. I'm not so surprised that some people would be like, I don't know what these scientists are talking about. You know,
The spinach, some spinach in there. Oh, sorry.
got some spinach for Popeye.
Spinach. Oh, spinach for dinner, Abby.
No, a snack.
Snack.
I'm eating chips, and I said there's spring spinach in there, so you can eat with your snack.
Mhm.
You know, I love to cook. I always make snacks, snacks and dinners and stuff.
Right.
So I found this,
Mhm.
and I want you guys to. I'm gonna catch one up. It's 4 minutes long. Okay. This is their huge takeaway about the massive fucking dome that they are building in front of the White House for this stupid shit. Here we go.
Sean has a question, and we'll get to it after, I guess.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead.
If it's for Michael Pan, so I'll leave it up to him if he wants to. You said it's only 3 minutes or whatever, so
Okay,
Michael,
can I?
Go ahead.
answer this now or?
Okay, let me answer that. Michael, can I get your opinion, Philip Scott? So, can I ignore apparent the current state of division within the AIDS community over race? Yeah, I'll give you. Yes, so I can give you opinion about Philip Scott. There's some things.
He was just kidding. I think he actually wants to hear about the second question. Sorry.
Oh, okay, serious. Okay, can I get your opinion on?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
let me just.
Michael. Just so you know, people laugh about how much you love Philip Scott.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, so about the opinion on the current state of division of the Asian community over race. Yes. Great question. Yes. So Asian people in my community have been always divided since coming over to America. And majority of them never wanted to align themselves with foundational Black Americans to end anti-Black racism and other forms of bigotry. Because most Asian people, when they come to America, they're not coming to America to make America better. They came to America to make themselves better, right? So they're not into like the civil rights, making civil rights better for all groups of people. Most Asians are very segregated, racist, and they don't align themselves with a minority of also a minority of Asians who want to end anti-Black racism and white supremacy, right? And the support for reparations among Asian people, it's almost divided. I think it's like what 38 or 40% of Asian Americans support reparations versus 55% of Asian Americans who don't support reparations. Now, if they do support reparations, it's very divided. what the support reparations will look like. Whether if reparations should take a form of reparations should take a form of cash payments, land allotments, housing, etc. Right? And so there's definitely not a clear majority support for reparations. And unfortunately, my people have been indoctrinated with this like American capitalism utopia crap, and they thought that by voting Republicans, they will be fully liberated and experience less racism, right? And most Asian Americans, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, they have to really experience the hard way, right? And yeah, I don't see them, and because they have a close proximity to whiteness, like as Abby and I were discussing, earlier before I came on her show, that most Asian Americans want to really stay close to racist white people, right? Because of the proximity to whiteness, also because of skin color, right? And even though most white people really don't like Asian Americans at all, right? And most white people, let me say most racist white people don't want Asian Americans to live around them. And unfortunately, most Asian Americans don't take cues, don't want to understand, or it's just making excuses after another. And so yes, it's very frustrating, right? And even most Asian Americans, you know, especially like when their kids marry someone outside their race, it's a huge disapproval.
Well, kids shouldn't be marrying people, but would you
Yeah,
say that holds for like Indian people from India or South Asians with darker skin too?
yeah, similar, yeah, same thing. Like I said, Indians, Chinese, Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, I see them as the same. Like they from the same country. Yeah, they come from different regions, so they have different skin colors, but they're part of the Asian diaspora. But I like I said, for most Asian Americans, they just been brainwashed really into this white supremacy utopia, right? And most Asian Americans, most of them say that they made contributions to America, but the reality is that foundational Black Americans involuntarily built this country and paved the way for Asian immigrants to come to America. So it's not like It was not like Asian immigrants built this country. They assisted foundational Black Americans, but never made contributions. And so sometimes Asian Americans, I don't know why, some reason they get this false um, misunderstanding that they built this country, but really it's foundational Black Americans who really paved the way for for Asians and other immigrants to come to America.
Well, the Chinese laborers did build the railroad too.
I mean, they did, but not from beginning to end. When I say not from beginning to end, I'm talking about like they've never been here for like several centuries counting versus compared with foundational Black Americans who've been here for like several centuries and counting. Yeah, Asian and
Definitely, yeah.
right, and also Asian people have been giving a lot of resources from the government, by design. I'm sure there are not a majority of Asian people who receive resources from government, but a good majority, right? And so so Asian people definitely, practice anti-black racism because they learn from racist colonizers before coming, to America. And despite the fact Asian Americans have voted for Democrats in higher numbers since 2000, they still practice anti-black racism to this very day. So nothing has really changed with my people. I mean, collectively speaking, because they uphold white supremacy, like indirectly. And I know my people are very silent about it. When they're silent about anti-black racism, they make things worse than it already is. And
Fair enough.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so it's very hard for me to educate my people about reparations, especially lineage-based cash-paying reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery, because they still have this very narrow mindset about foundational Black Americans. And yes, I get upset about it because I know that my people suffer discrimination, but never experience like the severe forms of discrimination that American freedom have been going, since going back to like several centuries back.
Right. Well, hopefully this Trump's attack on the Strait of Hormuz here has
Mhm.
put Asia in a pretty like put them in through a lot of suffering, and I'm sure there's a lot of Asian Americans with family members who are feeling the squeeze, and hopefully, like you're saying, not like it's the ideal situation to have that tough love. People will have to learn things the hard way, but if that's what we're going through, hopefully people are learning the lesson so we don't have to repeat it.
Right, exactly. And not only that, Michael, but also most Asian Americans in America, right? So they voted Democrats. Most of them almost split their votes between Democrats and Republicans. And yeah, they may support universal health care in higher numbers, but you also have like good numbers of them who are against universal health care. And they're really about preserving capitalism. Even I had like, for example, when I told my dad, I said, Dad, why do you want to vote Republicans? Republicans don't care about small businesses. Come on, you're kidding yourself voting for Republicans because Republicans care about big corporations, right? Almost similar to Democrats, right? But the only difference is that Democrats do a better job of covering it up. Republicans keep it honest, right?
Well,
And
I was hearing the Democrats, I think with the Biden administration and Harris and what they were like trying to pretend like they were going to champion small business and everything. And they can
right,
say that
barely.
in practice, they're a party of the corporations.
Exactly. Part of corporations, but Democrats are barely. I mean, Democrats barely support small businesses, barely. Maybe like on the surface level. Maybe at the surface level, yes, barely. I say barely. And some reason, because some reason my P1 community, they still have this what is it? I don't know. I guess you could call it trauma. Yeah, they have this trauma that communism is bad coming from Asia, and so they never really reckon with their past experiences, right? To really embrace a new change in the economic system.
It's the same problem with people coming from Eastern Europe.
Right.
They like to say their lived experience under communism gives them an edge over understanding communism compared to someone like me who's never had the experience of it. And then my
Mhm.
lived experience under capitalism seems to not really have the same kind of weight.
Right. Because all European countries have different forms of capitalism, right? Some have like social market capitalism, others have regulated capitalism, and others have like a pure socialist economy or a socialist economy tied to capitalism, right? So not all European capitalism is the same. And I think that's something that people from Eastern Europe misunderstand, and same for people from Asian countries as well.
Mm.
Like and even like I see like Bernie Sanders, right? When he talk about democratic socialism, he does not do he Bernie Sanders did not do a good job explaining what democratic socialism really meant. Right? You got to explain things to people.
That's
Like
where it depends on like the farther left
Hey,
opinion.
hey, can I interject for a second?
yeah, go ahead interject. Yeah.
Cause I was trying to admin, but I gotta change the baby again and fix his bottle. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then I have this video queued up.
Yeah, let's get to that after you
But,
change the
but
diaper.
yeah, okay. All right, I'll be back.
Okay. So speaking of the chat, Sean says he agrees with you and more power to you, for real. And he will support anyone in their endeavors that matches his own or what he thinks the future needs. Support does not equal joining. It's I think that's a fairly rational and realist strategy as far as we know when the right time to pull our support is, when we recognize that our thinking is diverged. So
Agree with Son. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Because these conversations never been had before. And I'm glad they're happening right now because it's time to reckon with the past. Especially like my people, right? Asian, I'm sorry, my people, Hispanics, white people, they definitely need to reckon with the anti-black racism and capitalism, because you, I mean, right, because three groups of people cannot continue to perpetuate capitalism, and then capitalism is going to eventually going to hurt them financially down the road.
If it isn't already. That's what I
Right.
find is the most problematic with support for capitalism is it's this blindness to supporting this class that is not supporting your interests. And so it's supporting the attack against your own interests.
Exactly.
So as far as I think you were saying something about Bernie Sanders and democratic socialism, and I was going to say that if you have to like if you know what the communists in actually existing socialist states have been saying about the democratic socialists, it's sort of like their actions of the actions of the democratic socialists are revealing that the critique has merit. I would say that the problem is a contradiction in terms, kind of like a progressive conservative. So the fact that you're going to be the democratic socialist is kind of trying to skip over the conclusion that was come to by the Marxists and anarchists too. I think had the same conclusion that you can't really have this democratic state. You know, that capitalism only offers you democracy in name only, and so socialism has to be about. I guess with the maybe the is the terminology problematic. The thing that our answer is the socialism has to achieve a dictatorship of the proletariat and it has to abolish this dictatorship of the bourgeoisie that calls itself democracy. And that takes us away from a kind of more liberal approach, a more like this democracy is the answer kind of thing. I would say with a caveat, because I think one of the problems that the communists have gotten into with the one party rule kind of thing is this suspension of democracy indefinitely. And it's a little bit too prolonged and it becomes to be mistaking like the party for the revolution in a way like the party it becomes more important to preserve the power of the party than it does to accomplish communism in a way. It becomes a little bit can you have both? And I think this is like what maybe was the situation with the Soviet Union. They were kind of there's crisis in capitalism as there may be crisis in like Marxism, Leninism, and stuff like this, where if you're confronted with this insane imperialist state with all this nuclear power of destruction, it becomes very difficult to like the nukes change the game. Without them, it's probably possible to just do this more authoritarian. We just have to fight the capitalists to the end and overcome them, and then we can establish with our domination over their class instead of being dominated by them. The issue is that we get a little bit too much like democracy is this promise that may or may not manifest. That's why I think the anarchist critique of the communists, I don't know, like will to power is like a Nietzschean term, whatever, but like the communists' interpretation of how to deal with the contradiction of power is maybe foreclose the anarchist critiques a little too prematurely.
Right. And even like before Russia became a capitalist economy, right? It was a it was a socialist economy. It was doing great, but unfortunately, because America intervened and spread capitalism, and so when America spread capitalism to Eastern European countries, yeah, of course the economy is going to collapse, and it usually takes time. It took time for Eastern Europe to recover. And this is a problem. Like when America wants to occupy foreign countries because of their resources, the lesson needs to be learned. Don't try to take away what other countries have already, because when you take something away from them, they're gonna suffer and collapse, and it's gonna take time to rebuild.
Yeah, that's where sovereignty has been a big focus for a lot of people. But then,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that there's some contradictions with sovereignty as a concept that doesn't really get addressed. But from a practical um, perspective, strategic, whatever approach, this idea that we should emphasize national sovereignty as a way of establishing like a kind of like a genuine like democratic kind of international order in a way, like that would be ideally that would be an improvement over this situation where
Right.
sovereignty is mostly like vassal states, you know, pretending to be sovereign. So
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just think we have a problem because like sovereignty was a concept that comes from this like divine right. These monarchy is a very old concept, and then we're trying to treat like it's like the diachronic versus a synchronic problem of words. So we're just trying to erase the history of sovereignty and say this modern definition of sovereignty is effective, is viable, but it's the sovereignty of a nation used to be preserved in the body of a person, a single individual, and now we are acting as if it is properly being shared by the so-called elected government. But that's not the people do not have sovereignty because the bourgeoisie are hogging all the sovereignty for themselves. And even if you have a party state, a one-party state that's holding all of the sovereignty in the body of the state of the party, and then you conflate the party with the nation state,
Mm-hmm.
we still haven't really achieved sovereignty for the people. That is this liberation of the proletariat. You know, they're not making their own decisions, unfortunately. You know, there's a kind of meritocracy problem in China. Not to always bring it back to that, whatever, but
Right.
this is where they're kind of used as the archetypal example of successful, like of existing like communism and whatnot. But then you do the checklist and you say, like, is there still like stratification of the wage system and whatnot? You still got all these billionaires and whatnot, so they don't own their own means of production. They don't have the right to unionize and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So like they have the right to elect their local officials, but they don't have the right to vote for anyone else higher up in the chain of command or to remove them in a way if they feel like that's associated with a liberal democracy, that you have the right to vote for the leader of the nation. What they say is you have the right to elect your counselor, and your counselor has the right to elect the governor, and the governor has the right to elect the Communist Party officials have the right to elect the provincial, like, you know, like there is very much a kind of aristocratic kind of paternalistic sort of
Mm-hmm.
hierarchy to their democracy in China. And so
Right.
it's not necessarily like free of critique. It's just you have to know what you're talking about to effectively criticize it. And
Mm-hmm.
nobody does really. You know?
Right. Yeah, they don't talk about it because they're still comfortable maintaining the system. And then for that system to really break down, like truly break down, it's definitely going to require revolution. And this is something that the proletariat is not comfortable with. And because the proletariat has to
We
be
talked
forced.
about this.
Wait,
We talked about this.
earlier?
You weren't
Not
here
sure.
when we talked about this.
Was that today?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
okay.
over here dancing to it. I mean, Miss Rachel be slapping sometime. I ain't gonna lie. That shit be
Yeah.
slapping.
But according to one more,
No. So I do want to play this, but I want to address that, Michael, because we did talk about this already. So I'm gonna say it again. Okay. So there's this anti-war veteran activist. He's like very anti-racist, very anti, all the things. Okay, and he's like calling for a revolution. Okay, well, but he's white. Well, don't you realize people on the MAGA side are calling for a civil war? So who's supposed to start this revelation? I mean, revelation. Oh
Revolution.
Lord, thank you. I said the word wrong twice. Revolution. Who's supposed to start this revolution? And who's supposed to start the civil war? And who's going to get caught in the middle?
I think you're saying who is the revolutionary subject, and then that would be a kind of radical,
But how do
like a rejection of Marx to say that the revolutionary subject is not in fact the proletariat, because
but
history
Michael, what are we gonna do?
take on the mantle,
But
right?
what are we gonna do? Are we gonna wear are we supposed to buy uniforms or something? Like how do you determine who's on your side or the other side when all these white people are coming at you? How the fuck am I supposed to know who is for the Civil War and who is for the revolution? How the fuck am I supposed to know?
That's what the work
And
of
nobody wants to answer that question for me.
You're supposed to know by doing organizing and building trust with people, and this is where it's important we can't expect things to try and rush this, because the haste is of the devil kind of thing, where the more you try to move too quickly, the more you make it so that you fail again and again, and we waste time, and it takes even longer to properly organize. But if the trust isn't there, we can't really do the step that's the necessary revolutionary step.
And that's a beautiful answer, because I was talking about this. I'm so dark because the baby is he's about to go to sleep. So this is why when I was playing JAAM and they were just talking about how, like, first of all, the entire United States, for the most part, is at a literacy level of 6th grade. They don't have any education. So you cannot tell me, you white man cannot tell me we about to start a revolution when most of your people ignorant as fuck.
This is a direct
that's not where the revolution begins. The revolution begins with taking back our, like, we have to educate people first.
So to look at
there is no way we can
do a revolution without
the Russian
education.
Revolution is a good example.
Without education.
But look, okay, when you look at the way that like Lenin and Stalin confronted this issue, they had a similar problem with the Russian peasantry and proletariat were extremely uneducated. And so it's kind of interesting in that to be objective, to take notice of what they did is they didn't exactly, at that time, the proletariat itself wasn't necessarily the revolutionary subject. It was more their vanguard that they had formed, wherever they created this more of like a secret organization that it kind of bypassed the need to educate everybody, because it made the revolution happen, and then they took power, and by seizing the means of production of state education, then the literacy rate exploded because they had the ability to educate people, whereas we don't have the ability to educate without power.
Okay, let's unpack that for a second, because if you have okay, can you start over? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I counter appropriately. You know what I mean?
Right.
Can you say it? Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
So it's interesting because like the revolutionary subject is often considered the proletariat. You know, the industrial worker has to be
the worker. Yeah.
And if you look at the Russian Revolution, there was such a serious lack of education with the peasants and the proletariat. There was members of both of these classes that they managed to kind of educate on the fly or whatever and bring into the revolutionary action with them. But for the most part, the education happened after they successfully managed to seize power. And so they had to kind of do like a triage about who to educate, who to trust with what kind of information and whatnot. And I guess there was probably a little bit of using people for their own good, in a sense. Like that's kind of not part of my original answer, but you know what I mean?
I'm with you now. I understand what you're saying. The element that gets left out of that, like that historical fact, is that they were all white. You are dealing with a country that is rooted in anti-black racism.
Country that never went through the problem of the foundational Black Americans building the country.
Right. Or I mean, take all that out. Just say anti-black racism. So if you're talking about a revolution, what side are we supposed to be on?
Right. Great point, Abby, because the anti-black racism has never been addressed within like socialist or communist parties, because both of them, continue to reinforce, anti-black racism and white supremacy. I'm not saying
I
individuals.
think people don't take that into account enough.
Right.
It's you just can't. I understand what you're saying about Russia, but them all white people.
Right.
They don't have those extra layers of bigotry and anti this and anti that. We have Asians, we have Hispanics, we have black people. Like we have a hierarchy of racism in this country.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck are we supposed to have a revolution?
Right.
Who are we supposed to side with?
Racism. You know, there's.
I'm just asking the question.
That's great.
Seems like you're not satisfied with any kind of answer. The question.
No, it's not that I'm not satisfied with any answer. You answer that question for me. It's not that I'm not satisfied with an answer. You gave me an answer and I countered with the reality of this country.
Right.
So now you tell me how in that scenario is that supposed to happen?
Sounds almost like you kind of implying that there is no right way for me to answer that question. So I'm saying, do you have an answer to that question?
I don't.
Because I don't have an answer to that question.
I don't.
And are you trying to say that
I promise I don't.
Answer that question proves that socialism has no answers to these questions, so it cannot be the right way?
No. So my answer would be that the first thing we have to do is educate the society. We have to educate the poorest among us. But if the poorest among us are divided under such racially segregated bounds, how do you educate them?
Well, that's
right. That's what I'm saying.
The question is,
and I'm not,
because our answer will be to
I
educate.
don't know the answer.
This class consciousness kind of mass line stuff. As far as you can't really deal with racism without recognizing the historical connection with capitalism. And so then when we advocate for ending capitalism, we're advocating for ending racism. And then when people want to try and kind of be disingenuous and say that you're not necessarily to use my own metaphor against me or whatever, you're trying to chase two rabbits at once and you're going to lose them both.
I'm not against you at all, Michael. I'm not trying to use anything against you. I'm trying to explain to you
from
that in this country, the dynamic is completely different.
So now we get to the universal and the particular, which is part of the education that I would recommend, which is like all of these different Marxist kind of concepts and how there's different like traditions over time that there's like this orthodox understanding of the universal determines the particulars. And so the solving the particular is really just about determining how to correctly educate about the universals. And then the more like modern, like less orthodox version of this would be that the particulars have a way of kind of shaping the universals, but it's not. I don't think it would. I think it would be wrong to say that the particulars become the universals that shape the universal that's now the particular. That's committing the same problem as the orthodox Marxists, but in reverse. And so they shape each other.
That was a lot of big words.
I think American, but this is where education doesn't you can't really properly educate if you restrict people as saying you can only learn things until the words get too complicated, and then the words, because they're complicated, they lose meaning. It's like, no,
that's a lot of big words when I'm trying to solve
they're not that complicated.
a very
Universal,
specific
like, we know,
specific problem, which is if most of the society in America has a 6th grade
education level,
reading level,
mm-hmm.
not even comprehension. I'm saying reading.
Other countries with even worse education levels because of the destruction of imperialism.
No,
you know?
but listen, but hold on.
Yeah.
Then you take that and then you layer the fact that we have been conditioned to not trust anybody of any other race.
And the issue about freezing your understanding of history instead of the dialectical interpretation about history is driven by contradictions in motion. So you're bringing up these contradictions and acting like they're not in motion. And so, like, the education of Americans is not something that is impossible to achieve. But if you want to be pessimistic, you're going to come up with an argument
but you can't answer the question.
I'm answering the question.
You really can't answer the question.
Treating America
when you have people at such a low level of reading comprehension and reading, and they have been mentally propagandized to hate each other, and then you got one side talking about a civil war, one white side talking about a civil war, and the other white side talking about a revolution. You tell me, where are all of us that aren't in that white circle supposed to fit into all of this?
Are you saying
but be scared?
Are you saying that if people are gaslit to this degree that it's impossible to educate them, that there's no hope? You know,
Michael, you are smarter than this.
I don't
please.
think you're. I
feel like you're gaslighting me at this point.
No, I don't think you're being dialectical enough about this. I think you're trying to have an answer that leaves it so that action is the wrong choice and inaction is the right choice. And that's just the absolute.
I did not say that. I never said inaction was the right choice.
So I'm trying to explain to you what you do, that the answers are not simple, that there are these long-term things that we have to do. We have to try and actually educate people about things like the universal in particular, instead of treating it like it doesn't have any application here. Right? I was trying to say America, you're kind of treating America like it's some kind of special case particular that cannot be universalized in any way. I think this is kind of a similar problem that China has, you know, like.
Let me ask you this, Mike. No, we are not China. Let me ask you this.
And the problem about acting like the American exceptionalism, having a relation to the question of universal versus particular.
Hold on, Michael. When you have a government that is pushing for 2025, they are dismantling the Department of Education. The federal government has basically said that nursing, teaching, I can't remember all of the
they're not eligible for graduate loan.
They're not eligible for federal funding because they aren't considered a real profession. I don't remember all the other ones, Michael. If you know them, Michael Perry.
Oh yeah, I know. Yes, it's physician assistant, nurse practitioner, I think teachers, right? Mental health, mental therapy. Yeah, those are no
None
longer,
of them are they're no longer considered what?
they're no longer considered like important or add value for those students to
No
apply
longer consider a profession
profession
that would get
So,
federal funding for
funding.
and this is the
to go to school
Right,
and this is
especially
the
for
Trump
graduate
attack.
level, especially like graduate student
because they are trying to privatize everything.
education.
And this is the accelerationist tough love that you're advocating for. You're saying that this is
I'm
what's going to
not
produce.
She's
accelerating.
not, Michael. She's
I'm
not.
not doing that.
I'm saying is making
I'm
the
not
argument
doing that.
that by letting them do this to the education system and destroy everything, it's actually going to create the grounds for things to be fertile again. And I'm saying that's kind of not necessarily
Michael,
Michael,
are
that's
you
not
are
what
you are
Abby's
you
advocating for. She's giving you like the facts of
advocating
America.
for anything? I'm just telling you what is happening in America. I'm not advocating for it. You think
But
I want this to happen?
yeah,
Are you using what
hold on,
your
Abby.
explanation of what's
Abby.
happening as a reason to sort of say what can and cannot happen?
Yeah, but let me
No.
Abby, let me
I'm
explain
not
to
I feel like
Mike.
I'm not being
Go
understood.
ahead.
I feel
Yeah,
like I'm not being understood
yeah,
at
Abby,
all.
Abby, hold on. Let me explain to Mike a little bit better so he gets the context. So, Michael, so I just want to let you know. So, America is a very big country with 323 millions of people, right? It's very diverse. So, when the country is so diverse, there's no commitment for real change. Given America's exception, America's founding, founded on
appeal to
anti-black racism,
complexity, I would say, fallacy.
chattel slavery, because everybody's divided. They're not really united on class lines because of anti-black racism, and also because education and other services, Michael, in America, it's pretty much delegated to states. So states have more rights and freedoms than the federal government does.
And may I interject for a second,
Yeah.
Michael Pan, because that's a Republican thing that states' rights.
Mhm.
But in this administration, the federal government said, okay, you can have states' rights as long as you believe what we believe.
Right.
Otherwise, we cutting your fucking funding.
I think states' rights are one of the necessary falsehoods that America needs to see itself as something, that it claims to be. But I think at the end of the day, your states' rights, when they have made themselves into this union of states that they have, their states' rights are at the end of the day, legally speaking, absolutely relative to the state, federal right that safeguards the state's rights, because they have joined this union. And if they were not a part of the union, then your argument that the state's rights prevail over the national right or a federal right, like that's what I'm saying. You guys are wrong about your understanding of states' rights, but it's a necessary.
We're wrong about Americans. Are
Republicans
wrong
are wrong about their states' rights. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Otherwise, because
Right. Oh, yeah, we
the
know-
federal
right.
government doesn't have the power that it needs to actually.
Right,
run
but
the
what I'm
country.
saying that Mike, but what I'm saying, Michael, is that the Democrats, when I say Democrats, I'm talking about the white Democrats, pretty much align themselves with white Republicans
So you
in
can always
America.
couch it in another particular or more particular, you know what I mean? And you can evade
Right.
any actual confrontation of the universals that are kind of implicitly couching your understanding of the particular there.
Right. But Mike, but the problem is that because the Democrats in America are totally different from the Democrats in Canada, other countries, because the Democrats in America are pretty much aligned themselves with whiteness. Yeah, they may not like.
And
the
if that's how you're
Republicans-
going to separate the Canadians, that's not going to work, because that's
I'm
exactly
not
what the
I'm not
Democrats in Canada
separating.
have
I'm
done,
not.
is associate
I'm not.
themselves with
I'm not
whiteness.
separating them. I'm not. I'm just giving you historical facts and reality we're at right now in America. Because the Democrats, Democrats don't like the things Republicans are doing, but at the same time, Democrats are okay with Republicans. When I say okay, meaning they're okay with maintaining white supremacy, right? Not doing too much. Just do a little.
Absolutely.
Republicans are
Just
so
doing
as
a
far as
little.
their particular differences,
Absolutely.
the universal there is that they both uphold white supremacy.
Yes, both of them
making
hold-
them
Yes,
part of the
absolutely,
same category,
absolutely.
the same set. Okay, they're
They
part of the same
do.
series of things, and that
Yes.
is the universal that you're grouping the particulars in. Okay,
We're not-
the categorization of things.
That's an absolute.
Yeah, Mike, it's absolute.
That's
Mike,
the absolutes.
Right,
See,
but
Mike-
this is the problem about relativism.
Mhm.
You cannot have absolute relativism without contradicting relativism, and you cannot have absolute absolutism. You know, they are a dialectic. They function, they're contradictions that drive history.
But I'm just saying, but Mike, this is our history in America. It's always been like that. Yeah, no matter how many times we try to get, no matter how many times Democrats try to get majority of Americans on code universal policies, but it's never going to happen because most Americans are pretty much anti-black racists. When I say Americans, Mike, I'm talking about white Americans, Asian Americans, and Hispanic Americans, because most of them don't align themselves with foundational Black Americans to have a true public good. Because these three groups of people in America want to segregate themselves, separate themselves, and be financially wealthy over foundational Black Americans. By the way, were the ones who paved the way for these groups of people to be wealthy. So that's why it's fractured in America. It's why it's so difficult to get in code with socialism, despite socialism being popular in America. But you also have a good segment of those populations who just don't want to, don't want to fight for the public good because it's just still stuck with their anti-black racism. And that's why socialism is a start, but it's not enough because socialism is not going to close the racial wealth gap because obviously, like what Abby said earlier, because countries that have socialism or communism, they've been pretty much majority white population or Asian populations, those countries, and they have very few black people who live there. So that's why you had to address both universal plus lineage. It's like this. It's like saying, for example, yes, it's like saying, let's make reading universal. Okay, fine. If you make reading universal, right? Not everybody is going to not everybody is going to be at the same speed or same rate. I'm sorry, not everybody's going to learn at the same speed or rate to read. Why? Because you didn't account for its differences in needs, deficits. So that's why it has to be both
I'm not
universal
trying to erase
and
the
targeted.
particular, right? I'm not trying to
Well, I know
erase
you're
the
not, but I'm
relative,
just saying,
right?
like, just trying to explain to what Abby's trying to say, so you get like so you get an understanding of the perspective.
Okay, I know, but you guys,
Right.
I think this is partly why we're still where we started. Is
Right.
we maybe need to ask the question about the primary contradiction. It's kind of a presupposition of Marxists that the primary contradiction is capitalism or imperialism. I guess I would kind of conflate them, or they basically are the same
They're the
thing.
same.
Right?
They're
So,
basically
but then
the
when we
same
talk
thing.
about what your the way that you guys are talking about the intractability of America and its racism, it sounds like you're making the argument that race is the primary contradiction, and this is what I'm
You're
trying to
making
get at
about
between the orthodox understanding of the universal versus the particular would reject that as being a mistake, and the more Maoist understanding of the particular
Jeez, just
shapes
talking
the
regular
universal.
words.
Stop interrupting me when I'm making a point. Maybe you'll understand what I'm trying to say if you stop denying it before I even finish it.
Okay, go ahead.
So their correction, the Maoists, they're basically saying that it is maybe the correct thing to do to treat race as a primary contradiction, because what happens is what I'm saying about freezing history and not acknowledging that it is necessarily permanently in motion. This is where it's absolutely relative, okay, and not in a cliche kind of way. All right, so because everything is in motion, then you can make the argument successfully that the primary contradiction is capable of changing in a temporal kind of way. There's a phase shifting that can take place. So in America, understanding that the right way to go about it, if you're correct about racism is such a massive problem that it has to be treated like the primary contradiction. If this is the correct thing, then you kind of have to sideline the Marxists who are dismissing this and try to assert that the vanguard, whatever, knows best. And then they say that actually the capitalism is the primary contradiction. So you're never going to resolve racism without confronting capitalism. All right. And so we have to figure out who is actually right there. And we're not going to really do that by just sort of not being able to talk about it because the words are too big.
Have you answered the question about the MAGA people who are talking about civil war and how the other white people are talking about a revolution and what's going to happen to all of us under the caste system. Have we answered that question yet?
No, we have not. Definitely
No,
not.
we haven't.
far as the
We've
MAGA
gone
people-
around and around and around.
So
And
for the MAGA people
that's
who are
the
America
question
first,
that I'm asking you.
the MAGA people, they want to go around acting like America first is not imperialist. And how am I supposed to explain to them that America first has historical origins in this Nazi shit, okay, white supremacy, and that's what America first really comes from, and that it's not kind of this new thing unattached to its history today. So when the libertarians and whatnot pretend like they can be anti-war and America first at the same time, this is where the education needs to take place.
Just answer the question.
Where you have to say that until you understand capitalism and imperialism is the problem, or whatever, America is never going to be anything,
Just
right?
answer the
Or whatever.
question.
Michael, listen, please. Let me
This is where you
introduce.
just won't be satisfied with what I'm saying.
No,
You have
Michael,
to
we're not
acknowledge
saying-
that
Michael, listen,
imperialism
listen,
and white
Michael.
supremacy or whatever, and then you can
No,
resolve
Michael,
your
listen,
racism or whatever,
Michael,
but you can't
listen,
do that
please.
because you want to maintain the separateness
No,
of
Michael,
supremacy
Michael,
and
listen,
capitalism.
Michael, there's a
And that's a false
misunderstanding. Look,
distinction. So it's
Michael, we're not saying. Well, look, we're not saying that racism should be the primary driver of change. But what we're saying is that if you only address socialism alone without addressing racism, it's going to perpetuate anti-black racism.
But you're trying to
white
say that we're
supremacy.
trying to address socialism without
Yeah, but I'm
addressing
just saying that
racism, which
I
is
said both.
miscategorizing our
Mike,
position.
I'm
And then
not
you want to blame us
miscategorizing
for not
anything.
being able to
I'm not blaming
achieve
anyone.
a solution when
I'm
you guys
saying that.
refuse to
Oh my
take what we're
gosh.
saying.
Okay,
True,
Michael,
like
it
the
has
truth.
Michael, listen, damn it. Thank you. Let me simplify it to make it easy for you to understand. Okay. Let's say you have a gay person and a heterosexual person, right? Okay. So if you want to say let's treat everybody equally, great, right? But the same-sex person doesn't feel that he is being treated equally because heterosexualism is being upheld, right? So it's same thing with white supremacy, right? When white supremacy says let's treat people equally, but don't account for differences in race, that's not real equality. That's not liberation because the people at the top are upholding it. They're not addressing differences. Like that's why I brought up example of when you want to say let's make reading mandatory. Let's make sure that all Americans have the ability to read. Okay, great. But then if you don't count for differences in poverty, socioeconomic status, and race, then it's going to be very hard to make
This is
the
very much
reading
like
program
whatever. Because like, you're not
universal and
understanding.
target. I'm saying that has to
You're
be
just
both.
dismissing
Michael,
that's
it
everything that
has to be
socialists try to achieve,
universal and
as if
targeted.
they're not like
That's
every
what Abby and I was
socialist.
just saying. Universal and targeted. Otherwise, foundational Black Americans under new system we're going to implement, they're going to continue to receive crumbs. And they're
Every
tired of receiving
socialist
crumbs.
existing socialist country successfully attacks all of these problems, and then you're just dismissing that history as if they haven't done that. In Cuba, they did this anti-racist or homophobic kind of education. In Russia, they had
Cuba,
the Soviet Union was a very multicultural
Oh my
place.
gosh, Cuba is the
All right,
exception.
you guys want to dismiss like because they're all white people, but that is in and of itself a pretty racist understanding of
Cuba was
Russia.
sanctioned by the United States.
You want to
of
look at
America.
China and you want to dismiss the fact that they
We're
had
not
a whole lot of
dismissing those
racism that they
countries.
had
We're
to
not,
combat
Mike.
in order to achieve this unified understanding
Michael,
of the
we're not
citizen,
dismissing.
right?
Okay,
Like,
hold on.
you guys just don't wanna acknowledge what we're
Everybody
saying.
stop. Everybody stop. Okay. Stop, Michael and me.
I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just being
on.
reasonable.
We should go from
Mm-hmm.
one person's comment to the other person's comment to the other person's comment
Right.
at this point because it's sounding like just everybody's yelling at each other.
Oh, I'm not yelling.
We should stop that real
Right.
quick, and we should just go around the room. Okay.
You can lead a horse to water, right? But if you guys don't want to drink, whatever, then you guys can also be.
We don't want to drink.
You know.
Oh no! Don't be petty because I can be petty.
No, because you're acting like there's
don't
not.
do that. Don't do
there's
that.
not
Don't do
social
that.
economic
Don't do that.
Trying to go
Don't do
bend over
that.
backwards to make sure that they do everything
Don't
they can
do
to respect
that.
the native and black
Because
issues and
you
whatnot.
still have never answered the
And they
question.
still.
So don't do that. Did you ever answer the question that I asked you?
I answered the question a million times. You guys have not been fucking satisfied with my answers.
Michael, we're
I'm
not.
saying.
We didn't say that. Oh, Mike, you misunderstood us. We're not. We're not.
You
Look,
guys
this
are
has
sitting
nothing-
there like you guys have the right to define whether I've answered the question or not. I have no more of the right
Michael, we
to
didn't
define
define
that
that.
than
We
you
did
do.
not.
Okay,
You
well,
chose.
That's what I'm
answered.
saying. You
He
can't have a
answered the
debate,
question. He
and
answered the
you
question.
can't be the arbiter of the debate and be a member of the debate at the same time. That's what you guys are trying to
He
do.
answered. Okay, he answered the question. So we'll move on. He
Okay,
answered the
let's move
question.
on.
He said.
Okay.
He said he answered the question.
Whether you
so
like
let's
the
move
answer or
on.
not, I answered your questions. Do you have another
Okay.
one?
We give you credit for answering
All
the
right.
question. We appreciate it.
Thank
We
you.
do.
You answered the question.
We walked into what's up, KYE? You walked into us actually trying to get to the root of the contradictions, and then when you get there, people's heads get kind of spun around, and we're not really sure if we actually accomplished something or if we just went in a bunch of circles for no reason.
Well, somebody felt like you didn't answer the question, but okay. But anyway, we'll move on.
We were trying to get to your video.
I would like to. Well, I wanted to keep going because that shit was hot.
Oh,
But-
Abby, gotta go pretty soon because I have something coming up tomorrow morning, so I gotta get some sleep. Just letting you know in advance.
Okay, I'll go to the video
Yeah.
because I just thought this was interesting.
From my perspective, I'm making what feel to be valid points, and you're just discounting
Here you go. Here you go.
Okay, but
Here you go.
ahead. From your point of view, I made points that didn't quite land, so let
No,
the
it didn't
audience
land.
determine. Yeah, that's a very
and that's my
assertive
opinion.
position of you.
It's my opinion.
Exactly,
It's
in my
okay.
opinion. But
And your
we can't-
opinion
now you
is that
can't-
it did land. It's okay.
Oh, and if you want to have like a postmodernist subjective approach, whatever, opinion is all that we have, and we don't actually. No one actually accomplishes like making their point effectively, whatever. Nobody actually proves anything. You know what I was trying to say about like Russia and Cuba
You never
and,
really
and
answered the
China?
question, though.
You guys are
You
kind
never
of
really
pretending
answered the
like because
question.
they don't have the exact same.
You never
conditions as
really
America,
answered the
that they
question,
didn't come up with.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what I'm
Michael,
saying.
because their
They came up with
populations
answers to
are
the racist
homogenous.
problem, the question there, but you don't because they're different situations. You have to act like everything that they've done has to be
I
treated
asked you
like
a
it cannot be
specific
used to
question,
solve our problem.
and you brought
And a
up
lot of
Russia,
people act like
China,
people act like
all these
Marxism,
other
Leninism cannot
countries.
be
I
transposed
asked you
to
a
the-
specific question, and you brought up
particular.
every
You want
other
to talk about
country,
particulars, but,
but
you don't
what was
really.
going on in America? I asked you a question about America.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you're trying to treat America like such a special case that anything anyone else in the world has accomplished, or whatever, is not anything that is of value to America. Like Marxism, Leninism,
Can you
as great as it
answer
was
the
for
question
Russia,
about
there's
what?
nothing about Marxism, Leninism that we can learn and apply here.
No, Michael, we didn't say that. Michael, we did not reject
That's
that. We
what you're
did
kind of
not
implying,
reject that
right?
at all.
Because
But
what
Michael,
I'm
listen.
explaining with all
Michael,
the education
listen.
you guys haven't
Michael,
caught up with.
Michael, listen. Can you please listen? We didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt us, please. Let me explain. Let me do my best to explain to you as much as possible. Look, Michael, when I used to volunteer for Bernie Sanders for president on Bernie Sanders Universal side, you know what I learned over time? And then this is me, Mike. So I can't speak for Abby or somebody else. When I used to volunteer for Bernie Sanders, I used to think that universal programs would solve foundational Black American issues. Then, right? Just like if you give everybody the same opportunities, the opportunities should take care of their own. But what I learned over time was that when Bernie Sanders was spoke at the podium at the CNN town hall. I was not at the first town hall, but I saw the second one on TV. Bernie Sanders was asked about reparations at least like a couple times, right? What was his response to the foundational Black Americans audience? His response was very irate, impatient, intolerant. He said, "Gosh, why is this foundational Black American woman asking me
Benign neglect.
yes,
And here
about
we go
reparations
with the
50
category
times?"
here of treating Bernie Sanders like he's a real socialist.
No, I didn't say
And now
that.
you've got your straw man.
Yeah, but Mike,
and
let me
now
finish.
you can't really address the real.
Yeah, but Michael, I'm
Well,
not.
can we
Michael,
answer
listen.
Can I ask the question again?
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
And see if it gets answered.
Yeah.
Just from America, without bringing in China,
Mhm.
Russia, anybody else. Can I ask the question again?
I don't know. Do you want to treat like all things considered equal? You can answer this thing as if it's isolated from reality, from the rest of reality, right? I'm saying you're treating like the rest of the world has no effect on America and vice versa and whatnot. Like,
No, well, Mike, I'm not saying that America cannot learn from those countries, but I'm saying because the populations are different demographics. I myself, Michael,
but that would
listen,
be. Are you
I had to
excluding
learn.
the
Yeah, I
any
had
kind
to,
of
Mike.
universal commonality? Right? Are we
Yeah,
all human beings at the
yes,
end of
we're
the
all
day?
human. Yes, we're
Or
human
is the fact
beings.
that we have different skin colors and whatever
Yes,
makes
we
us
have different
different
skin
species
color. I
that are
do agree.
particular,
Yes.
so particular that there's no universal quality?
Yeah, but Mike, listen. Yes, we're human beings, but not all human beings are treated equally, especially in America. 'Cause America was founded on anti-black
So we
racism,
use the
which
frozen moment of
produced
time to
which
say that
produced
people are not
capitalism.
capable of treating each other equally because people currently treat each other with inequality.
Yeah, because our system, that's how our system was built in America,
This
and
is
it's
where
very
I'm saying the
effective.
importance of dialectics helps us move past this. Because
Yeah,
we
I'm
have
not. We're
we
not.
have
Look,
sticky,
we're not
problem of
against. We're not
stickiness
against dialectics.
without
We're not.
dialectics. I
But
am
what I'm saying is that look, Mike, you didn't want to even like take my experience when I volunteered for Bernie Sanders campaign. You know how hard it was for me to come to terms embracing both. You can't
Ooh,
just
y'all
focus
getting on
on
my
You know what's
nerves.
funny about that is there's a whole lot of people just like you with your
Well,
story about being burned
well,
by
well, Mike,
Bernie.
I left.
And
Well, Michael,
Universal would be
listen, damn
moving
it.
on together.
Yeah, but I had to, like I said, I had to leave the Bernie Sanders camp because Bernie Sanders was very stubborn. He didn't want to address both universal and lineage. It was purely focused on universal policies. Why?
So that's one
He knew
particular
that.
problem of
Listen,
following one particular
he
piper.
knew that he was going. He knew that white voters were going to be his voting base. Were going to be his voting base, right? So he understood that if he addressed both universal and lineage-based policy, yeah, he was going to lose a lot of white voters. So that's why I say why it's very important for like any Democratic candidates in America, if they're going to run for office on universal policies, they need to have lineage policies in addition to universal or targeted.
So my point is when we talk about like Bernie Sanders, as far as we know that he
I don't want to
betrayed
talk about
us,
nerdy shit.
now us as a movement, do I go around telling everyone a different answer as to how to move forward, what lessons to learn from Bernie? Or
That
do
wasn't
I
my
tell
question.
everyone the same message so that I don't become a liar?
We're not saying we didn't say that you're lying. We did not say that. But I'm just
Saying
saying
you have to come up with a coherent mass line
I don't
appeals
want to
to the
hear.
universal effect to us all in
Oh yeah,
order
Abby,
to
I
have
think I got.
a
Oh,
successful
Abby, it's probably better
revolution.
to play the video
Because
right now.
otherwise, you're trying too hard to appeal to idiosyncrasies that prevent us from actually achieving solidarity. Because we're upholding our difference, we're fetishizing it to such a degree that we're not able to recognize that we don't actually have the individuality that we're seeking, because the system prevents us from fully manifesting, actualizing our individuality properly.
I want this question answered without the word dialectic. I want the response specifically to the question. No dialectics.
Okay, you want an oversimplification that doesn't properly answer the question.
Okay.
No,
You want reductivism.
No, Michael, let Abby ask the question, please.
Nah, fuck it.
Okay.
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Anyways,
Guys, she wants to control the terms of the debate by controlling the question. With
yeah, by the way, guys, I gotta
No,
head out.
if I ask you a specific
Abby and
question,
Mike,
if
gotta
a
head out.
specific question about America and you bring up Russia and all and
Hey,
China
Abby.
and all this shit.
Was my question was my answer not also
Abby, I have to head
a
out.
specific
Abby.
answer?
Okay,
to
Michael.
a specific
All right,
question.
Michael, I gotta go. I got something tomorrow morning. But
Yeah,
it was
all
nice
right.
talking to both of you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Have a good night.
Good night.
I guess
If you want to ask your question, go ahead. If you want to get to your
I
video,
already asked it.
all right. That's
It
what I
was
thought.
very clear, and you never answered it.
Because I tried to set, I'm pretty sure that you're not really able to have an answer that is going to to have any kind of change, right? Your mind is closed on this. So my answering the question
My
doesn't
mind
open
is
your
closed.
mind if you refuse to open it on this.
Don't tell me who I am and what I do. I'll tell you who I am and what I do.
I'll tell you when I walk up to a
Don't tell
door,
me. Don't tell
my
me
eyes
that
tell
my
me
mind
whether
is
it looks to me
closed.
to be open or
Don't
closed.
do that. Don't
Yes,
do
that's
that.
right.
Don't do that.
This
Don't
is
do
the same
that.
thing, right? Like,
Don't do that.
don't tell me that this is the biggest like white boy shit ever, or whatever, because that's your perspective.
I didn't tell you that.
No, that's what I'm
Somebody
saying.
in the chat said that. I
Yeah, and
didn't
that's the
tell you
same-
that.
that's the
Did I
same
say
thing-
that to you?
That's the same thing as saying my mind is closed.
Did I say
My
that to
mind is-
you?
Because white boy people have closed minds about everything. Can't be fucking
Hold
taught
on.
anything.
Hold
Kind of brings
on.
us back to the spirit of the ghetto thing,
Hold
ironically.
on. Yes or
because we're a
no?
bunch of barbarians that can't be taught shit.
Did
You know what I mean?
I say that to you? It's a yes or no question. Did I
No.
say that to you?
No.
No. Okay. So why are you directing that at me?
You're not hearing what I said, right? Because it's the same thing as accusing me of being closed-minded, whether it came from you or him. What you're doing there is a racist slander because of my skin, whatever, and it's an attack on my intellectual capacity through my skin color, right? But my socialist, whatever, my marker, that's my whatever upbringing, whatever, my particular idiosyncrasy or my experience, whatever, my white boy exposure that has led me to have these answers, and I can't answer the question any other way because I'm just too white, you know, and this is where the racist whatever, like you end up reinforcing racism with the whole thing about the color blindness is such a chauvinistic racist liberal thing. And so what do we have to do? We have to very much see color everywhere. And now what are we doing? Ironically enough, the only thing we're allowed to see is color. We're not really actually allowed to remember that racism scientifically was proven to be an unscientific category. And so that's what happens here, where because we're not allowed to stop using race to define our identities, okay, and what we perceive other people's thoughts and behaviors to be motivated by, all right, now I can't make a point without being always brought back to that's what white boy said, you know. And it's the same problem if I do it to you guys. Every time every word comes out of your mouth, whatever, all I can think about is that's what the black people have to say about this. Like, I can't really think of you as your spiritual person that has no color, especially you religious people or whatever. You want to act like your spirit matters so much, like it's proven. It's not a presupposition, actually. We have not proven objectively that the soul exists. But since you all believe in it so much, why is it that you have to be so fixated on race? That's biologically false as a category. Right? And then you go try to, like, you can't reassert that or whatever because, no, you're just trying to do this fucking, whatever, colonial erasure of skin. But you're, this is where, like, there's such a thing as black supremacy and Asian supremacy, right? Like the Turkish supremacy, okay? Like, it's all possible if you understand it from this. Universals have value. But you have the postmodernist mindset. You say universals were a grand narrative or whatever, just a bunch of hogwash that comes from the fucking white supremacists or whatever. Like,
Okay, well, I'll just let your words speak for themselves. And I'm gonna play this. Your words spoke for yourself. It has nothing to do with me. So, just so you know, this is about Joe Rogan does not like the UFC White House 250 outside.
but this doesn't really even make any logical sense here when you're saying that my
Okay, you don't want
behavior
me
is
to do it?
emotional white
Okay.
man. My behavior is not something you can attribute to my skin color. That would be what we call a fundamental attribution error. That's just logically not correct for you to go then assert that you're more correct about this understanding, whatever, because there's a kind of bigotry and a racism involved in trying to attribute people's emotions to their whiteness or lack, like when it's a social construct, right? So my emotions come from this social construct of whiteness or whatever, originally or whatever, like are like at the root. Do your emotions come from a place that is pre-racial, whatever? Anger is a sign of misunderstanding, but it's also people get quite upset, don't they? I think this is part of the black experience. You get quite upset with people who don't understand you. but they keep pretending with this kind of arrogance or whatever that it's must be me not making sense or whatever.
Are we done with that segment?
Let's play the video.
Okay.
The White House thing is odd. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of fighting outside at all.
Well, there's problems with it.
And then
Done it too many
it's
times.
June, and it's DC, and we looked it up the last time, like last year, same day, it was 100 degrees.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
yeah.
hot as fuck.
Then you add the lights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the lights.
You add the lights.
Yeah,
That attracts bugs.
How about dehydration?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the bugs are a big one.
Go back to
Gnats.
UFC. Yeah, with all those lights.
Yeah, what
Go
are they
back
gonna
to
do about
UFC
that?
3. See how hot it was.
How are they going to fucking do anything about the bugs? Because I know that Dana was talking about that recently. They were talking about maybe using fans. Is that enough?
No, it's not
You know,
enough.
bug strips everywhere. What are you going to do? Like, how are you going to stop the bugs? There's a lot of bugs.
You
You're
can
gonna
spray. That's pretty
bugs.
much all you can do.
pesticide the
Well,
shit
that's
out
good.
of the fucking
Pesticide.
land.
That's good for the fighters. That'll help with their breathing.
I just don't think that you should compete in a world championship fight in a non-controlled environment.
Yeah.
I think it should be inside an air-conditioned arena. It should be a controlled environment, just like you don't ask someone to do any of that. You wouldn't ask them to play a world championship basketball game outside in the sun.
No.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Right? You play in a fucking air-conditioned arena, and that's how it should be.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, but I understand the whole thing, and
I get it
it's
too,
special.
but listen,
But it's going to be a pain
build
in the butt.
a fucking roof.
Yeah.
Build a roof. Like, you've got all the money in the world, right? You're doing this. You want to do this
I
for
don't
fucking
know. It's not
America?
my money.
It's 4,000
Yeah.
seats. You build a 4,000 seat arena. How big is it? Get a fucking barn dominium. Put it in there. You know, like we did UFCs in the troops.
Yeah.
We did them in the.
The thing I want to point out here is they don't care that this looks like a fucking what the Romans did to like distract the people and have these stupid ass whatever it is. I forget what they call them. What do they call them, Michael? Gladiator type events. They don't care about that. They care about the heat. Oh, this shit is crazy to me. This dude is insane.
Troops we did in hangars.
Yeah, we did, but
Yeah.
they want that White House in the background.
Put it in the background on TV. Who gives a fuck? It's just like when world-class fighters are competing, I don't think they should have to compete outside.
Look at they're already putting it in
Imagine
there.
if someone loses a fight because it's too hot out.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Imagine if that becomes a factor. Imagine the dehydrated fighters, like the dehydrated fighters that are now being forced 24 hours later to fight
In 100-degree heat
in 100
outside,
degree heat.
under
That's-
the spotlights.
Go back. I swear to God, UFC 3 was in North Carolina, and it was the hottest thing I've ever been in my life.
It was outside
No,
UFC 3.
No, it wasn't. It was inside with no air conditioning really inside. It was a 3,500 seat arena. They put 6,000 people into it. It was under the lights, had to be 150 degrees. Okay. You saw everyone falling out. Hoist had the problem after chemo and stuff. You know, Ken
that's what it
Shamrock
was,
fell
huh? It
out.
was the heat.
They all pulled out and stuff. It was, Joe, it was
didn't
the
know
hottest
that.
thing I've ever been in my life.
You
It
have-
was brutal.
You have to ask yourself as a fighter, though, is the spectacle worth my career?
Right.
Like, is it worth me going out there and fighting in these circumstances that I'm not used to?
Well, we did one outside at Abu Dhabi. That was when BJ Penn and Frankie
Frankie
Edgar
Edgar,
fought,
yeah.
and then Damian Maia
Anderson
and
Silva against
Anderson.
Damian Maia.
And that one, bro, there were bugs flying around. It looked like birds. They were so big. I was like, that's a bug? What kind
Yeah.
of bug is that?
Yeah.
Can that kill me?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is crazy. We're in the
Yeah.
fucking desert, man. There's some giant ass bug flying
You can hear
by.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Make sure your microphone's not
But it was
picking it
also-
up.
you're
Sounds like a
outside.
helicopter coming by you.
You're outside. It's hot. You're in the
Yeah.
desert. This is crazy. Like, why are we fighting outside?
No, because I think I had read somewhere.
I mean, I think that's enough. I
Oh,
mean,
you think they have
like,
anything worth hearing?
like,
Talk all day, they
like
don't say
they
anything.
don't have a concern about the behavior. They just want it to be built better. This is Joe Rogan, folks. That's your boy.
Well, it's part of that whole Fight Club, whatever right wing extremists that have learned to just deny their, where they'll be fascist and then just always deny that they're actually
That's
fascist.
your boy.
Right.
I don't even know how else to say it. That's your boy. Like, this is the one that would like, and he was he's one of the ones that were jumping off the Trump train. But this is your podcast? I thought you were jumping off the Trump train. Oh, so you're still there? Oh, okay, good. Good to know. Theo Vaughn, like all these people jumping off the Trump train, but they're like, it's like they have a banana peel near the grave. They don't want to slip on it. Like they're close, but they'll slip when it's necessary. This is the saddest shit I've ever seen. It's so sad.
But this is like what you're saying, Black Life's all upset with, like, kind of like, what is this world? And that's what I think this is really all about. It's kind of, it comes across as conspiratorial, or you're reading too much into it. These are just a bunch of clowns. But this is not really any accident. You see Joe Rogan's highly astroturfed as far as platforming and whatnot. Like, this is the bourgeoisie controlling of the narrative and whatnot. And so with the Nixon through Reagan to Trump, kind of actually LaRouche style fucking madman theory to approach the politics, the whole point is to make the populace believe that reality is this insanity. You know, it kind of it reminds me of like this Gnostic concept of what is it now? The demiurge, I think. That kind of like
I'll be right back. I got the baby about. I gotta
yeah,
get the baby.
no worries. I'll just carry on with like this Gnostic thing about this plane of existence is not like, one of the things that would refute this kind of revolutionary rhetoric that we're pushing would be that if we're wrong about our conception of reality, and this more mystical kind of understanding of reality supposed to be taken as more true, would be this plane of existence that we live on is just meant for human suffering, and the it's not until the afterlife that will really achieve any kind of transcendence of our suffering. And so it's very much kind of in line with this apocalyptic propaganda that they're trying to convince people with. The sort of, it's like I think that the ruling class is nihilistic, and they're happy to blend all of these ideologies, or whatever, these religious belief systems onto people. They'll manipulate them at will, precisely because they don't believe in them, and it would be a mistake to treat them like a cult that believes in something actually religious, no matter how twisted. So I think they make use of cynically this historical idea of this more supernatural idealist understanding of reality, which helps us treat our material existence as if it's not material. It's some kind of endless suffering until the release of death. And it works because people don't really know like what's being kind of done to them subtly with the control of the means of production of propaganda with their social media and everything.
Crazy work. All right, well. Hello?
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Are we ready to wrap it up here?
I guess so. The baby, well, he sleep again. He's badass. He just wants somebody to hold him, that's all. Whew, so big. Goodness. I've never seen a baby this big. I think I weigh only 100 pounds more than him. It's so hard to pick him up sometimes.
Well, I hope my shouting didn't upset the baby.
No, I got headphones on. He can hear you.
Oh yeah.
We were
I hope
fine.
my shouting didn't hurt your ears then.
You have anything else you want to talk
Um,
about? Because he's fine. He's just in my arms. He's fine.
I guess we should just for the sake of duty, do the duty. We should plug our GoFundMe's.
You gotta wait, hold on. I gotta play this one. I gotta play this one. Read that.
Start wrapping it up, Michael. I got strippers to give drug money to. This bad pussy. Got some strippers to ask if they want to give their cookie to you.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
So
I wish
you'll
I
need
had strippers. I wanted to give money to too.
Yeah, strippers are not really a thing for me, I guess. Not really been to the strip club. Can't exactly justify the expenditure. I don't really feel comfortable in that kind of environment anyway.
I think they. I mean, they trying to earn some money.
Well, I mean, I prefer more of a private setting for seeing that kind of exposure of flesh and whatnot, and then to be around random people I don't know, random men, whatever, all there to do the very capitalistic throwing money at them to get what I want. There's reasons why.
That's my shit.
Yeah. But if you just
when
want
when I lived in Houston, they had strip clubs where like the top is male stripper. I mean, at the bottom is female strippers, and you go upstairs and there's male strippers. I was in holy heaven, yeah.
this is where, unlike a lot of these supporters, like more of like a critical supporter of the Soviet Union and whatnot, and so some of these more contemporary. This is it's funny as far as our difficulties with this conversation today. When we look at the ACP guys, they're kind of an example of why.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So
I'm sorry. Can you read that so we can go on and read it?
Yeah, seriously, no offense, but I feel you'd get us kicked out of the strip club when you convince the strippers to see as a means of reproduction. Unfortunately, I don't have the confidence. I don't have the confidence in my ability to convince people because, for whatever reason, I just don't seem to be particularly convincing. Maybe I don't got that riz or whatever. But
you would be in there talking about the LaRouche.
This is where that influence of people, whatever they don't want to read, and then whatever, you don't get to know.
I'll be like, God damn, Michael, throw some dollars, slap an ass or something.
But this is where the other answer to your question or your comment is, would it be right or wrong at the end of the day if they actually did, if someone successfully convinced them to seize the means of reproduction? Would we try? Would you seriously suggest that you should not be kicked out ever and that they should not get their way? That's the thing about, like I was going to say about the ACP guys, right? They want to reject the stuff that the other leftists in America, in Canada, what we're trying to do, that work that you're asking us to do, which is address those concerns that these different interest groups have properly so that we can move forward with them. And when we try to do that, you have to do the woke approach. And then the anti-woke crowd says, I don't want to sacrifice my right to go to the strip club so that the strippers don't have to be whores if they don't want to be. And so if you really address the problem of capitalism or whatever, and the number of laborers in the workforce of whoring drop dramatically, are we then going to say, oh, see, I shouldn't have fucking helped the socialists because now look, we don't it's qualitatively worse. We don't have strippers. It's like, that's what freedom is, right? You give people the right to choose their individuality in a sense or whatever, to manifest, actualize themselves the way they want to, which they're not allowed to do because of capitalism, which would be the primary contradiction. But that's the ideologically loaded claim or whatever, right? So it's anyway, this is Yonina's GoFundMe. Please help her out if you can, at least share it around. We have made some progress. I think you want to do a percentage wise, she was at 0, she's had no donations, 1 donation, and now she's got 230. So you guys have done amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
much.
much.
Long ways to go to get to that goal. So let me just share the link in the chat, and then we've got one more before we can get out of here. Where is it? Cowboy Kitty. 50%. We're a bit frozen here, so we need to find someone with the money. So share with, I guess, or if you'll take my advice, wherever, if I can be convincing, find someone with money to share this with so that we can unfreeze the 50% and get some motion here again. I think a lot of people stop donating when they see everyone else stop donating. It's like a bystander effect. So hopefully this let's have the optimism that this is possible to help each other with mutual aid instead of the pessimism and the cynicism of saying that's too little too late. Sorry. So all right, last thoughts or last words, Abby?
No, I think this was better from me using the my iPhone. So well, now we know that. I just hang out in my on my kitchen counter when I need to, when I have a baby, and that works out. It worked out lovely, I think. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we didn't have an interruption this week.
I know. We had to figure it out. It's because I was on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
none of that anymore.
Thanks for sticking with us, guys. We'll be back on Thursday. Not entirely sure what we'll be covering, but we may be
thinking Lebanon, but
Lebanon. Yeah,
maybe not. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens the next few days. So
thank you so much for hanging out with us. We love you so much.
Have a good night, everyone.
Trust me, we do.
Yep.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Peace.